Chapter 480 Explosive Enhancement. The terrifying energy rushed through his body and Xiao Ran almost fainted. One must know that his current body was only at the level of one portion, but how many strange substances had he extracted this time? Almost 100 portions. What a concept, a 100-fold surge. His body was quenched by so much exotic energy that it almost made him explode in place. If he exploded now, would he be able to go back in time again? He didn't know, and Xiao Ran didn't want to try in the slightest. Snapping and snapping, his bones rattled and nearly collapsed from the intense evolution, but thankfully, he managed to hold on. An hour later, he passed out from the pain. Waking up in a ghostly manner, Xiao Ran only felt that his muscles and bones ached. However, his supernatural ability had reached 101 copies, and his spatial perception was open, and it had already turned into a maximum range of 108 meters. Compared to his heyday, this bit of progress was naturally insignificant. However, Xiao Ran was ecstatic. What did this mean? In these 8 months or so, he could be powerful to an indescribable extent. That unknown high-dimensional world could be full of strange substances, and it was still uniquely his alone. Get some more. Xiao Ran wanted to do it again, but he realized that the sapling was dim, as if it had fallen into some kind of slumber and was unresponsive to him. Is this going to rest? Continue tomorrow? There was no relationship. Although it had only absorbed 100 copies of alien energy today, the sapling was growing, and as its roots continued to penetrate into the higher dimensional space, how many exotic substances could it bring back for it? Tomorrow it might be 150 copies, and the day after that? 200 copies? How strong could he be after that 8 months or so? When he encountered the mutated era again, would he be able to kill it in seconds with a single thought? Inevitably. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Ran had thought that the last new ability was a waste, but he didn't realize that it was actually the most powerful. This way, it wouldn't take long for him to be able to use the spatial domain to launch an instantaneous transfer again. This time, Laozi directly went to the island first. Every one of those 10 goddesses should still be there right now. TSK, I can still blow up Mount Fuji again. Thinking about it makes me a little excited. In the future, if I don't have anything to do, I will go back in time and blow up Mount Fuji for fun? That's something to think about. Time ability. Xiao Ran couldn't help but recall, indeed, as the range of spatial perception increased, there was a time when he simply couldn't grasp all the information in it, but then, if later, it was as if time slowed down or even stood still as he processed the information. Actually, I had already stimulated the time ability at that time, I think. It's just that it seems like a passive ability that I can't actively run out. No, my ability must follow my command. When my powers increase a bit more, try to see if I can actively run the time ability. For now. Xiao Ran reveals a smile, throws out a bunch of food for a photo, throws it into the group again, and at Han Yun. It could be enjoyed. He didn't want to break the world line running track from last time, and decided to go out at key time points, such as going to Jiang Yusuning on the 20th day, and going to Su University on the 24th day, and going to the corresponding locations at the corresponding time points to kill people and collect girls, so that it would be the easiest to go out with a light heart. After the foreign energy reaches 10,000 copies, I'll go to the island to collect goddesses. Other women in the island country could not be collected, but my Ano Yan aim could not be missed. This woman was truly superb. Time came tonight and the basement door was knocked again. Xiao Ran did not even need to monitor it anymore, and with a sweep of spatial perception, he knew who the visitor was. It was still Zhang Jingya. Last time, she came at noon, but now it has become night. As well. Xiao Ran opened the door to let Zhang Jingya in. Everything went according to the script, and when things were done, Xiao Ran gave her a few packets of instant noodles and water and sent her away. One night passed. End times, day 4. Xiao Ran woke up and checked the sapling at the first time. Sure enough, the sapling was sparkling with starlight, gently swaying, full of life and vigor. And its roots have grown some more. Xiao Ran was excited, he would definitely be able to absorb more strange substances this time. Come on. Like yesterday, he attached his spatial perception to the root whiskers and then probed into the high-dimensional world. A mass of exotic matter filled the world, but some were large and some were small. Yesterday's root whisker was only about 3 centimeters, but today it reached 4 centimeters, and when placed in a large world of one dimension, this kind of enhancement was completely negligible. Since there was only a short opportunity to strike, it was bound to fish for a big one. Xiaoran saw that the sapling's roots were unable to move their position after they were rooted into the higher dimension, and could only wiggle slightly with those 4 centimeters of short, powerless roots, so to obtain the strange substances one would have to wait for them to come to the door of their own accord. This is feasible. It was because these strange substances were like floating objects in the ocean, drifting continuously. Xiaoran waited, while observing the sapling. Just probing into the higher dimensions then, the sapling was not consuming, how to say, energy? Vitality? That's what it means in short, it only consumes when Xiaoran tries to make the roots move. It doesn't matter then, wait. A cloud of strange qualities floated by, Xiaoran ignored it, another cloud floated by, he still didn't move. He looked at a clump not far away, a very large clump. He estimated that this clump would have at least 500 copies if he could fish it out. Just you. Xiaoran didn't aim greedily at the huge clump of strange substance a few dozen meters away, estimating that there were at least 5,000 copies, that was really waiting until tomorrow and might not be able to wait for it to float over. Ambition has to be there, but going too far is greed. It's coming. Coming. Xiaoran's heart moved, and he used the sapling to hook over. Got it. Come back. At that instant, the root of the sapling returned to his mind, and what followed it back was that strange substance. Boom! Xiaoran was once again baptized by the strange matter, and his alien ability immediately began to soar. 500 copies. Although today's harvest was greater than yesterday's, the shock received was smaller than yesterday's. Yesterday was a 100-fold boost, and today? A mere 5 times. It's just that it takes 3 days for the alien energy to complete the quenching of the body. Of course, continuous absorption will also accelerate this speed, but Xiaoran estimated that his current body strength is only about 80 copies, right? It's okay, 80 copies is also a non-human level. Xiaoran was happy. At this time, he realized that someone had come over. Han Yun. Well, according to the timeline, she would compromise today, and then tomorrow, she would be discovered by Lin Yue, and as a result, Lin Yue's actions caused Han Yun to blacken, and from then on, she would follow herself with a dead heart. Well, let's go with this, he's too lazy to bother with more. Han Yun came in, and everything was as it was last time. However, Xiaoran had an extra indescribable freshness and almost left her behind, but after thinking about it, he still put her back. After tomorrow, this woman would be completely owned by himself. Right now, leaving her behind, her heart was on Lin Yue. Han Yun, on the other hand, walked out in a daze, having a very odd feeling. Xiaoran was also too familiar with her body. But clearly, this was their first time. It was too odd. Holding a pile of food, she couldn't help but shed tears. She loved her husband deeply, but now she had to sell her body in order to feed her family. Chapter 481 Advance. Xiaoran saw Han Yun's aggravation through spatial perception, but had no intention of comforting her. Tomorrow, this woman would change her mind. Lin Yue? He, a silly person. Xiaoran pondered if he should go out for a wave today. He already had the strength to do so. Do not want to destroy the timeline. To go is also to go to the island, the old mold, the Big Eagle side, despite the destruction of good. Anyway, have not been there before, do not have to worry about destroying the timeline, triggering any butterfly effect. The island did go there, but only brought back 2 people, it doesn't matter at all. Just to go to the island, he is still a little weak, and now day and night are foggy, his spatial perception is less than 1 kilometer range, now leave the probability will make him trapped in the sea. There's really no need. First, he retrieved Han Yun and the other sisters. All of them were his, and not one of them could be missed. There seems to be something wrong? Xiaoran thought carefully and finally remembered. According to the timeline of last time, Zheng Wan's family should have killed the door last night, but after being beaten by him, the Zheng family apparently wimped out and didn't act at night. Even though so much time had passed and he already had so many stunning goddesses, every time he thought of the Zheng family he still couldn't help but rage upwards. After all, he had been the son-in-law of the Zheng family for 5 years, and he had also been a cow and horse for 5 whole years. Then kill you all again. It was night, Xiaoran slept peacefully. The next day, he first utilized the sapling's ability to hook the strange substance, but today's luck was not good, there were no larger clusters of strange substance near where the sapling was rooted. Xiaoran had no choice but to collect a relatively large cluster. 200 copies. In fact, it was still a big increase compared to the first day, but compared to yesterday, it was more than half less. 800 copies of the total amount of exotic energy now, gorgeous. Well, take the leopard for a walk. Xiaoran brought the leopard to the garage. A lot of people stopped his way again. Some said they wanted to buy his food, some were very shameless, let him donate to share. Xiaoran naturally one will not pay attention to it, but said, want to eat? Fine, as long as a beautiful woman comes over, I can consider it. Then, he met Lin Youwei's family unexpectedly. Just like last time, Lin Youwei opened his mouth and intentionally called Xiaoran Xiao 500 million, mocking him for having won the jackpot for nothing, and as a result, he had no place to spend his money. Xiaoran thought about it and suddenly didn't want to follow the script. What did he have to be afraid of now? Strong and invincible, all right. Xiaoran grinned, revealing an evil smile. Having experienced life and death so many times, what would he care about good and evil or morality? Do you know that your wife came to find me yesterday? Xiaoran said leisurely. Bullshit. How could Lin Youwei believe it and immediately cursed? Xiaoran had a caring retarded expression on his face and laughed. Your wife has a mole in her groin, red in color, about the size of a soybean. Lin Youwei first froze, then brushed his face red. This was in public. Without any preparation at all, a green hat was just placed on his head. I'm damned. Lin Youwei looked fiercely at Han Yun, his body shivering. You said you went out to buy food yesterday, did you just sleep with him? Han Yun's body shook and she almost fainted before her eyes. She looked at Xiaoran angrily. How could this guy say anything about their relationship? What to do? What is she going to do? It's true. It's actually true. Lin Youwei lost his mind. He really couldn't believe that his wife didn't leave him when he was most down and out, but it was only a few days after the natural disaster. Han Yun actually gave him a green hat. Hubby. I was wrong, I'll never ask him for food again. Han Yun hurriedly consoled and apologized. But Lin Youwei pushed her away and said fiercely, get lost, you bitch. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of everyone. What's the point of having such a wife? He looked at Xiaoran. You like this bitch? Fine, I'll sell her to you. If you give me the villa, this woman will be yours. You've tasted her and know that you should get your money's worth, right? Ha ha ha. Han Yun was instantly struck by lightning and looked at Lin Youwei incredulously. He really said these words? She couldn't believe it, nor did she want to. Xiaoran, change it or not? Lin Youwei shouted, if you don't change, fine. I know that there are quite a few people here who want to sleep with my wife. Since this bitch doesn't know how to love herself, I'll simply sell her to someone else. Are there any who want to sleep with this bitch? Just 2 packs of instant noodles, or an equivalent amount of food will do. As the words fell, quite a few men revealed their intentions. Which man in the entire neighborhood didn't want to sleep with this charming young woman? It was only 2 packs of instant noodles. In the past, they wouldn't even dare to think about it, but now they would have to weigh it up. After all, food represented life. But just hesitate for a moment. At least 50 or 60 men called out at the same time, I want to sleep. I want to sleep. Han Yun's face suddenly turned as pale as paper. At this moment, she had the numbness of having her heart die. Lin Youwei, on the other hand, hemmed and hawed and looked at Xiaoran once again. How about it, do you trade the villa with me now? You are also worthy. Xiaoran snorted and with a movement of his mind, a bullet was shot out silently. Put. Lin Youwei was hit by a bullet right on his head and collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. His eyes were round, as if he couldn't believe that he had died like this. Xiaoran pulled Han Yun into his arms and looked around at the crowd. This is my woman, whoever dares to mouth off again, Lin Youwei is the example. Han Yun's numb heart stirred slightly as she was held tightly in his arms. Her husband had betrayed her in public, but Xiaoran? Yet he was pampering her. Such a comparison. She hastened to throw out the nonsense in her head, but because of the out of focus just now, she actually did not notice that Lin Youwei had already been killed. Other people can see clearly. Lin Youwei suddenly fell to the ground, vaguely can see that there is blood flowing out. Is this dead? But how did Lin Youwei die? Did not see Xiaoran do anything at all. However, Lin Youwei had previously released words that he could sleep with Han Yun as long as he had 2 packets of noodles, which was equivalent to opening a certain door, releasing their pent-up desires at once. Today is already the 5th day, but the poisonous hail did not stop, the fog did not disperse, the country's rescue also completely no sign of appearing. This cannot let people despair? Under despair, people would lose their minds, and all kinds of negative emotions usually accumulated would explode out. They want to sleep with Han Yun. If the natural disaster wouldn't pass and they were destined to starve and freeze to death, then how could they not sleep with this woman once? At least they could have a hard time before dying. Chapter 482, 4,000 copies. Desire was a double-edged sword. It could both have a positive effect and promote human development, however, it was also full of destructive power, and wars and the like broke out largely just to fulfill the desires of certain people. There are countless people who have died in history because of their desires. There have been in history, and there are now. In the garage, at least dozens of men surrounded towards Xiao Ran, all of them were murderous. Today they must get what they wanted. Xiao Ran dared to stop them? Kill. You are just one person, no matter how powerful you are, how can you beat dozens of strong men at the same time? No, just kill Xiao Ran, he seems to have tons of supplies in his villa. With this thought, they could no longer control their desires. Now even if Xiao Ran gave Han Yun up, they did not intend to let Xiao Ran go. You guys don't come over. Zhang Jingya said in a trembling voice. Each and every one of these people were like wild beasts, causing her heart to palpitate in fear immensely. Han Yun was also trembling. She knew that these men had gone crazy. Right now, there was no law that could restrict them, and once the door of inner desire was opened, it would be difficult to close it again. She would be tortured to death alive. No, she didn't want to die like that. Her eyes swept around, searching for a tool with which she could commit suicide. Xiao Ran, however, as if he could see her thoughts, waved his hand and slapped her on her arse. What nonsense! With me here, what person can hurt you? These words were so full of confidence that they actually infected Han Yun, calming her down slightly. It was also just a tiny bit. Xiao Ran didn't have the need to explain, he just smiled confidently. The first time around, he was still only one portion of alien energy now, and also only had one ability, the Gate of Space, so he wasn't afraid of a frontal conflict at all, he was afraid that there was a sneak attack by Old Six behind his back. After all, in the midst of a chaotic battle, it would be difficult for him to protect himself. But this time is different. 800 copies of alien energy to understand? Even if he didn't use his supernormal abilities, just by using his body to power up, he could easily knock out all of these men. These men were now completely reduced to beasts controlled by desire, all of their eyes emitting a ferocious light as they continued to approach Xiao Ran. Suddenly, several of them let out a loud roar and lunged towards Xiao Ran. Ah! Han Yun and Zhang Jingya screamed at the same time, and then, they saw a scene that could only be seen in their dreams. Then, the three people fell to the ground, slumping and lying in bizarre directions, no longer able to move a finger. Dead. Hiss, what the hell kind of monster is this? Once the three people died, and in such a manner, this naturally shocked everyone, and fear immediately took over the brain, dispersing desire cleanly. They were trembling, how would they dare to move forward again, but instead kept retreating backward. Xiao Ran spread a smile. Since we're starting over once more, the scenes of you little shrimps can be cut out completely, and it doesn't affect the main line anyway. What was his so-called main line? Of course it was picking up girls. The crowd couldn't understand what he was saying, but the more calm Xiao Ran was, the more they panicked, and suddenly, the person at the very back turned around and ran with his legs drawn. What are you running for? Xiao Ran laughed as space cutting was unleashed. Only to see the crowd running, they violently rolled their eyes and rolled to the ground without moving. Xiao Ran cut 50 or so knives in a row, only to realize that his supernatural energy consumption was not small, but in addition to him, Han Yun, and Zhang Jingya, there was no one alive in the vicinity. In the distance, there are still grandparents gossiping or walking their dogs, but when they see the situation, they are directly stunned. A few. Go home. He picked Han Yun up horizontally and headed for the villa. Woof woof. The leopard barked twice, as if it was a bit puzzled. How come the master brought two people back? Oh, he had smelled them the day before yesterday, so they should be the mating partners the master had found. Zhang Jingya hurriedly followed, she was still in a daze. After entering the villa, the incomparable warmth surrounded them, and only then did Han Yun and Zhang Jingya slowly come back to their senses. Xiao Ran smiled and said, I have superpowers. With that, he performed a show of changing something out of thin air, and then with a thought, his body suddenly rose up in the air. The field could now open more than 1 meter, and although it was pitifully small, it didn't affect his ability to be like a god in such a small area. Han Yun and Zhang Jingya were once again dumbstruck. Xiao Ran didn't care and threw them into the bathtub. Wash them properly, he hasn't gotten high yet today. Han Yun was a little crazy. It's normal, being backstabbed by your husband, any person would be greatly stimulated. One night passed. Xiaoran locked himself in the basement. He is going to use the sapling to steal the strange substances in the high-dimensional world. This process naturally cannot be disturbed. Beginning. When Xiaoran followed the roots of the sapling into the high dimension, he found that the root system of the sapling had grown another 1 centimeter. It seems like this is not affected by the supernormal ability, but changes completely with time. After he retraced time himself, the state of the sapling came back together, so if he retraced time again, had the sapling grown into a big tree? Not once or twice, 10 or 8 times is definitely possible. How many strange substances could he obtain at a time by then? It wasn't right either. If he had to go forward in time a bit each time he backtracked, then it wouldn't take several times to get to the node where the aliens invaded, and he wouldn't actually be able to come back more than a few times. Gotta take care of these aliens so I have enough time. Today his luck was storming. Because right next to the sapling's root system was a large mass of strange matter, even larger than the one from the day before, at least 3,000 parts. It was just that this mass of strange substance floated too slowly. Xiaoran waited patiently, and after a full 2 hours, he suddenly controlled the root of the sapling with a hook. Into his hand. Immediately, a large amount of foreign energy impacted his entire body. Around 3,100 copies. Xiaoran laughed out loud. This time his alien energy was close to 4,000. One must know that back then, he only had 2,000 copies before he fought Duan Chang, and when he went to Haidu, he only had around 6,000 copies. What about you now? He reached 4,000 copies in 6 days. Looking at the earth, he should be an absolutely invincible king, and Lu Yong, Wei Lili, Duan Chang, and Ondajiri, who were once still able to fight him, were now all only killed by his single thought. Well, Wu Shanglong doesn't have to die. Xiaoran grinned. The greatest benefit of the time ability was that it allowed him to make up for his regrets. He opened the door and walked up to the first floor, only to see Han Yun and Zhang Jingya already waiting. Breakfast? He gave a big wave, only now there were just the 2 sisters, making him slightly regretful. It seems like it's time to speed up the progress a bit. Chapter 483, A Slight Change. Xiaoran could not leave the neighborhood for the time being. There were still 3 more chicks that could be collected here. Zhong Lei, Wang Lulu, and Su Qingmei. Zhong Lei and Wang Lulu don't matter, but Su Qingmei is his hand-picked harem master, so she is naturally not to be missed. Then bring Zhong Lei and Wang Lulu here first. Will there be any major repercussions for taking Lu Bingcheng out early? No, there wouldn't be any at all. So, he didn't bother following the timeline from last time step by step, instead skipping the tedious plot in one step. Zhong Lei is easy to deal with, just throw it directly to the villa. Such a good offer makes it impossible for her to refuse it. Next is Wang Lulu. Xiaoran directly went to Wang Lulu's home. Outside, the mine moved, bang bang bang. Inside, in addition to Wang Lulu, everyone is without a problem. The brain is sliced, can it not die? Not a moment later, he saw Wang Lulu running out, her face full of fear. He went forward, with an appearance of helping. Thus, Wang Lulu was also brought to the villa by him. Once the supernatural ability was displayed and a large amount of supplies were thrown in front of her, would this woman still propose to leave? Of course not. Not bad, for girls. The next is to wait for Su Qingmei. During the period also sandwiched an island female assassin. What is it called? Akai Sakari, yes, that's the name. As for the small young woman Lin Linstream, forget it, do not want to take care of it. Su Qingmei will come to the 21st day of the end of the world to find him to borrow a car, now only the 6th day, early. First go to Qinghong Mansion, and then go to Dongshan Qingfeng Garden. It's a little late today, so let's go tomorrow. Xiaoran looked at the 4 women in the room and had a bold idea. As the night passed, Xiaoran once again obtained an extremely high level of enjoyment. Moreover, the 4 women were all a little twisted, which in turn gave him a long-lost sense of freshness. Not bad. Xiaoran once again entered the basement alone, and once the door was closed, he began to utilize the ability of the sapling. 1 inhalation a day is healthier. This time, his luck was also good, although it couldn't be compared to yesterday. Xiaoran still hooked a ball of about 800 copies of the strange substance. 4,700 copies now. Most of the many bigwigs from last time probably haven't become exotics by now. TSK. Xiaoran came to the first floor and first left a large amount of food for the 4 girls before he used the spatial exchange, and swoosh, he disappeared from his spot and appeared 100 meters away. Bull. Hanyan's 4 girls were not surprised, and only after a while did they say, "Is this guy really human? Do you guys feel strange, as if he understands us very well?" "Yeah, he knows exactly where my sensitive spots are, and all of a sudden he let me dash." Yo! At once, under great shyness, the 4 women played a pillow fight. Xiaoran didn't use space exchange the whole time to catch up, the number of times was limited, and the ability of the alien power was also limited, so how could he squander it so much? It was not like he was in a hurry. He opened his spatial perception and captured the landing of the poisonous hailstones, which he could easily avoid, and with his current physical ability, this 10 kilometers was too trivial, and even if he didn't travel at full speed, he arrived at the Qinghong mansion after only 10 minutes. He hummed a little song and went upstairs, opened the secret passage, and walked in greatly. At once, a bunch of people surrounded him. "Who are you? How did you find this place?" These people exclaimed in shock. Xiaoran smiled faintly and struck a ringing finger. All of them fell to the ground and died. In front of the big brother with nearly 5,000 copies of alien energy, these ordinary people were not one move away in seconds. Did they still need to use several moves? At this time, Yu Jiaqing also finally rushed out. Out of Xiaoran's expectation, he had actually become an alien. However, so what? Xiaoran chopped over with a space cut and the old man was gone. It was useless to have a crisis warning. The difference in strength was too great. It was like telling you that there were bullets coming from which direction. Could you dodge them? He entered the room that made men pinned. It can't be helped, he absorbed Yu Jiaqing's psychic ability, even if it's only one part, but the side effects that should be there still appeared. "Teachers, I'm coming." After the wave, Xiaoran was a bit worried. How is this going to transport people back? The snow hasn't fallen yet, the hovercraft can't open, how can we transport 12 people back? Forget it, let Yan Qin and the others stay here first. Well, he could also let them start evolving. He was now a big man of nearly 5,000 copies, and was getting stronger every day, so he could totally help them get through it easily. Once he became an alien, he could take them away. When Xiaoran showed his powers, Yan Qin and the others were naturally shocked, and after hearing Xiaoran say that he could help them become such new humans, they gladly accepted. Xiaoran didn't mention the consequences of failing to evolve, because with his participation, the big deal is to remain an ordinary person and wait for the golden snowflake to appear. That said, it shouldn't be so bad that he had to go to Haidu this time around before encountering the first golden snowflake, right? After letting Yan Qin and the girls start evolving, Xiaoran went back to the villa. After thinking about it, he decided to let the 4 girls start evolving tomorrow. After all, the 2 places are still about 10 kilometers apart, so it would be safer to stagger a day. It was just that with this today, he would not have the time to go to Qingfeng Garden again. Let's go tomorrow, because now that he had taken down the Chang family mansion, there was no way for him to bring the people here over. There was no rush. The night was naturally its joyous. Xiaoran had a wonderful night, and then, the end times quietly entered the 7th day. Today's luck was especially bad. Xiaoran had only gotten 120 copies of the alien energy. Xiaoran set off for Qingfeng Garden. Of course he would collect energy on the way. The journey was slow and easy, but it only took 5 hours to arrive at Qingfeng Garden. The long-lost clear wind garden. Xiaoran sighed with emotion and arrived at the Chang family mansion. First, there was a lot of noise, but it soon returned to silence, and the entire public house was then left with only 6 living souls. Last time it was 4, why 6 this time? Because before there were 2 sisters who were ordered to serve the bed, also took a shot at Xiaoran, naturally killed by Xiaoran casually, and now there is no hands. He is also lazy to do it. It is not just to raise 2 more people. It is no big deal. He went to Zhuang Jiechen's house again, so the old Zhuang died again, only the last time was dead in the hands of 114, this time it was Xiaoran. Well, it made up for the regret of not killing old Zhuang last time. Xiaoran cleaned up the entire Qingfeng Garden. The men were almost killed by him cleanly, leaving only the women who have little combat power. The only man is Xia Chuchu's grandfather. Xiaoran sent Guo Meiyao to live in the public house as well, so that it is convenient for him to unify the management. As for Xia Chuchuqiu, how to trick this girl? Previously it was because her grandfather died and was taken advantage of by Xiao Ran, but Xiao Ran can't let her grandfather die again because of this, right? Ordinary people are nothing, but Grandpa Xia is a veteran. Xiao Ran is still quite respectful. This bottom line cannot be broken. It doesn't matter, he's so powerful, he still can't fool a little girl? Chapter 484, Accelerating Progress. Killing Chang Yingxiong and absorbing his psychic ability, although only a small amount of one, but there are still side effects. Xiao Ran had to go to solve it. There's no way around it, is there? Not to mention, Guo Meiyao is worthy of being in the show business, although at first her face was green, but in a few minutes she adjusted to it, and sweetly called out husband, brother, as long as Xiao Ran is happy. It's not like she can't call her father, TSK, TSK. As long as Xiao Ran is happy, it's not impossible to call him dad, TSK, TSK. Xiao Ran went to the Xia family again, left some supplies, and showed a little bit of supernatural ability, and as expected, Xia Chuchu, this girl, immediately glowing eyes, already interested in him. Oh, when a woman is interested in a certain man, this is a good start, and then strike the iron while it's hot for a few moments, you can almost take the person down. Hey, their own women naturally one cannot let go. Xiao Ran calculated, now it will be quite a while before that crazy woman from 114 kills over, and he will not give her this chance at all. Later on, he will go to the West Mountain, and take care of this group of crazy people. At this time, the sky had already darkened. This naturally could not be difficult for Xiao Ran. Anyway, now the day and night is a foggy fog, what's the difference? He came to the Western Mountain. After turning around, Lu Yong and the others will never be able to appear in this world again. It's just that. Inevitably, he absorbed a few more copies of the alien energy and had side effects again. Alas, it really isn't me who is horny. Xiao Ran mumbled as he rushed back to Qingfeng Garden. Guo Big Star and the others naturally received another stormy baptism, but Xiao Ran would not treat them poorly. Steaming and tasty food was brought out, and the 7 women were all too eager to call their dads on the spot. In a flash, another night passed. Xiao Ran naturally elevated himself first. Today's luck was very good. Xiao Ran obtained a ball of strange substance that was 2,100 copies. It wasn't his greatest harvest, but it could be ranked second, which was also very okay. Xiao Ran went around the Xia family again to strengthen Xia Chuchu's impression before returning to the Zhoufu neighborhood. Today, that island country killer would come over. Unlike the last time, Xiao Ran did not kill this female assassin after she was rightly killed, but made Akai Sakari submissive with her terrifying strength. This is a nation of people who are afraid of softness. When Xiao Ran showed his inhuman strength, Akai Sakari naturally behaved like a kitten. Xiao Ran didn't really care about her so much, but this time he was preparing to go to the island country early, and having such a translator who was proficient in Chinese and Japanese was still quite good. Xiao Ran also let her begin to evolve. Counting the time. It seems like there is nothing he needs to do. Then wait, Su Qingmei is coming soon. Xiao Ran used the sapling to fish for exotic substances every day, and in a flash, 10 days had passed, and he had gained a total of 8,000 supernormal capabilities. How terrifying was that? His total number of exotic abilities had reached 14,921. It's only been 19 days since the end of the world, and last time, he would have to go to the police station tomorrow to meet that mutant Era, and only then would he realize that there are other supernormal abilities and beasts out there. But now, he was already a 10,000 part big brother. The last time the number 1 person in the bright side of Huaxia was only at the 10,000 copies level until he died. Strong and invincible. The Hanyan girls had also completed their evolution, and even though they started early this time, the result was no different from last time. Those who should have awakened their powers still did, and the types of powers remained completely unchanged. Boom! The movement of a crashing car came and Xiao Ran knew that Su Qingmei had arrived. He immediately ran out with a spatial exchange and stood at the side of the prison car. The car door opened, and 9 women stumbled out from inside. Su Qingmei is here. The corner of Xiao Ran's mouth hooked into a smile that was evil. Ha! Upon seeing Xiao Ran, the 9 women were taken aback. In the midst of such bitterly cold weather, Xiao Ran was actually only wearing a thin fall coat. Nuts! Xiao Ran was simply too lazy to talk nonsense, and with a wipe of his hand, except for Su Qingmei, the 8 women simultaneously fell to the ground with their heads tilted and their bodies soft. Su Qingmei almost exclaimed in shock, but her reaction was faster. Her gun was already in her hand, aiming at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran smiled, shoot. Su Qingmei took a deep breath to calm herself down and said in a deep voice, "Do you think I don't dare?" Xiao Ran took a step forward. Stop! Su Qingmei shouted, if you dare to move one more step, I will absolutely shoot. Xiao Ran laughed and continued to move forward. Su Qingmei gritted her teeth and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 In Xiao Ran's field of vision, a yellow bullet flew over, as if time had slowed down, and he calmly struck out, one after another, all grasping them in his hands. Su Qingmei had already emptied the magazine, but was horrified to realize that Xiao Ran was still standing in place in a good way. Even. Xiao Ran's grasping hand opened, and he saw a handful of bullets clanking on the ground. She was appalled beyond measure. Xiao Ran smiled, no need to be nervous, my name is Xiao Ran, I've actually known you for a long time, your name is Su Qingmei, you broke out of prison this time to look for your sister, and also, your sister's name is Su Xinla, and she's currently studying at the University of Suzhou. Su Qingmei looked at him dumbfounded, her face full of incredulity. Xiao Ran smiled faintly, I have a car, I can take you to Su City. Saying that, he raised his hand and the Mercedes Big G appeared out of thin air. Su Qingmei's mouth once again opened into an O shape. Get in the car, what are you waiting for? Xiao Ran got into the driver's seat. Su Qingmei froze for a moment, but still gritted her teeth and got into the passenger seat. Seatbelt please fasten. Xiao Ran started the engine but did not step on the gas. Su Qingmei pulled the seatbelt and fastened it, and immediately felt Xiao Ran's gaze sweep across her chest. She had large breasts, so being strangled by the seatbelt was not too conspicuous. However, she was not in the mood to pay attention to it at all, but instead asked in a deep voice, how did you know my identity and guessed what I was going to do? If I say that I am the one who came back from the future, and that everything I know about you guys was told to me by you, do you believe me? Xiao Ran asked rhetorically. Su Qingmei just laughed coldly. You think I would believe that? Do you think this is a sci-fi movie? Xiao Ran slammed on the brakes, but Su Qingmei just microwaved as the car wasn't driving fast in the first place, and he pointed out the window, look. Look at what? Su Qingmei looked over, while Xiao Ran threw Yu Jiaqing's corpse onto the snow. Su Qingmei was still fiercely surprised to see him change something out of thin air once again, but after seeing what the corpse looked like, she opened her small mouth to a rounded circle. Yu Jiaqing, the culprit who caused you to go to jail, and the old beast who said that he wanted your sister to bear a son for him, I have already slaughtered it for you. Xiao Ran laughed, there is no need to thank me, in the future you are supposed to be my woman, dare to hit my woman's idea, if you don't kill him do you still keep him for the new year? Su Qingmei pondered for a moment, you said that you are returning from the future, or my man, then do you know if there is a red mole on my chest? Chapter 485, The Man Who Returned from the Future. Xiao Ran laughed out loud and grabbed Su Qingmei from the passenger seat, his current strength was so terrifying that he could carry up a building, not to mention a person in the district. In Su Qingmei's panic, he bit her ear and said, you don't have a red mole on your chest, however, you do have a black mole here. Being pressed by his hand so far below her belly, Su Qingmei was however truly stunned. Not only you, but also your sister. Xiao Ran leisurely said, the red mole you mentioned grows on Su Xinla's chest, to be precise, it's this location. He pressed on Su Qingmei's chest again. Also, there's another birthmark on her thigh, only the size of a fingernail. Su Qingmei was trembling all over. Because Xiao Ran was absolutely right. Could it be that this man really came back from the future? But according to him, she and her sister were actually sharing one person? She could not help but her face turn white. Xiao Ran said, why will both of our sisters follow you? Su Qingmei asked in a deep voice, she was the most calm one among Xiao Ran's women. Tenacious in will, she was quite the soldier. Here. Xiao Ran pointed out the window, now this world is completely having to be weak and strong, you two sisters are so long and beautiful, no matter whose hands you fall into, how will you end up, do you need me to elaborate? And me, sure, I'm no good, I'll admit that, but I can provide you with everything you want and give you a life of unparalleled abundance. Come on, you can test me on what you want, big time. Su Qingmei pondered for a moment, I want a watermelon. Xiao Ran laughed and took out a dongtai exploding melon from the foreign space and handed it over. I know that your favorite food is durian, and your sister's favorite is mangosteen, but this watermelon's skin is thin and juicy and sweet, so you can try it. Saying that, he also changed into a fruit knife. Su Qingmei couldn't help but have her will shaken. You have countless supplies? She asked. Xiao Ran nodded, not bad, Before the end of the world I purchased more than 3 billion supplies, all of which were stowed away in my carry-on space. How many supplies do you think I have? Hiss. Su Qingmei bit her lips. There was no way for her not to believe it now. If Xiao Ran was really someone who had returned from the future, then what was so unusual about him hoarding a large pile of supplies? He could be forewarned. Her heart was decisive and she immediately made a decision. If you help me find my sister, we'll follow you. In the midst of such a post-apocalyptic world, there should be no better choice than following such an unforeseen person. Xiao Ran spread a smile. It's a deal. He drove, although he could easily make it to Su University without a car. Su Qingmei couldn't, and he had to bring Su Xinla and Zhou Yunsa back together later. Well, there was also Teacher Yu, so since he had gone there, let's take care of all of them at once. Su Qingmei was silent for a while and suddenly asked, why did you come back from the future? Worthy of being you, really calm. Xiao Ran nodded. In the future, 8 months to be exact, there will be aliens coming to our world, killing all of our cities, almost all of our survivors in just a split second, and I came back from that point in time. What? Su Qingmei opened her mouth. Wouldn't that be the end of the world? Since that was the case, what difference did it make if you died later or earlier? Humans could only survive for a maximum of 8 months anyway. Xiao Ran laughed. Last time was last time, this time is this time. I will finish off all of these green-haired bastards. It wasn't that he was bragging, his latest ability had granted him incomparably terrifying growth, and coupled with the time ability, if it could be developed, then he wouldn't be allowed to be invincible if he didn't want to be invincible. Before Su Qingmei could think carefully about his words, he suddenly pointed ahead. Be careful. The road in front was impassable, covered with strewn cars. It was blocked to death. Xiao Ran, however, did not step on the brakes but laughed. Let's show you what you men are capable of. He waved his hand through the window, and boom, 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 the cars in front of him all squeezed to both sides. Hard to make a road. Su Qingmei looked dumbfounded, as if admiring a miracle in general. Xiao Ran was very satisfied with her performance and laughed. Are you so surprised that you can't keep your mouth shut? Then what if I were like this? He opened his spatial domain and Big G flew straight up. Heaven! Heaven! Su Qingmei was finally completely convinced and her gaze towards Xiao Ran became very complicated. Today was her first meeting with Xiao Ran, but the other party said that he had known her for a long time, and was even her man, and had revealed the secrets of her body that only she should know. Coupled with such a miraculous means, how great was the impact on her? Unfortunately, it would be good if this man was hers alone. Thinking of this, she hastily cursed herself for being selfish. Shouldn't such a man be given to her sister? She actually thought of herself first. Xiao Ran still lowered Big G to the ground, although he could now maintain the spatial domain for 30 minutes, but just pretending. Did he need to consume his powers so much? Before long, they arrived at the east campus of SUU. Xiao Ran drove straight in and stopped in front of the cafeteria. Zanara is here? Su Qingmei asked. She now believed Xiao Ran at least 99%. Xiao Ran shook his head. In another cafeteria. However, there is someone here who has to be slaughtered first. He walked in and walked out not more than half a minute later and got into the car. Depart. Another alien energy absorbed. It didn't matter though, when he got out of the car there would be 4 girls. He drove to the second cafeteria, and Su Qingmei immediately got out of the car and ran towards the cafeteria. Zanara! She shouted. Sister? Sister! Su Xinla was first stunned and immediately greeted her from inside. Xiao Ran also slowly walked in, only to see that the Su sisters were still hugging each other as they did last time, and this time, if Songhui did not go out to look for food, his eyes darted around Su Qingmei's body, and the corners of his mouth hooked into a faint smile. This beauty was also his. Xiao Ran coughed and said, since the person has been found, let's go. Su Qingmei nodded and hurriedly pulled Su Xinla's hand. Xinla, let's go. Su Xinla naturally listened to her sister and was about to take a step, but how could Songhui be willing to let her go? He wanted both of them. Slow. He stopped over. You can't leave. He felt that he was really too kind, raising these people for days without actually making any demands. Not in the future. If you want him to keep them, then you have to pay the price. A physical price. I've raised you for so many days, can't you just say leave? He said coldly. Su Xinla couldn't believe it and said, Songhui, what are you trying to do? Do what? Songhui laughed out loud. After eating and drinking from me, you have to sleep with me. He stared at Su Xinla, no longer hiding his bearish lust. Chapter 486, adding 5 more people. How much food did she eat? Xiao Ran asked. I'll return it for her. He casually waved his hand, and a large amount of instant noodles, cookies, and water suddenly appeared on the ground. This. Changing food out of thin air? The crowd all stared with wide eyes, looking like they had seen a ghost. Song Hui, on the other hand, frowned. You're also an alien. Changing supplies out of thin air, this is spatial ability. He immediately revealed a haughty look again. Spatial ability can only be used as a warehouse at best, and can it be used for combat? So, did you come over to deliver supplies to me? Then thank you very much. Song Hui completely did not take Xiao Ran to heart. To send an ice pick to kill Xiao Ran explosive equipment, the results of his ice pick shot, but like a mud cow into the sea, did not set off a little wave. What's going on? His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Xiao Ran smiled faintly, reached out and pressed his hand. Space compression was activated. Snap, Song Hui was compressed into a bloody cake. Forget about this supernatural ability, I don't want it. Xiao Ran swept his gaze and saw Zhou Yunsu, who was already glowing with beauty and walking forward. He could not help but smile. Are you planning to follow me? Brother is really powerful. I haven't even said it yet, brother guessed it. Zhou Yunsu had an adoring gaze, starting to perform awe. Xiao Ran laughed. How could there not be this little green tea in the harem? Come on. Xiao Ran beckoned. Zhou Yunsu walked over somewhat confused. Her tea skills had not been utilized yet. How come Xiao Ran already wanted to take herself away? Sister. Su Xinla hurriedly arched Su Qingmei. This is your boyfriend, but he actually flirted with another woman in front of you, even the one she hated the most, Zhou Yunsu. Don't you care? Su Qingmei smiled bitterly. How could she care? She hadn't even known Xiao Ran for more than 3 hours. However, with a movement in her heart, she asked Su Xinla, who is she? Zhou Yunsu, always against me, annoying as hell. Su Zanera said without a trace of anger. It was really her. Su Qingmei was a bit bewildered. Xiao Ran really came back from the future? Let's go. She pulled her sister's hand. They got on the Big G, but Xiao Ran did not drive back to the Zhoufu neighborhood first, but headed for the teaching building. There was still one more chick. That was Teacher Yu, who could make Xiao Ran's brother stand up. Now that Song Hui is dead, there is no way to force Huang Lingqing to sell his fiancée, so he has to be the bad guy. He let Su Qingmei 3 girls in the car waiting for him. Anyway, open enough air conditioning, Big G, and was modified. The warmth effect is bar, do not have to worry about freezing to death. He also left some food and water for the 3 girls to pad their stomachs first, and drove the car under the school building. He got out, and a space exchange brought him to the outside of a certain office. Yu Nuatong was here. He knocked on the door. Is anyone there? Who? A man's voice came from inside. Huang Lingcheng. Boom. Xiao Ran kicked the locked door open, only to see that Huang Lingcheng was about to walk over, but was scared back by the door of the room that was suddenly kicked open. Instead, Yu Nuatong bravely took a few steps forward. What do you want to do? Take you away. Xiao Ran laughed. To make a long story short, I am a super warrior who came back from the future, and you are my woman. Bullshit, what future warrior? Do you really think that a natural disaster has struck and you've entered a sci-fi movie? Huang Lingcheng scolded. Xiao Ran smiled faintly and gently raised his hand. The desk on the side flew up out of thin air. Holy shit! Huang Lingcheng opened his mouth wide with a look of seeing a ghost. Mr. Huang, you now have 2 choices. One is to let me have your fiancé, or I will kill you. Take your pick. Xiao Ran said directly. After saying that, he clenched his right hand and boom, the desk shattered into pieces. It was made of solid wood. Huang Lingcheng directly looked dumbfounded. If Xiao Ran would use such a tactic on himself. He couldn't help but cower and couldn't help but say, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." Although he did not directly say what choice he made, but such words of pleading for mercy were also equal to making a choice. Yu Nuatong only felt that she was viciously stabbed in the back, and couldn't help but turn red in the face, which was out of anger. However, she had always disliked this fiancé's behavior. If not for being softened up by Huang Lingcheng's father, she wouldn't have agreed to be engaged to Huang Lingcheng, but being stabbed in the back like this, she naturally broke off with Huang Lingcheng. Come on, Teacher Yu. Xiao Ran threw out a small stone, the spatial exchange was unleashed, and the next moment Yu Nuatong appeared in his arms. The spatial domain opened up and swoosh, the next moment he appeared in the stairwell, and as his single thought crossed his mind, Huang Lingqing snapped and fell to the ground, his lifespan severed. Let go of me! Let go of me! Yu Nuotong struggled violently. Xiaoran ignored it and carried Yu Nuotong out of the school building and directly into the car before throwing Yu Nuotong into the back row. Teacher Yu! Su Xinlai and Zhou Yunsu called out at the same time. Xiaoran smiled faintly. Good, everyone is here, go home. On the way, Xiaoran talked about his future warrior identity, and also pointed out the private features of Su Xinlan, Zhou Yunsu, and Yu Nuotong's bodies, as well as the secrets that they had never told anyone else, causing the three girls to be skeptical. Xiaoran then showed a little bit of supernatural ability. The three girls on the degree of belief in these words naturally increased by a few %. With the girls back to the villa, Xiaoran is not in a hurry to feast. Are his people? Why rush for a moment? Counting, how many girls are still missing? There are also police officer Jiang, Xia Chuchukyu, Lu lawyer, Tu Xinyue, the rest will have to go to Haidu. Well, as far as Officer Jiang has to be brought back in a hurry, Xia Chuchu has already begun her strategy, and Lu Law and 2XANU can still hold out for a long time, so let them be educated by the end of the world for a while first, there's no rush to let them come over. Then tomorrow, go find Jiang Yuzuning. According to the timeline of the last time, he did go to the police station tomorrow as well. Then go there tomorrow. After a lot of nonsense, Xiaoran just ate the passionate little green tea, and after one night, he started to fish for strange substances. Day. Xiaoran was pleasantly surprised, because today there was a big mass of exotic material near the sapling's rooting place. If this mass is in hand, it is estimated that there must be 8,000 or even 10,000 copies. Harry. Scent. Xiaoran was patient and waited for the strange substance to float closer, and then used his roots to hook it. It was in his hand. He retreated back, and all of a sudden, he was baptized with amazing foreign energy. More than 9,800 copies. Xiaoran revealed a smile. Now his alien energy was close to 25,000 copies. When he had wiped out the Black Dragon Society gang, his alien energy was just like that. Departure, go to the police station and pick up police officer Jiang. In just half a day, Xiaoran returned. There was naturally one more person by his side. Police officer Jiang. Chapter 487, Visiting the Island Again. It can be done. Tomorrow we will go to Haidu, destroy the Black Dragon Society in advance, bring back Shu Ruwaji and the foreign girl, and then we will go to the island country. In the morning, Xiaoran went fishing for strange substances as usual. This time the luck is not too good, only caught 1,000 copies, but as the root of the sapling is getting longer and longer, fishing range is also getting bigger and bigger, no doubt his harvest will also be bigger and bigger. Xiaoran went to Haidu. The space exchange was constantly activated, each time it could advance 100 meters, and the number of times it could be used per day was a staggering 2,400, which meant that he could travel up to 240 kilometers by the space exchange, while Sioux City to Haidu was less than 100 kilometers. A few minutes later, Xiaoran arrived at Haidu. He appeared at the entrance of the neighborhood occupied by the Black Dragon Society. This group of islanders were very ruthless. Just after discovering that the poison hail could give humans psychic abilities, they uniformly started to evolve, and as a result, 90% of them died, and now they had apparently started, because Xiaoran had seen Ondajiri and his group. Incredibly familiar. The battle with Ondajiri back then was arguably the toughest battle Xiaoran had ever experienced, and as a result it had also cost Wu Shanglong his life, but now well. He smiled and walked into the neighborhood. Dozens of little devils surrounded him, all of them sneering. Chinese pig? How dare you run here? Get him! The little devils began to charge. The little devils began to fall. The little devils began to retreat. This naturally drew out Odajiri and the other bigwigs, but the end of the world had only entered the 21st day. Even the strongest Odajiri only had 9 copies of his powers, and it was not known if he had gotten them from killing people or from golden snowflakes. Xiaoran didn't care at all. Chinese, why are you on a killing spree here? Ondajiri questioned. China and the island have always had a good relationship. Now that the natural disaster is here, shouldn't we join hands to get through it? Well said, don't say it next time. Xiaoran nodded. Since the relationship between the two countries is so good, give me your daughter to use? Baka. Odajiri originally wanted to paralyze Xiaoran, pretending to invite Xiaoran in to talk, and then take the opportunity to poison, sneak attack, and surround him, but he didn't expect Xiaoran to directly speak evilly about him, clearly wanting to tear his face off and make a move. Huh, that's a breakthrough? Xiaoran laughed and the space exchange was activated, and in the next instant there was one more person in his arms. Ondajiri's daughter. With a thought from Xiaoran's mind, the woman became a light pig. You asshole! Ondajiri was furious. Where could he hold back? He drew his sword and rushed over. Xiaoran shook his head. You're here raping and pillaging and wreaking havoc on our women. What? Your daughter is innocent when it's her turn. He shook his head and casually flung his hand. Ondajiri's daughter was then thrown out, snapped, and smashed against the wall, instantly turning into a blur of blood and flesh. Ah! Ondajiri was furious. He only had this one daughter, although with the strength of his current bodily functions, it was still possible to give birth to offspring, but the possibility was very, very small. The offspring was broken. He was very heartbroken for his daughter. All the islanders here had been forced to evolve, but not his daughter and wife. Instead, he had falsely claimed that they had failed to evolve, and anyway, he was the ringleader, so who dared to question him? And now, the daughter was smashed alive in front of her face. Death comes. He swung his sword. Xiaoran smiled faintly, and boom, all the islanders died with their heads exploding. He walked all the way through, as if the god of death was reaping. This was good. Wu Shanglong didn't have to die. Xiaoran slaughtered all the islanders, and took out Shen Mingfei and Zhang Yuankai, and directly snatched Xu Ruoji and the foreign girls, and brought them back to Sioux City. He was not in the mood to collect them again according to the normal timeline. Mainly, many of them were slaughtered by him in advance, which had already seriously affected the timeline last time. Xiaoran did not care. He was already strong enough. What did he care about breaking the last timeline? He returned to Sioux City in the night and took another careful reckoning. There really wasn't anything else to do for the time being, right? Go to the Hiu country and transplant that evolution fruit tree. Xiaoran immediately set off and traveled lightly to the villa area occupied by Yuan Xingqiang. Sure enough, this person has already moved here, and the fruit tree has also been planted over. Xiaoran naturally nonchalantly killed and transplanted the evolutionary fruit tree to the Qingfeng garden. In this way, the women could eat one fruit in turn, and could have 100 copies of the alien ability at the early stage of the end times. How awesome is this? Okay, let's set off for the island. There is also the old mold, and the generation of eagles, Gaul, Yiddish. Fun places to go. He moved all the women to the Qingfeng garden overnight. The spatial domain is open, moving is of course an easy thing. As a result, the Chang family mansion in the Clear Wind Garden immediately became lively. The ladies were all speechless. This fellow was actually so philandering. How many days had it been since the natural disaster started, and he had actually collected so many extremely beautiful women? Xiao of course used the future warrior argument. It's really not that he's a womanizer, but he's compressed the process, but it still made the women roll their eyes. You've already said that you've come back from 8 months, and you've soaked up so many girls in just this amount of time, and you're still saying that you aren't a womanizer? Xiaoran naturally sidetracked the topic. After he left enough food and energy, he took a kaisakari and set off. Island beauties, here I come. Xiaoran was looking forward to it. The last time he went to the island country, the point in time was too late. The result was that, except for Mayano Yaname and Horita Shi, they were either being escorted by a strong person, or they were strong themselves, or else they didn't know how many hands they passed through, and they would have long since been played out. What do you recommend? Where do we go for our first stop? Xiaoran asked. Akaisakari thought seriously for a while and said, I am a member belonging to the Night Wind Group. The Night Wind Group is divided into 2 parts. One is the killing department, the second is the maid department. The killing department is the killers, and the maid department specializes in cultivating beautiful women, and will be cultivated from a young age, and learns how to please and serve men. The maid department is in a secret base, all female members, and there is a large amount of food and water stocked up there, enough to eat for a month. It's only been 21 days since we entered the end times, and all of these people are definitely not dead. Xiaoran nodded happily. TSK, this end is a nest, I like it. He opened his spatial domain and began to instantly move. The current domain only had a pathetic 49-meter radius. The diameter was even 100 meters. Well, this was the limit distance for one instantaneous movement. Xiaoran had already pressed the interval time to 0.5 seconds, and the speed in seconds was 200 meters, which was not yet more than the speed of sound. Alas! Spare me, the speed has reached 720 kilometers per hour. How long does it take to arrive at Nagasaki on the island from the vicinity of Haidu? In total, it was just over 800 kilometers, a little over an hour. However, Xiaoran took 2 hours to reach Nagasaki. It was because he had rested on the way. The alien energy consumption was still very high. After all, he only had 20,000 copies of total alien energy now, not as much as the 200,000 plus copies he had during his strongest period before. He found a hotel and prepared to rest for a while, waiting for dawn to act again, not realizing that there were actually quite a few living people in the hotel. After all, this visit to the island was only the 21st day of the end times, and most people were still able to survive. Xiao Ran swept with his spatial perception and could not help but reveal an evil smile. The scenes in island romance action movies can be experienced in person. Chapter 488 Wantonly Wasted. Xiao Ran did an extremely simple thing. He took out the hot pot and began to cook it. The hot pot and the barbecue, both of which had an incomparably strong fragrance that could float up to 10 miles away. As the hot pot poofed and boiled, the scent also drifted to every corner of the hotel. At once, so many people couldn't help themselves, opening their doors and following the scent. The first batch of people who appeared were 4 men who didn't look like good people at first glance, and actually wore suits, but outside the suits were thick blankets, which made them look out of place. This is the island gangsters, right? Xiao Ran could see clearly that 2 of them had tattoos in their necks. Well, there were also on their backs and asses, which he saw through his spatial perception, and they were also carrying knives, one for each of them. Fondue. There's actually fondue now? We're rich. The 4 people immediately surrounded over, not putting Xiao Ran, the master, in their eyes at all, and were about to squeeze him out and hog the spot. Clank. Akai Sakari drew her dagger with a murderous look. Those 4 men were not the least bit flustered. One of them ruffled the sheet and slapped it, saying, "Chick, we have daggers too." His eyes flashed with greed. Wait for the food to be full and then give this chick. He. This person is really good, sending food and also sending beautiful women. Akai Sakari, however, did not withdraw her hand, but stabbed over with her dagger. She is an assassin, trained from childhood to kill, cold weapons, hot weapons, she is good at it. Poof. A dagger stabbed over, and blood was seen spraying. One of the 4 was pierced through the neck by her dryly, blood spurting out, and that person also wailed and fell to the ground, constantly flailing his hands and feet as if he was having a seizure. Baka. Seeing this, the remaining 3 men realized that although the woman in front of them was pretty, her hands were also very impressive, and they all drew their swords and slashed at Akai Sakari. Compared to enjoyment, it was obvious that their own lives were more valuable. Akai Sakari was not afraid in the slightest, and fought with these 3 people. It should be known that she was now a psychic, physical type. Although she only had a quantity of 1 portion, her strength exceeded that of an ordinary person by 10 times, and coupled with the training she had received since she was a child, she was now a complete humanoid weapon. Poof. Put. Poof. Within a few moments, the 3 men were likewise stabbed in the neck and lay on the ground. As if they were fish, they flopped around for a while, and eventually died from excessive bleeding. At this time, more and more people came over from various floors. There were both men and women, but basically no young or old. They all stared at the hot pot with greedy eyes, swallowing their saliva non-stop. If it was not for the 4 corpses lying right on the ground, it was estimated that they would have rushed up to snatch the food. Xiao Ran smiled faintly and said, "It's easy to want to eat, just sleep with me, but don't look ugly." Akai Sakari immediately translated for him. In fact, as soon as Xiao Ran opened his mouth, these islanders revealed a look of contempt, and after listening to Akai Sakari, each one of them was furious. A lowly Chinese actually wanted to sleep with the beauty of their Shaowei nation? Dream on. Naturally, a man took the lead and coldly said, "Kill him, and this food will be ours." Good. They all came down with weapons. There were fruit knives. There were also those who dismantled the table and sharpened one of the table legs to act as a short gun. There were also those who held a pan. In short, no one came here empty-handed. Since the end of the world, the good and naive people had long since died out. These people rushed up, but soon all stopped in their tracks. Because Xiao Ran pulled out a pistol. Fake it. Someone said in a trembling voice. Xiao Ran couldn't understand, but he could guess it, and raised his hand to fire a shot. Bang! The person fell on his back, while a bloody hole was added to his forehead. Ah! This triggered a cry of surprise, but the weird thing was that not many people actually ran away. It was too hungry. If they didn't eat again, they would starve to death alive. It had come to this, what else did they have to be afraid of? With just a moment's hesitation, the first woman stepped forward. "I'll sleep with you." No. The man on the side immediately yelled, "Keiko, you can't do that." The woman didn't even look at him and just walked towards the hot pot. Xiaoran took a look at her. Not bad, 70 points look, in fact, has not entered his eyes, but who let this as an island girl? Play. Xiaoran smiled, made a pleased posture. The woman immediately sat down joyfully, picked up the chopsticks, clip a piece of meat into the hot pot, hot up, to the aroma of the meat out, into the mouth. She was so excited that she trembled. She really thought that she would never be able to eat meat again in her life, let alone a steaming hot slice of meat. With her demonstration, it naturally drew more women to follow suit. "I'll sleep with you." "I'll sleep with you too." One by one, the women enthusiastically came over, all looking at Xiaoran with eager eyes. Xiaoran picked and chose. The passing line for a beautiful woman is 60 points, so how can he reach 60 points to play around, especially the island girls? He didn't have too high requirements, but at least they must be beautiful women. He picked out 11, the other even if, either old or ugly, or body deformation. 11 women surrounded the hot pot. You took a bite and I took a bite, you pushed me and I shoved, almost overturning the hot pot. Xiaoran didn't care at all and just watched them in such a sorry state. After eating for more than an hour, these women were finally full, and each one of them was full of heart. Xiaoran smiled slightly. "So let's start the activities." The night passed. Xiaoran only slept for an hour because he was busy. In the morning, he first used the sapling to fish a strange substance. The harvest was good, 1,500 copies, and then he left with Akai Sakari. Akai Sakari said that the secret base, not far from Nagasaki, more than 100 kilometers to the north to arrive. Xiaoran all the way leisurely walked past, see people kill, as if the devil. Akai Sakari had no reaction. Not to say that she has completely submitted to Xiaoran, even if not, how much conscience and patriotism can be expected from an assassin? Besides, she is not a purebred little life, her father is a moldy countryman, and she is also proud of this bloodline, so even if Xiaoran said that he would blow up the island, I guess she would at most marvel at Xiaoran's ability. It was only the 22nd day of the end times, and most people were still able to tenaciously survive, but Xiaoran had traveled all the way through without leaving a single living soul behind. It was a pity that the internet was broken now, or else how nice it would be to be able to proclaim his murderous reputation. Being regarded as a demon by the small days, that would naturally make him a hero in Huaxia. 2 hours later, Xiaoran and Akai Sakari arrived in front of a manor. The secret base had arrived. Chapter 489, Night Wind Group, May Department. The defense here was very strict. The outer wall was not only very high, but also had barbed wire tied to it and high voltage electricity. Of course, now that the electricity is cut off, naturally there is no more high voltage current. Just with today's weather conditions, who would run to such a deserted place? This place is really deserted. Within a radius of 10 kilometers are all mountains. In the middle of the end of the world, there is no cars and other means of transportation. It is possible for someone to come here? So, does it matter if the barbed wire fence is still connected to high voltage electricity? Xiaoran swept with his spatial perception, and the corner of his mouth could not help but reveal a smirk. There are people inside, so many living people, and all of them are big beautiful women. He. With a thought, he had already brought Akai Sakari into the manor. Behind the gate, there was a huge garden, and at the end of it was an extremely large European-style castle, 6 stories high, and it was estimated that there were at least 50 rooms on each floor, so the entire building was actually 4 square, and in the center was another garden. In the entire castle, there were almost 200 people, basically young and beautiful women. There were some others who were also female, but they were much older. This is the Night Wind Group's May Department, which is used to train mistresses for high-ranking officials, island officials, and other people in the country. They train mistresses for the top officials and tycoons of the island, and then use these mistresses to pass back information or blow pillows to help the Night Wind Group gain huge profits in business. Xiaoran TSK, if it was so powerful, shouldn't this Night Wind Group be the richest force in the island country? How did it become Tanyui International? Forget it, why do I care so much? I'm here to play with island girls, and when I'm almost done, I'll blow up Mount Fuji again. When he passed through the garden, Xiaoran realized that some people in the castle saw him and Akai Sakari. Even, some people took out their guns and were aiming. Akai Sakari was an assassin, and was most sensitive to danger, plus now that she had also become an alien, she realized that something was wrong at the first time and said, "Master, there is danger." Xiaoran smiled faintly, "It's fine, keep going." Bang! At this moment, it was a bullet that hit. The bullet was even faster than the speed at which sound traveled. Sniper rifle. Xiao Ran was calm and unperturbed as he casually picked it. There was a bullet in his hand. It was hot and scalding, but he was now quenched and cleansed by his supernatural energy, and his physical quality was so high that it was perverted, but such a temperature only caused him to feel a slight trace of heat. He looked up, his eyes pointing straight at a certain window. That sniper was horrified and shocked, only to realize that Xiao Ran's gaze was looking straight at him. After being so far away, and me hiding behind a window, how did you see me? In shock, she was about to fire the second shot. However, this was the last thought in her life. Death. The bullet in Xiao Ran's hand had already disappeared. He had just flicked it that way. The bullet had gained a speed far beyond the chamber under space compression, and had directly exploded the sniper's head. He walked to the gate of the castle without haste. However, the gate was tightly closed, obviously not welcoming him. Ha! Xiao Ran casually waved his hand and the gate opened. Under the spatial realm, what door shall not be open to him? He and Akai Sakari walked in, only to see that a large number of people were already standing in the lobby, none of them looking at the two of them with an expression filled with wariness. Ha, you're Akai. A woman in her 40s stared at Akai Sakari, suddenly lining up the crowd. I remember you. I remember you. Akai Sakari bowed to the other woman, Matsushita-sensei. She did spend some time in the Mei division when she was younger, but was soon wanted by the killing division for her dexterity, and has been on a completely different path in life ever since. Matsushita-sensei's name was Kaoru Matsushita, and she frowned as she said, "Don't you know that it's strictly forbidden for men to set foot here?" Akai Sakari laughed out loud. Teacher Matsushita, what time is it now? It's questionable whether the Night Wind Group still exists or not, and you still want to work for the Night Wind Group. Besides, the one standing in front of you is my master. My great master wants this place, wants everything here, that's your honor. Why don't you quickly kneel down and pay your respects? Hearing her finish, the women were all incredulous. You actually dare to betray the organization? Kaoru Matsushita shouted angrily. The others responded, all glaring angrily at Akai Sakari. Xiao Ran couldn't understand what they were gabbing about, but he didn't need to care at all, and with a thought, his entire body was already flying in the air. Heavens! Seeing this scene, all the women were shocked beyond measure, and some of them directly fell to their knees. God! They had seen a living god. Xiao Ran smiled faintly and said, I said, let there be light. Instantly, a bright ball of light appeared above the lobby, blazing out thousands of rays of light, as if it was a small sun. Akai Sakari immediately translated, or else these silly girls wouldn't have known what their master was talking about. I said, have food. Xiao Ran added. Immediately, a large amount of food appeared on the ground, still steaming hot, with meat and vegetables, soups and casseroles, as well as a large amount of fresh fruits. Gosh! These women didn't even need Akai Sakari to translate to guess what Xiao Ran was saying. More people kneeled down. In front of the miracle, the organization's brainwashing immediately collapsed. Xiao Ran nodded and smiled, it was too easy. However, there are a few middle-aged women who are still unruly, their eyes are still rolling, obviously not good intentions, these are time bombs. With a wave of Xiao Ran's hand, these few women flew up. Those who disrespect me are blasphemous, die. Boom, these few women immediately turned into a rain of blood and fused into a ball. Xiao Ran waved his hand again and swoosh, this large ball of blood disappeared into thin air. The women cringed, increasing their awe even more. They had actually been brainwashed all along, it was just that they were taught to serve and sell their lives for the organization, but having already been brainwashed, it was really easy to re-brainwash them, for example, like Xiao Ran, who had directly shifted their allegiance after displaying a power like that of a god. Xiao Ran dropped his form and let these women divide up that food. At once, the women were all rejoicing. Although there was an extremely large amount of food stocked up here, they had eaten so much over so many days, and the main thing was that they were all tired of eating the same food every day. And what kind of food is there in the island? Now that the Chinese food was in front of them, which one was not drooling straight away? Xiao Ran, on the other hand, received the tablet handed over by Akai Sakari, which had everyone's information on it. There were a total of 201 names on the roster, which matched perfectly with the 201 young women here, and the Mei department also categorized these women into 3, 6, 9 grades according to their quality, and there was only one person in the first grade, named Furukawa Unai. Xiao Ran flipped through her information, and just by looking at the photo, he couldn't help but be moved. This woman's face value was completely not inferior to Mayano Yaname. It was just that Mayano Yaname was a fusion of sensual and sultry, while this woman? It was full of tenderness and weakness, which made people uncontrollably feel pity. Chapter 490, A Popery. This woman as a mistress, which man could stand it? That glance back, Chuchu shung pity, who cannot love? Xiao Ran had some heart clusters floating around, and with a thought, he had already used spatial perception to find Furukawa Unai. Through the screen can only look at the photo, no three-dimensional sense, there is no comparison, but see the real person is different. She is about 174 tall, not to mention that in the island women are considered high, even if put into Europe and the United States to compare also does not show short. The body is really great, comic legs, long and straight, and white glowing, hips and round and curved, to the waist is an exaggerated collection. Let Xiao Ran doubt whether she has done the surgery of extracting the ribs. No, not one of the 24 ribs was missing. Hiss, this figure is a bit absolute. Long hair draped over her shoulders, perfectly fitting the image of a goddess in Xiao Ran's mind. A pretty face was flawless, and the only two who could match her were Xia Chuchu and Mayano Yangming. Xiao Ran is curious, what is the final end of this woman if she was last time? There are few people here, so will she starve to death alive? Or even be shared by other women? After all, she looks beautiful, in the eyes of its women cannot win a trace of good feelings. Master. Furukawa Unai saw Xiao then immediately knelt down and bowed respectfully. This was the etiquette of island women when facing their masters or husbands. Of course, women in modern families wouldn't be like this, only big families would talk about this. Xiao Ran cupped her chin and made her face herself. It was really beautiful and shocking. Cool, extremely cool. Furukawa Unai was originally going to be given to the new prime minister of the island nation. If not for the sudden arrival of the end times, she would have been sent away in 3 more days. Luck. Xiao Ran was idle and opened the tablet to watch it again. The second grade is much more, a total of 9, look at the face value are more than 90 points, and one of the body is hot and charming, the shortest is 165, the highest is 182, the standard modeling body. Xiao Ran decided to let the women here start evolving in a hurry. If they don't evolve now, they will also evolve when the purple moon comes, so why not earlier? 201 people in 10 batches, 1 batch per day, to ensure that Xiao Ran is busy. The main thing is, there are so many girls here, it will take some days for him to play over one by one. Giving all the island girls a brand that belonged to him, Xiao Ran was living like an emperor, and it had to be said that after years of training, these island girls were really great at serving men. Xiao Ran thought that the ancient emperors were just like that. There were a total of 57 people in the 3rd grade, while the 4th grade was 82, and the rest were in the 5th grade, but even in the 5th grade, the face value was about 80 points, and the body was of various types, with G-rated dominatrixes and A-rated scrubs, and it was said that there was quite a market for this type as well. Xiao Ran was left speechless. There were people who liked grade A scrubs too? At least he had no feelings at all. Xiao Ran was enjoying himself here, cool, really cool, every day was never the same. In a flash, 20 days had passed and all the women here were evolved. With Xiao Ran's help, 201 people had 180 successful evolutions, while the remaining 21 were still ordinary. They would have to rely on the golden snowflake, either waiting for the arrival of the purple moon and the evolution of all the people. And Xiao Ran also obtained a full 30,000 copies of alien energy. With the increasing growth of the sapling and the more and more strange substances he hooked into, it was not impossible to obtain 10,000 copies of alien energy a day in the future. Xiao Ran decided to leave. He only took 2 people with him. One was Akai Sakari, which was his interpreter, and the other was Furukawa Yuna. This woman was so delicious and savory that Xiao Ran was very addicted. Where to go next? Akai Sakari suggested it was to Fukuoka, because there was a college friend of hers in Fukuoka who was very, very pretty. Why did she even go to college? Don't killers need to study? Besides, she usually needed an identity for a cover. She and this classmate named Ikotatsu Reina were good friends, or BFFs in domestic terms, and they were inseparable in school, so Akai Sakari was 100% sure that Ikotatsu Reina had never had a boyfriend. Even after graduation, the 2 women are often exchange phone calls, send messages to each other. Ikebana Reina did not say that she fell in love. Therefore, she is still the probability that she is still intact. However, one still had to pray that she hadn't been robbed by some stinky man or sold her body in order to survive. Xiao Ran was somewhat speechless. A killer is a killer, is this how you take care of your girlfriends? However, Akai Sakari perked up. In this world, only the master can give her the best conditions, and since the master is so powerful, it's a blessing for her to be able to look at her. Well, you are very aware and very promising. Xiao Ran was very satisfied. Chapter 491, The Devil is Coming. Xiao Ran set off with Akai Sakari and Furukawa Yuina and headed towards Fukuoka. His current supernatural ability had skyrocketed to 56,000 copies. So, how much faster was he than when he came to the island before? Moreover, these days he had been honing his ability to instantly move in the spatial realm, and the interval before was 0.5 seconds, and now? 0.4 seconds. Don't look at it as just a 0.1 second increase, but it's a 20% increase in speed. Amazing. The three of them quickly arrived in Fukuoka. It wasn't a big city on the island, but it was okay. Akai Sakari guided Xiao Ran forward and soon came to an apartment building. This was where Reina Ikuta lived. I'd been here before, this is it. Akai Sakari said with certainty. Xiao Ran opened his spatial perception and with a sweep, he had already found her best friend. At this moment, she was curled up on the bed, covered with 3 whole quilts. Despite this, she was still shivering. How did she survive? Xiao Ran then took a look at the instant noodle bags and mineral water bottles all over the place and could not help but nod his head. Out of his expectation, the entire building actually had an extremely large number of survivors. The same as Ikebana Reina, the house was littered with garbage. Was this a fucking otaku building? Xiao Ran explained the situation, and Akai Sakari immediately explained, this is normal. The pressure of office workers is too great, even if they have weekends off, at home, they don't want to waste their time on cooking at all, they definitely eat instant noodles to deal with it, and any home will always have a large pile of instant noodles and pure water. However, there would be no way to prepare fruits, fresh vegetables, and the like, and meat would certainly be impossible, so the entire apartment building was filled with people who had vegetable faces. One must know that this was a high-class apartment, with each set measuring around 90 square feet. Which was really big and large and sufficiently high-class when placed in an island country and for an apartment at that. However, the residents here actually kept company with instant noodles and other junk food for a long period of time. The world only saw their glamorous side, but did not know the price they had to pay for it. Xiao Ran naturally could not have any sympathy for the brats, he was just sighing. Go, find your classmates. He laughed. The 3 of them went in, and all the way through, there was no one in the cat's eye who was watching with the door pressed shut, and now there were actually outsiders coming over? You know the weather is so cold and the snow is thick as thieves, where did these 3 people run over? Duh! However, right now, everyone had only one thought, and that was to survive. Other than that, nothing could stir their curiosity. If Xiao Ran and the others were carrying a bag of food in their hands, they would definitely open the door and rush out to grab it, but it was just a beautiful woman, they didn't have the strength to grab it even if they wanted to. Besides, the weather is so cold, it's all frozen alright, what's the point of giving you beautiful women? Xiao Ran 3 people climbed to the 9th floor, and this apartment building is 54 floors high, belonging to the landmark building. The rent before the end of the world is absolutely scary. Buckle up, Akai Sakari knocked on the door. Reina, it's me, Akai Sakari. Sakari? An incredulous exclamation of surprise came from inside, and soon Ikutsuki Reina walked to the door wrapped in her quilt, and after taking a look in the cat's eye, she revealed a look of excitement and immediately opened the door. It really is you. She hugged Akai Sakari tightly. Xiao Ran, on the other hand, surveyed the woman. However, not having cleaned herself up properly for more than a month, Ikutsuki Reina was now disheveled and completely unrelated to a beautiful woman. However, her plump bust had not shrunk, and her 34D was still quite sizable. Right. Akai Sakari let go of her hand and introduced Ikuto Reina. This is my master, the great Xiao Rankuin. Ikuto Reina looked at her best friend incredulously. She remembered that Akai Sakari was incredibly high-minded, but now she was actually calling a man her master? It was simply ridiculous. Xiao Ran didn't care, but went straight into the house. He began to prepare food, not specifically for Ikotatsuki Reina, but he was also hungry. This time, it was a barbecue. The flames sizzled the meat, the fatty part of the meat nourished and bubbled with oil, and when sprinkled with cumin, the aroma was simply amazing. Even a person who had eaten a full meal could not help but gulp, let alone a person who was starving miserably. It's been dozens of days since they've eaten meat. Ikutsuki Reina immediately straightened her gaze, one from craving, the other from astonishment. Xiao Ran had taken out the grill, roasted meat, etc. out of thin air. Are you a deity? Xiao Ran took out another coal stove and started boiling water, and said with disgust, wash your head and face properly, it's dirty. Ikebana Reina looked at this miracle-like scene and only nodded her head blankly, not realizing that she was offended in the slightest. Not long after the water boiled, she hurriedly went to brush her teeth and wash her face, especially her hair. It hadn't been washed for more than a month. Even if her hair was in good condition, it was still greasy. She might not be able to grab a handful of it. 10 minutes later, she reappeared in front of Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran couldn't help but let his eyes light up. Akai Sakari wasn't exaggerating. Her college friend and best friend was indeed a great beauty. Her height was around 167, not really high, but definitely not short either. Bright eyes and white teeth. The key was that her teeth were very neat. This point made Xiao Ran very satisfied. Her face value barely reached 90 points, and placed in the maid department was also close to the top 10 level. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Ran continued to take out the warmer things. Although he and Akai Sakari, Furukawa and I have been fearless of the cold, but Ikebana Reina is still just an ordinary person. Stripped naked cannot be cold? This would affect Xiao Ran's enjoyment. Ikebana Reina, on the other hand, wolfed down the food, and as she ate, she was even in tears. She thought that she would never be able to eat something so delicious in her life. Meat, this was real meat. Beef, pork, fish, shrimp, everything, as if they were eating a buffet. Xiao Ran's 3 people naturally did not stay idle and were similarly eating. After eating, the heaters were also in full effect. What about a total of 7? The indoor temperature quickly climbed to 20 degrees. This was something that Reina Ikebana couldn't have imagined. Go wash up properly. Xiao Ran waved his hand, and a lot of hot water had been boiled, pouring it into the bathtub as soon as it was done. Ikuto Reina could only nod her head. Xiao Ran naturally wouldn't wait dryly, but had already pulled Furukawa Yuana to the bed. This woman is the best of the best, the same as Mayano Yaname, both addictive. Xia Chuchu's beauty is not lost, but she is not as mature as these 2 women and has less flirtatious flavor. By the time Ikebana Reina washed up and came out, then it was already the second match. Even if Akai Sakari also joined in, she couldn't fully satisfy Xiao Ran. What if I didn't enjoy myself? Xiao Ran smiled. This building had no shortage of beautiful women. With a thought, he had already entered another suite. Are you? The male host had just opened his mouth before he had burst into a blur of blood and flesh. The mistress had just run out and could not help but scream. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. What did he come to the island for? To be a good person? How could that be? He came to be a devil. Little devils cry in despair. Chapter 492, Playing all over the island. This is supposed to be the most luxurious and upscale apartment in Fukuoka, and the income of those who can live here is not cheap. Therefore, so many of the women here were not of low quality. Xiao Ran strolled around for a bit and his high desire was released. He went to a total of 6 homes. But in the end, he only brought 1 back. The other 5 were okay looking, but not qualified for him to bring. Just this one was okay, with looks around 85 points and a body that was, TSK, big G to understand. Xiao Ran intended to turn the entire island into his own private garden, a one-man harem. Even if he captured 10,000 or 100,000 island beauties, so what? He didn't have a single bit of moral burden at all. Like Su Qingmei, they still needed a little pain, but the women here? Oh, pure playthings. Playthings are for fun. Xiao Ran has no intention of letting them give birth to their own offspring. What is fair or unfair? His last time but directly detonated Mount Fuji, the entire island was destroyed, this time well. Bomb or to bomb, he went to get a super cruise ship, so that the island harem group live on the boat on the line. Xiao Ran's recruitment standard is 85 points, face value difference of a few points, body difference of a few points do not matter, as long as the overall score of 85 points on the line. If the overall score reaches 85 points, it will be fine. To know, even just 1 point difference, with the population of the island country maybe a few thousand people up and down, so if the standard to 80 points, Xiao Ran may really have to collect 100,000 or even a million beauty army. This is a bit exaggerated, isn't it? The emperor only has a harem of 3,000, so I'll just aim for that. Xiao Ran felt that he was not greedy at all. The newly received girl is called Ikibian Nanako, but Xiao Ran is more accustomed to calling her a big G girl. Among the girls in the house, even the most arrogant busts of Jiang Yuzuning and Zhou Yunsu only have an F, which is still a little inferior to her. Xiao Ran was in no hurry to leave, but continued to wait for interest to come, and then continued to look for targets in the apartment building. Men kill, women play. Little devils, ha! Xiao Ran had no sympathy. He had stayed in this apartment building for 7 days and had played with all of the beautiful women here, but only took 4. Together with Akai Sakari and Furukawa Yuna, this time he was taking 6 people on the road. Xiao Ran made all these women start evolving. After becoming an Allomancer, Xiao Ran found that the cells in his body were a whole lot stronger and more vigorous, slowing down the rate of aging. The higher the level of the alien ability, the greater this change. But even just one serving was enough to slow down this aging rate by 30%. What about adding the 100 copies of enhancement brought by Purple Moon? Xiao Ran estimated that the lifespan of all humans would receive an amazing boost, easily reaching a longevity level of 300 or even 400 years. He certainly wasn't hurting the island chicks, but the longer they lived, the longer they could be his slaves. This was the price the brats should pay. Xiao Ran traveled all the way north. It wasn't exactly that he had to go north, it should be northeast. Every place he came to, he was scavenging for beautiful women and energy, and when he came to Kobe, the original size of 6 people had further swelled to 29 people. After arriving in Kobe, Xiao Ran immediately went to the pier. The luck was against all odds. There was a huge cruise ship parked on the pier. Bird of prey too? Xiao Ran read the words on the bow of the ship. Fortunately, although he couldn't understand the island language, he was particularly fond of Chinese and understood it at first glance. Akai Sakari immediately made an introduction. This is the largest cruise ship in this country. It can accommodate nearly 900 guests plus more than 400 crew members. The ship's decoration is incomparably luxurious and has all the entertainment facilities. Xiao Ran nodded. This ship is mine. He swept with his spatial perception and found that the ship was empty. As a matter of fact, how should there be people left to guard a cruise ship like this? The reason there was no one should be that after the end of the world, the people left behind were afraid of being starved to death and had to brave the cold to escape from the ship. This would be convenient. Xiao Ran reached out and pressed his hand, and then he stowed such a huge cruise ship into the foreign space. The crowd of island chicks were all staring at it with their jaws dropped. God, ah! Xiao Ran decided to return. He found it quite troublesome to run around with so many people every day. He brought all the women back to Meibu's manor before bringing them in an overall relocation, far away from Mount Fuji, and after blasting a big hole in the sea, he released the cruise ship and then let all the island chicks go up. The cruise ship could hold nearly 900 guests alone, plus 400 plus crew seats. In fact, it would be a breeze to house 1,500 people, and, with all his women on board, there were no privacy issues. In fact, it would be fine to cram 2,000 people on board. And do not need to sail, quickly freeze on the sea, need to worry about too many people to make the boat are overturned? Xiao Ran let the women pick their own rooms. Of course, the best few rooms he reserved for the very best, such as Furukawa Unai and Mayano Yaname. A proper hierarchy could really manage people well. Akai Sakari was made his chief steward of the ship. It was true that she wasn't the prettiest, but loyal, and the key thing was that she could speak Chinese. Xiao Ran decided to go and bring the 2 chicks, Mayano Yaname and Horitashi, especially Mayano Yaname. Her charm could not be inferior to Furukawa Unai, making Xiao Ran nostalgic and very enamored. This woman was indeed like a poppy flower, both beautiful and addictive, unable to forget. With a clear purpose, Xiao Ran's speed was faster, first going to the shrine to take Horitashi captive, then running to Hokkyo, breaking into Tanui International in a dignified manner, killing a bloodbath, and then drifting away with Mayano Yaname. Xiao Ran brought the 2 women to the cruise ship. Of course, it is impossible not to eat. After having a good time, he turned around the island again. On the 58th day of the end times, Xiao Ran decided to go back. In the timeline of his previous life, he had destroyed Chao Xining's construction market on the 59th day of the end times, and as a result, the secret that he had more than 3 billion in supplies was still leaked out, causing a series of subsequent troubles. Well, he had to make a trip to Old Chao's building materials market, and then by the way, he slaughtered Wei Lily, Cao Liang, and all of them, and when Duan Chang went to Sister Qin's place, he would then make another trip to end all of this group. He had gained 32,000 more copies of alien energy over the course of so many days, bringing the total amount of alien energy to 88,000. It was still only the 48th day of the end times, and even if he didn't count saplings increasing efficiency and hooking up strange substances, or if he kept the current average efficiency, then by the time the alien invaders appeared, he would have nearly 500,000 copies of alien energy. It was twice as strong as the last timeline. However, this didn't count Xiao Ran's murderous plundering of exotic energy, and the golden snowflakes, and the efficiency of the sapling was only getting higher and higher, so he should be able to reach 1 million copies of exotic energy in this timeline. At the very least. With the instant transmission unfolding, his speed was already over Mach 2. How much did it take to get back home? After 20 or so minutes, he returned to the clear wind garden. Chapter 493, What Should Happen Still Happens. When Xiao Ran returned, naturally the whole family rejoiced. He had been out for a full 36 days, which also meant that the evolutionary fruit tree had borne 36 fruits, one counted as one, and everyone here had taken one, and the amount of foreign energy had soared to 100 and 101 copies all of a sudden. 101 copies are those who have evolved, and 100 copies are those who have not evolved and have become alien energy by the fruit. The battle power of this Nymphette scout was horrifying. Now that the Nymphets had completely possessed the ability to go out independently, Xiao Ran did not restrict them, and after calculating, as long as Wei Lily and her party were destroyed, Su Qingmei and her girls could completely walk sideways in Su City. Early the next morning, after Xiao Ran caught the strange substance, he set off to the building materials market. This time, he brought Han Yun with him. Han Yun's face value was not the highest amongst the women, and her body was not the best, with Xiao Ran's love for large breasts, although her irradiated bosom was already large. After all, it was not yet an F, let alone a G. However, Han Yun had an indescribable flirtatious flavor. This is a bit like Mayano Yaname, the kind of flirtatiousness and sexiness that emanates from her bones, reminding people of bed when they see it. Xiao Ran couldn't help it, and halfway through, he brought Ms. Han into a hotel for a good lesson. Han Yun could also feel his infatuation with herself, and couldn't help but hold his head in her arms, saying, "You said that in the future, I'll have a baby with you?" Aha! Xiao Ran nodded his head. The E-class was indeed very powerful. He was a bit breathless. It was a pity that the alien invaders suddenly descended. Even if he didn't go back in time, it was estimated that Han Yun's side had already been bombarded by the alien ship's firepower. However, starting over again, even if Xiao Ran did everything according to the timeline of the last time, it would be impossible for Han Yun and the girls to get pregnant at the same point in time. The only thing that could comfort him was that the child hadn't been born yet. Otherwise, Han Yun wrapped her arms tightly around his head, then, "Let's have another one." She had been married for several years but hadn't been able to conceive a child. The doctor said it was a problem with her physique that made it difficult to conceive, but as a normal woman, she would have no desire to be a mother? Xiao Ran heatedly smiled, willing to serve. At once, there was some more hocus pocus. Now that Han Yun had become an alien, her body functions had undergone a sea change, and she could definitely get pregnant normally. With more effort on his part, Han Yun should be able to conceive a child earlier than in the previous timeline. After lingering, the two of them headed towards the building materials market again. Han Yun was nourished, glowing, more beautiful than usual in a few points. She is now a psychic, wearing not bloated at all, is a very simple fall dress. The beautiful body is revealed, a walk, hip swaying, step by step. Born ah! Xiao Ran couldn't help but get excited, his hand couldn't help but slide down. Han Yun gave him a blank look, but it was flavorful, said it was anger, rather than wine. One more time? Xiao Ran quickly stepped on the brakes. It has been 2 times, the time has passed noon. Once more? The sky is going to be dark. Doing business, doing business. Not long after, they finally arrived at the building materials market. The moment Xiao Ran and the two of them appeared, they immediately attracted a large number of gazes. Han Yun not only has a high face value and good body, this flavor is also too tempting. One look makes people want to stop. However, both of them were wearing fall clothes. What did this mean? They were both psychics. How would an ordinary person dare to hit a shifter's idea? Of course, the Xenos were dumbfounded, secretly estimating the strength of Xiao Ran's duo to kill and rob the beauty. Even though Xiao Ran had already disrupted the timeline, what was supposed to come still came. Teacher Han? A shout filled with surprise rang out, only to see a middle-aged man run over, his face filled with surprise. Han Yun looked at the other party, revealing a hesitant look. She did not recognize the other party's identity. Xiao Ran, however, laughed. "His name is Lu Wentao, he's one of your students." "Well, you're right, Yu's father." Han Yun owed a bit. She was already convinced of Xiao Ran's identity as a future warrior, so she was not surprised that Xiao Ran would know about these things. However, Lu Wentao was shocked and looked at Xiao Ran with an unbelievable gaze. Is your psychic ability to read minds?" Xiao Ran laughed and continued to make introductions to Han Yun. "This Lu has always wanted to sleep with you, just that he didn't have the chance before. Now that he's become an alien, women are just throwing themselves at him. Here, this woman on the side is his mistress. Now that he saw you, his once pent-up desires were out of control, and he couldn't help but run over in joy, thinking that you were God's reward for him. Hearing him finish, Lu Wentao instantly had a ghostly expression on his face and exclaimed, "You're a mind reader." "You're a mind reader." "No, I just experienced it once, coupled with an understanding of the human heart." Xiao Ran laughed and said, "I'm not a mind reader, but a great prophet. What I say happens." "Put." Lu Wentao immediately spewed out in laughter. "If you were really such an extraordinary ability, then why would you need to come here? If you want something, just say so." Quite clever. There were already quite a few people around watching the fun, especially since Hanyun was too beautiful and colorful. Many of them were secretly playing around with ideas on how to get a taste of this delicacy, and when they heard Lu Wentao's words, they laughed out loud as well. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. "Everyone shut up." At once, the laughter came to an abrupt end. This time, the gazes of the people looking at him all brought fear with them. Could someone really possess such extraordinary abilities? It was too heaven-defying. Xiao Ran snapped his fingers. "You are all dead." Then, they fell down in unison. The spatial realm was open, and killing people, and how many of them was just a matter of thought. Xiao Ran smiled and continued on with his arm around Han Yun. He had come here to kill people. "Ha, man, you are so strong." Tian ran over with a smile on his face, as if he didn't see the bodies lying on the ground at all. "I hate it when people hide their heads in front of me," Xiao Ran said, and boom, Tian's body immediately exploded, revealing a skinny midget inside. This was the real Brother Sky. The midget lost color on his face in fear and swam his eyes. His ability was parasitism. Only after parasitism could he unleash his power, allowing the host and him to gain great power at the same time. But now, he was no different from an ordinary person. "Chao Xinliang, come out," Xiao Ran added. In the next moment, Chao Xinliang appeared in front of Xiao Ran and remained in a sitting position, but he didn't bring a chair along with him, and immediately fell on his butt on the ground. However, Boss Chao did not have a trace of anger. Instead, his face was filled with fear. Chapter 494, Global Search. Xiao Ran's ability was too terrifying. Saying something and having it happen, letting people die. Chao Xinliang forced himself to calm down. After all, he was the boss of a power. There was still a little bit of urbanity in him. "What's dude's name?" He laughed. "Came here to buy something? As a token of respect, whatever you look at today will be paid for by me." This was a great favor. If Xiao Ran looked at a whole bunch of things, he would even go bankrupt. But right now, Chao Xinliang only had one thought, which was that Xiao Ran must say yes. Xiao Ran's promise represented that he could survive. Otherwise, fighting for his life against such an opponent, he really had no chance of winning at all. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. "You have a henchman who can check information through satellites, don't you?" Chao Xinliang was appalled. "Are you a speech spiritist or a Bai Xiao Shang?" "Yes, there is indeed such a person." He nodded. How else could he deny this? "Come here," Xiao Ran said. The spatial exchange was activated, and Sui appeared on Chao Xinliang's side. "Damn it, finding someone out with such precision, what else are you asking for?" Chao Xinliang said in his heart, while he was even more scornful of Xiao Ran. "Come on, check my information." Xiao Ran laughed. Sui was frozen. For a moment he did not know what the reaction should be. He could not help but look towards Chao Xinliang, while Chao Xinliang nodded to him, and he began to perform face recognition on Xiao Ran before looking up the relevant information. Then, his face could not help but change. This guy actually possessed more than 3 billion in supplies. "Say it to your boss," Xiao Ran said indifferently. Sui's body was trembling. He wasn't stupid. Whoever owned so many supplies had to keep it a secret? But Xiao Ran had deliberately allowed him to find out. What did this mean? People were ready to silence their party at any time. Sui was about to cry, but still told the discovery one by one. Chao Xinliang was first shocked and then panicked as well. What did Xiao Ran mean? Simple, he didn't lack anything. Sitting on more than 3 billion in supplies before the end of the world, what else did Xiao Ran need? Therefore, Chao Xinliang wanted to use the way of sending supplies to please Xiao Ran? No way. Chao Xinliang forced out a smile. "Master Xiao, just tell me straight, what do you want to do when you come to our little place? As long as I can do it, I will not be stingy at all." Xiao Ran leisurely said, I want your life, kill yourself." Grass. How could Chao Xinliang agree? His face sank. Master Xiao, this kind of joke is not funny at all. Xiao Ran laughed loudly, this is not a joke. Xiao Ran, do you really want to break the net of fish death? Chao Xinliang also stopped backing down. He believed that as long as his attacks were fast enough, he could completely get Xiao Ran dead before he could speak. Xiao Ran smiled, a fish dies, but the net will not break. It was impossible to talk about this. Chao Xinliang no longer had a trace of luck, his fingers moved slightly, invisible strings had been released and a large number of puppets had staggered over. Xiao Ran shook his head, let's show you what true power means. Spatial shatter was unleashed. Instantly, all objects within 50 meters around Xiao Ran were mercilessly shattered. How terrifying was the power of space? At the time, the 20,000 plus copies of the supernatural power of Ondashiri were all chopped to pieces, let alone this ordinary building. Boom, the building lost the support of its pillars and collapsed. Chao Xinliang was so horrified that his mind went blank. What kind of great power is this? You're not a fucking spirit of speech master. This was the last thought of his life. Xiao Ran left with Han Yun and went to find Gao Liang, Luo Yifei, Wei Lili and the others, and after a round of killing, there was no longer a large power left in Su City. Sister Qin's side has not yet gone. Xiao Ran divided these alien powers in half with Han Yun. There wasn't much anyway, the current psychics were too weak, but this little was relative. In Xiao Ran's case it was pitifully little, but for Han Yun, who only had 101 copies, it was raging. But the side effects are equally raging. Facing the winking Han teacher, Xiao Ran naturally had to sacrifice himself to solve the trouble for Han. How many times was this today? No matter, he had to get Han Yun pregnant as soon as possible. Xiao Ran combed through the timeline again. Today was the 59th day of the end times, and the point in time when Duan Chang appeared was the 86th day, so he still had 27 days of time miles to go. What to do during this time? Go to the stick country, right? It is possible. Xiao Ran is still a little interested in the female group of the country, although the plastic surgery of the country is quite terrible, but he does not need to have offspring with the children of the country, beautiful, good figure, big breasts on the line. Playing around, the requirements do not have to be too high. Xiao Ran once again went to the island country, this time he took Mayano Yangming with him, because this woman is proficient in 5 languages, in addition to Japanese, she also speaks Chinese, Korean, English and Spanish. Very good translator. From the island country to the stick home is very close, Xiao Ran's speed now breaks Mach 2. The women who stayed in the island country were not idle either. Xiao Ran gave them a mission, and asked Akai Sakari to lead the team to find beautiful women in the island. He gave Akai Sakari an evolution fruit to eat, plus on the way here, his luck exploded and he gained close to 300 copies of the golden snowflake of alien energy, which was enough to make Akai Sakari the #1 strongest person in the island country. He was relieved to take Mayano Yanane to the stick family. The population of the stick family wasn't small, but just one soul alone had a population of 10 million, and basically all the entertainment industries were concentrated in this city. It could be said that Seoul was the essence of the stick family. Whether it was in terms of economy, population, or the quality of beautiful women. Xiao Ran scavenged to his heart's content. He got another cruise ship here and threw the captive beauties on it, which became his second palace. After a few days of having a good time in this palace, Xiao Ran hoofed it and went to Sango's house again. Although the natives of Sango's house were black and short, the high caste that ruled them were Aryans, and this race was still very capable of fighting, and there were extremely many handsome men and women, and the ones who sang and danced on the screen were basically Aryans. White skin, beautiful, long legs. Sheesh. Moreover, Sango's family was a populous country, and the number of aliens here in the future would be terrifying. Xiao Ran decided that after Ziyu, San's family would be his biggest psychic warehouse. He didn't mind sacrificing all the people from other countries. In the future, it would be good to have only Chinese people left on the entire planet, and besides, there would definitely be some people who would survive, and the diversity of nationalities could still be maintained. Here, Xiao Ran created a third palace. It was still a huge cruise ship for the beautiful women of the San family. After some more hocus pocus, Xiao Ran once again returned to the Garden of Clear Breeze. Outside was just for fun, it was still better to be at home. After going out and waiting for more than 20 days, Xiao Ran's alien energy had once again soared by more than 80,000 copies, totaling a staggering 170,000 copies. Chapter 495, I do have to apologize. A night of absurdity. Xiao Ran climbed up with difficulty. He really wanted to sleep for a long time in the countryside of beauty, but the alien invaders would appear in a few months. It was as if a knife hanging over his head, always reminding Xiao Ran that he could not get drunk or else he would only wait for death. End times, day 82. In fact, there is not much Xiao Ran can do. In addition to using the sapling to hook a ball of strange substances every day to strengthen himself, he can only get drunk and indulge in the gentle land. Plowing every day, I don't believe I can't be a father. Sure enough, just a few days later, Su Qingmei girls once again came with good news. They are pregnant, several of them are pregnant. There is no need to wait for a month or so. The aunt did not come to visit before going to test Xiao Ran with a sweep of spatial perception. Whether the little life appeared in the uterus will immediately know. Xiao Ran went back to Lu Mei's side and picked up that pair of good girlfriends as well. In the face of the miracles that Xiao Ran had performed, could Lu Mei and 2Xinu not believe his words of returning from the future? In a flash, it was already the 86th day of the end times. These 6 days have gained a huge harvest. He had fished for a cloud of oversized strange substances with 20,000 copies of alien energy. In just 6 days, he had increased 40,000 copies of alien energy. In addition, all the women were basically pregnant. Go go go, kill Duan Chang and destroy Sister Qin. Xiao Ran brought along little green tea and headed towards Sister Qin's camp. The spatial domain was open, and after just a few instantaneous movements, he arrived at the entrance to the underground space. Seeing Xiao Ran and his duo appear out of thin air, the guards at the entrance were more than a little startled. Are you guys ghosts? Only when they saw Zhou Yunsu's delicate and charming face, a few of them did not reveal a colorful expression. In the midst of the post-apocalyptic world, a beautiful woman was a resource and a cargo that could be slept with as long as one was willing to pay the price. Dude, how much food can this woman sleep for a night? Immediately, someone asked. Zhou Yunsu looked at Xiao Ran, while Xiao Ran nodded. Little green tea was no longer polite, a finger was pointed out, and this person was directly frozen into an ice sculpture. Under the enhancement of the evolution fruit and golden snowflake, her alien energy had reached about 500 copies. Quite astonishing. Sister Qin was only around 1,500 copies. Seeing Zhou Yunsu kill someone with a single strike, the few people at the entrance were naturally shocked and hurriedly shouted out. Not long after, Sister Qin and the others all ran out. This brother, what's the name? Sister Qin shook her fat buttocks and walked over, her big buttocks swaying in that slutty way, making that gang of underlings all look at her with straight eyes. Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran laughed, now he wasn't afraid to expose his real name. Xiao Ran? Sister Qin muttered, looking confused. In this timeline, Xiao Xinliang's gang did not have the chance to spread Xiao Ran's secret at all, so Xiao Ran was just like a mysterious big brother, and no one knew about his existence at all. However, Sister Qin could be the boss of a force, her resilience was naturally superior, and she immediately said in a nonchalant manner, Boss Xiao came up here and killed one of my people, shouldn't he give me an explanation? Xiao Ran smiled faintly, how do you want me to give an account? Apologize and make compensation. Sister Qin said. She did not know Xiao Ran's steps, so she was naturally unwilling to go to war, and since the deaths were only insignificant little people, it was a waste of one copy of her powers, and she was not particularly heartbroken. Xiao Ran thought for a moment and said, I do have to apologize to you. What about compensation? Sister Qin pursued. Xiao Ran waved his hand, you've misunderstood, I apologize because you're going to die in my hands this time. What? Sister Qin was first stunned and then furious. How dare you try to kill me? Delusional. Boss Xiao, TSK, do you know that trouble comes out of the mouth? She had clearly moved to kill, but she smiled in an even more charming and touching manner, but her hands were placed behind her back, constantly giving out commands, signaling her men to take their positions, and to strike at her call. Xiao Ran also smiled and said, wait first, you have another helper coming soon. This time, Sister Qin was really moved. Could it be that Xiao Ran knew that Duan Chang was coming? But how did he know? At this moment, Sister Qin suddenly panicked a little. Coming. Xiao Ran laughed. He turned his head and looked towards the distance. Although Xiao Ran's back was now turned towards them, Sister Qin froze and did not dare to order a move. Xiao Ran at this moment gave her an inscrutable feeling that actually scared her. After a while, sure enough, they all saw a person was dragging a mattress and coming. No, it was two, and there was a rope dragging after the first mattress, tying another mattress. Slender Man is Duan Chang. Sister Qin couldn't help but be horrified and said in a trembling voice, "How did you know?" "He, because my husband is back from the future." Zhou Xuansu laughed daintily. "Nonsense." Sister Qin and the rest of them naturally did not believe it and only thought that Xiao Ran was deliberately unwilling to tell the truth. At this time, Duan Chang had already come over. However, unlike last time, Duan Chang did not dare to approach within 100 meters of Xiao Ran at all, and his strong sense of crisis kept him outside of Xiao Ran's sufficient distance, but this time, Xiao Ran was already incredibly strong, and Duan Chang did not even have a hint of alertness. With a sweep of his eyes, he couldn't help but let out an eek. "What is this situation? Duan Chang, long time no see." Xiao Ran laughed. Duan Chang frowned, "We know each other? In another timeline, acquaintance, this time? Just met." Xiao Ran laughed, "However, let me tell you something, I exterminated the Black Dragon Society in Haidu, and your old father-in-law, as well as Oda Jiri and the others, have already become the dead souls under me." Duan Chang naturally thought that Xiao Ran was talking nonsense at first, but when he heard the names Black Dragon Society and Ondajiri, he couldn't help but be moved. How could someone who had never been to Haidu know about the Black Dragon Society and Ondajiri? "Who are you?" he exclaimed. "The person who killed you." Xiao Ran laughed. Boom! The words had yet to fall, but Duan Chang had already taken the lead. He was a physical arts type. Once he exploded out, how fast would he strike? With a thought, his fist had already smashed in front of Xiao Ran. Alas, it is really weak. Xiao Ran reached out calmly, seemingly without haste, but he easily held Duan Chang's wrist. "It was too easy to let you die last time, but this time," Xiao Ran smiled and took out 2 stones and plunged them into Duan Chang's eyes. Pft, pft. Duan Chang immediately let out a miserable scream as his eyeballs were punctured alive and dirty blood spurted out. "What are you screaming for?" Xiao Ran said coldly, "You bastard don't know how many nationals you've mutilated, and you've also sold your life to the brats. Oh, I forgot to tell you, your spiritual homeland, the island country, has already been killed by me, and in a few days, I will go there to set off a handful of big fireworks and blow up Mount Fuji." Duan Chang trembled. In front of Xiao Ran, he was as weak as a sheep to a lion. Spare my life," he pleaded. Chapter 496, Arriving at the Old Mold. Sister Qin did not hesitate any longer and shouted, "Do it." Xiao Ran had said that he would kill her as soon as he came up, and now that he had already brazenly laid his hands on Duan Chang, if she let him free his hands again, wouldn't he have to lay his hands on herself? She would not be able to sit back and watch Xiao Ran break them down one by one. In an instant, Sister Qin's gang of henchmen struck out. Xiao Ran smiled and blocked Duan Chang in front of him. Most of the attacks were blocked by Duan Chang, and those that could not be blocked, Xiao Ran directly crushed them with his domain. It was too simple. "Ah!" Duan Chang screamed again. This was really painful, being bombarded by an unknown number of powers. Even if he was a big man with more than 1,000 copies, was almost dying on the spot. "You're so despicable," Sister Qin angrily rebuked. Xiao Ran lost his smile. The boss of a power would actually call someone despicable? He used Duan Chang as a weapon and swung it around, smashing it towards Sister Qin's gang. Boom! One time was when a person was smashed into a bloody mist, 2 times, 3 times, when Xiao Ran stopped, including Sister Qin. The alter egos of this base were also dead. As for Duan Chang, he finally died under such a violent pounding. It was very miserable. Xiao Ran casually threw Duan Chang's body to the side and shared his alter energies with Zhou Yunsu, and then, they were soon dry-humped. The hovercraft was thrown out and the two immediately rolled into a ball. After settling Qin Sujuan as well, Xiao Ran returned to the Qingfeng garden, but was in no hurry to go to Old Mold's side, concentrating on the great business of sowing seeds. Now that all the women are all psychics, their bodies are more than healthy, they are simply perfect, and the vigor of Xiao Ran's tadpoles is even more terrifying, so as long as it is done at the right time, there is no reason why they can't get pregnant. Another 2 days passed. Xiao Ran used his spatial perception to sweep, all the sisters were pregnant. He stayed at home for a few more days and set off on the 100th day of the end times to rush to Old Mold. However, Xiao Ran first took a trip to the island country and brought Miano Yang Ming with him. This is his translator, otherwise with him only understanding, "Baby, I'm calming." How would he be able to communicate with the gang of white-skinned pigs? After so many days of training, Xiao Ran had lowered the interval of instantaneous movement to 0.3 seconds. Now that the radius of the spatial domain was 532 meters, then his second speed reached 3,533 meters, a whopping Mach 10.4. This had far exceeded the highest speed of the previous timeline. Fortunately, Xiao Ran was running with Mayano Yaname in the spatial domain, otherwise, would such a terrifying speed dismantle her alive? It shouldn't. Because Xiao Ran was instantaneous. The fact that his speed was zero, where was the kinetic energy? Without kinetic energy, how would a person disassemble? Under such high speed, Xiao Ran quickly came to the other side of the ocean. There was already an Oceania at home, but Xiao Ran wouldn't mind receiving some more. Leah was a good girl, Xiao Ran was willing to spoil her as a woman, but here? Sorry, just be a slave girl. Xiao Ran's first stop was the old moldy capital. He came to the W Palace. Surprisingly, W Palace actually summoned. The president of the old mold did not hang, this year only assumed office of the new president, but also on the last president of Chuan Bao actually still alive, our 80 really let a person TSK, and W Palace door snow has been cleaned up, inside is living a bunch of people. Basically is the alien, that is, the Chuan Bao has also become an alien, no wonder the spirit has become better. Xiao Ran went forward with Mei. Stop. Immediately, there were blackened gun muzzles aimed at him, 5 soldiers rushed out, and one said, if you take refuge, go to Dungeon 3. Wait. Another soldier said, pointing at Mayano Yaname, you can get out, the female has to stay. The person who spoke earlier also nodded his head, as he only then saw the looks of this Oriental woman, TSK, even if the races were different, he immediately developed a strong desire. Originally, for those who came to take refuge they used the excuse of going to Dungeon 3, and when the other party turned to leave, they would shoot and kill them, comparing who shot the most accurately, but now, if they did, of course, the woman wouldn't be able to kill them, so they could only compare them with the man. Whoever shoots the most accurately, the woman will go to whoever enjoys it first. When Mayano Yaname translated, Xiao Ran asked, where is dungeon number 3? To the left, go 2 kilometers and you'll be there. A soldier said. This was obviously a lie because within 10 kilometers of the vicinity there was then only a huge underground structure underneath the W Palace. Xiao Ran smiled and turned around. At that moment, 5 guns were raised at the same time. Bang! Shots were fired at almost the same time and only one sound could be heard. However, the bullets shot to the back of Xiao Ran's head, but all of them strangely hovered. Xiao Ran turned around leisurely and smiled. What do you all mean by this? Mayano Yaname did not need to translate as the 5 soldiers had already thumped and fired again. Xiao Ran shook his head and waved his hand, and the bullets immediately reflected back. The 5 soldiers were shot in the eyes at the same time, directly through the brain, and died on the spot. In fact, they were all psychics, just that the level of psychic ability was very low, and the power of using a gun was much greater, so where could they block the bullets? And it was still a bullet that Xiao Ran had shot out. However, with this, a large number of alien energy users in the W Palace immediately ran out. A blonde with a proud figure walked up and pressed her hand, signaling the crowd not to be impulsive for the moment before asking Xiao Ran, what are you? Mayano Yangming translated, and Xiao Ran smiled, Chinese. He sized up the hot woman, wasn't it Chuan Bao's eldest daughter, Ivanka? Sure enough, as pretty as what he saw on TV, with a charming figure. Just a bit old. It doesn't matter, the identity is there, the old moldy first 1,000 gold, and the figure is maintained quite well, he still has some interest. Ivanka couldn't help but frown, this answer was obviously not what she expected. Your name, Oriental? She exclaimed. Xiao Ran smiled faintly and took a large step forward. Kill. Grid kill. Ivanka retreated while giving orders. The alien immediately pounced on her, while on the side there was someone who carried an extremely odd gun, all silver and white, with an extremely long barrel, full of technology, and actually plugged in wires, and after buzzing for a while to build up the energy, it was a laser that struck and blasted at Xiao Ran. Laser weapon? Xiao Ran used his hand to block, a high temperature burned his skin, as if it was an indestructible divine weapon, but Xiao Ran's body was quenched by more than 200,000 parts of foreign energy, and now it was already strong to an indescribable point. This laser weapon with several thousand degrees of heat could instantly cut through steel plates, but against him? Oh, not a single effect. At most, he would feel a slight burning sensation on his skin. That was all. Xiao Ran lowered his hand and smiled faintly at Ivanka. Ivanka was so scared that her body exploded. This laser weapon was a great killer against the aberrations. At this stage, as long as it was locked, anyone could only wait for death. How fast is the speed of the laser? Who can avoid it? The shortcomings of this weapon only lies in the range and energy. At most can only hit 20 meters, and then far away. The energy attenuation is very fast, the power is gone, but also have to prepare a high power generator, otherwise it is impossible to make the laser to reach several thousand degrees of heat. But Xiao Ran directly blocked it with his hand. You are not human. Chapter 497, Captain Marvel. Xiao Ran smiled faintly as his thoughts moved. Boom boom boom, the old unlucky alien then planted themselves on the ground. Ivanka jumped in fear, and when she finally calmed down, she only saw that she was the only one still standing around. She knew her life was saved for the time being. But why didn't this Oriental man kill himself? When Xiao Ran walked over and wrapped an arm around her waist, she realized it. People were sexually interested in her. Fine. Ivanka was very relaxed. She didn't mind being a seafood merchant at all if that was the price that could keep her alive. Xiao Ran walked into the W Palace, and one by one, individuals rushed out and fell down. Now which alien could block a single thought from Xiao Ran? It's only been 100 days, and there are already more than 260,000 copies of super strong people, knowing that even at the end of the last timeline, the strongest people here in Old Mold were only about 15,000, a difference of too much. Xiao Ran was certain that there were only 3 of them alive in the entire W Palace. He smiled slightly and said to Ivanka, you should know what to do if you want to survive, right? As soon as Mayano Yaname translated, Ivanka stripped off her clothes very dryly. Come on, my Oriental man. TSK, what a big ocean horse. Xiao Ran gladly accepted. After riding a big horse for 2 hours, Xiao Ran was satisfied and a bit tasteless. The big oceanic horse was just that. The psychological satisfaction is greater than the physical. Western women win in body, front and back, amazing size, this is really their advantage, sexy, alluring, but the shortcomings are also very obvious, such as the skin is not delicate enough, large pores, can be seen from a distance, but close-up will not work. In addition, it is also hairy. Therefore, they all have the habit of shaving their legs. Body odor is needless to say, everyone sprays perfume. However, Leah is an exception, both the front and back of the good figure, but also very durable. Of course, this is relative to European and American women. Compared to Han Yun, Su Qingmei, Leah is still a little rough, but this Ivanka is too rough, touching it can obviously feel the undulation of the skin. Alas, the heart is cool on the line. This is the first 1,000 gold of Old Mold, and the face value is really quite capable. After knowing Xiao Ran's purpose of coming to Old Mold, Ivanka immediately said, don't look at us as an elected president and we also own the W Palace, but, right now, our orders can't be conveyed at all, and there are alien forces in every city that don't listen to us at all. Unsurprisingly, unless a powerful figure emerges to unify this scattered mess. Was that the old moldy captain from the last timeline? Gotta find her out. I suggest you go to LA, there's Hollywood there. Ivanka added. Hollywood, the star-making base of the West, was also a place where values were exported, where a movie was made, a cultural export and invasion was carried out, transforming the consciousness of people in a subtle way. For example, in World War II movies, it's always the old moldy GIs in the front, as if they were the biggest contributors to World War II. Oh, simply joking. At the beginning of the war, if it was not for the old mold selling energy to the mustache guy and the little kid, with those 2 energy-poor countries can start the war? A major retreat? A great retreat? It was a great defeat, and they made it sound like a great defeat. What credit has the Eagle ever gotten, other than a beating on the island? It was the Soviet and Chinese fronts, at great cost, that eliminated a large number of the mustache guys and the little kid's vital forces, that forced the evil empire to go on the defensive, and as soon as the moldy old man saw it, he announced that he was joining the Allies in order to reap the fruits of his victory. Bah! Xiao Ran nodded his head. LA City must go, not for any other reason, just to kick the Hollywood a few letters must go there. Go! Xiao Ran had already finished getting high and eliminated the side effects, so what was the point of staying here? Ha! Ivanka couldn't believe it. Going to LA City? How to go? From DC to LA City, there were more than 3,600 kilometers away. one on the west coast, one on the east coast, equal to crossing the entire old mold. Nowadays, all the transportation is scrapped, so you can only rely on 2 legs to run, more than 3,600 kilometers. How many months do you plan to run? Xiaoran laughed out loud. The spatial domain opened up, so he brought Mayano, Yang Ming and Ivanka to carry out an instantaneous transfer. Looking at the surroundings bucket of stars, Ivanka couldn't help but open her red, sexy mouth wide, very much like when she drank milk before. Although it was indeed rough, it was indeed very sexy, and Xiaoran found himself actually interested again. But leave that to those stars in Hollywood. What with Sister Widow, Moldy, and A.O. May, What's 3,600 plus kilometers? It's just 20 minutes in the district. When Ivanka realized that she had appeared at the foot of the Hollywood Hills, she only felt that her mind went blank and her entire body froze. Snap! Xiaoran gave her arse a slap, and she finally came back to her senses. This is L.A. She screamed. Xiaoran ignored her. Know where all those stars are? Beverly Hills. Ivanka blurted out, I still have a villa there, I don't know what's going on now. Well, as we all know, King Know-It-All himself is a business tycoon with $1 billion fortune. Therefore, it was only normal for Ivanka to own a mansion in a super rich area like Beverly Hills. Under Ivanka's guidance, Xiaoran once again traveled with an instantaneous movement. This time it was faster, it was only 10 seconds or so before they arrived under Beverly Hills. The reason it took so long was because Ivanka had to recognize the direction. Xiaoran already knew the situation of the entire mountain villa with a sweep of his spatial perception. Follow me. He did not use instantaneous transfer again, but walked up the mountain. The entire Beverly Hills was filled with mansions, but most of them were now empty. But there was one exception. Not only were there people here, but in the middle of such cold weather, the swimming pool was actually still bubbling with heat. Heck, it had become a spa in general. The house was full of women both inside and out. They were all dressed in bikinis, and the room had a deafening stereo roaring away while the women writhed and squirmed to their heart's content, chasing morbid pleasure in the midst of doom. They were all ordinary people, with one exception. Ha! Xiaoran felt like he knew this woman, right? He had seen the movie the other person was in. It was Captain Marvel, right? I go. The picture was suddenly a bit spicy. This Captain Marvel was actually laying a salty hand on a bunch of women, and after being taken advantage of by her, although the women all greeted her with a smiling face, some of them were obviously faking it, their expressions were too unnatural. Xiaoran has read the relevant reports. This Captain Marvel player is a lesbian, so after the end of the day she became an alien, and as a result, she took all the women in the neighborhood captive and became her personal favorites? Hiss, you're quite good at this. Chapter 498 Maximum Enhancement. Xiaoran found many familiar faces among these crazy women. Widow sister, A.O. May, and Hermione's character Emma. TSK, he couldn't help but lose his smile. It was also good to help him collect so many girls. Thanks. He arrived in front of this large, bustling villa, then knocked politely and hard on the door. Boom! 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 Immediately, the music in the villa was turned off and then there was silence. The next instant, boom, the door was blasted raw and a fist came through. It was none other than that Captain Marvel. Unfortunately, the one I'm looking for is old moldy Captain, not you. Xiaoran casually flicked his hand and slapped it on Captain Marvel's arm. He just flicked it and really did not use much power, but what level was Captain Marvel? At most, no more than 1,000 copies of alien energy. Even if she was a physical arts type, which was itself a powerful and incomparable weapon, she was still fragile in front of Xiaoran who had 260,000 copies. With this slap, click, her arm broke, and it was directly broken into two. The snow-white bones were exposed, the bone spurs on the broken surface protruded horizontally, and blood gurgled and gushed. Xiaoran had always been displeased with this Captain Marvel. This kind of beauty, at least he could not appreciate it. Go well. A single thought crossed Xiaoran's mind, and Captain Marvel collapsed and died. Compared to the movie where she played a character that could shatter stars, the real her could be too weak. Xiaoran walked through the door, and when the crowd of blonde beauties saw him, none of them showed fear, but there were always a few exceptions, such as Sister Widow and Sister A.O., who held their plump tops up a bit as if they were emphasizing their principle. Xiao ran through Captain Marvel's corpse to Mayano Yang Ming to absorb. Looking at Ivanka was beyond envious. This is a supernatural ability, Ah, a supernatural ability that is going to be snatched up, and you actually casually gave it to someone else? If you don't want it, you can give it to me. I want to. Xiao Ran walked into the villa, immediately, full of passionate Hollywood blockbusters immediately staged, but can only let Xiao Ran privately appreciate, and cannot be publicized. After the blockbuster movie, Xiao Ran immediately entered the state of sage. The so-called stars are nothing more than that. That is the psychological satisfaction, really compared, they are not as good as Su Qingmei, Lu Mei, and so on. Or our oriental women are the best looking and most durable, the distance is close, he can clearly see the pores on the face of these female stars, although it is not so appetizing, but it really affects their score. There was no way, once Western women passed 30, then they had to rely on makeup to make up for the makeup. Once the makeup was removed, it was over. The only thing they could boast about was their body, indeed, bumpy and undulating in the wrong way. That kind of naked sexiness was something Eastern women couldn't compare to. Leah is still young. Xiao Ran thought of the foreign girls at home. Young is really the capital, Leah just everyday face to face, but still radiant. No matter what, youth is capital. Well, as their alien ability level gets higher and higher, their aging speed will get slower and slower. Normal 30 years old face value starts to go downhill. Later it will become 60 years old, 90 years old, or even longer after. Having ridden the big ocean horse, and quite a few of them, Xiao Ran's wish had been fulfilled. Then, make things happen. He began to go on a killing spree, and after a dozen days of killing, almost all of the old moldy altered beings died. Moreover, he had gotten quite a few nuclear warheads. Give one to the little days and explode him to Fuji again. However, we have to let Akai Sakari and the girls retreat first. Xiao Ran made a satellite call to Akai Sakari, telling her to bring people back to the ship as soon as possible, while he continued to start killing here in Old Mold. Of course it was to kill the aliens. Ordinary people don't move first. In the future, when Purple Moon appears, they will all have 100 copies of the alien ability. To kill is also at that time. After a total of 20 days in Old Mold, Xiao Ran's alien energy once again skyrocketed by 80,000 copies. The total amount of alien energy surpassed 340,000 copies, far exceeding the previous timeline. The key was that Purple Moon had not yet appeared, and by then, everyone would have become an alien energy, and this point in time would be the node where Xiao Ran's alien energy level would explode. Xiao Ran went to the island country and mercilessly rewarded Mount Fuji with a nuclear bomb. Thus, the island country was destroyed by him once again. Xiao Ran watched with delight. He would relish such a spectacle not to mention once, even 100 times. The only thing he couldn't get tired of killing was the little brats. He went to Europe again and continued to scavenge for beautiful women, and on the 130th day of the end times, he stopped. Xiao Ran began to prepare in advance and moved all 5 cruise ships to Sioux City. First ship, Cherry Blossom Chicks. The second ship, Stick Chicks. The third ship, Sand Chick. Fourth ship, Old Moldy Chick. Fifth ship, European Chick. Black? Totally aesthetically unappealing, can't get my hands on one. After setting up all this, he went to Sand's house and waited for Purple Moon to appear. On the 132nd day of the end of the world, Purple Moon arrived as promised. When the night ended, Xiao Ran began to kill like crazy. He only had 24 hours. At the end of this day, the killing would not be able to obtain the supernormal ability. It could only be stripped off with a special technique, but this was too time-consuming. Just for today, how far he could grow depended on today's harvest. Kill. 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 Xiao Ran transformed into a demon and showed no mercy. The radius of the spatial field has reached 834 meters. This one is open enough to cover more than 2 square kilometers. A single thought can kill all the people in it and extract the alien energy, and a single thought can go to another place and cover more than 2 square kilometers again. How efficient was this killing? In half a day, Xiao Ran had slaughtered Sand's family cleanly. Only some particularly remote places were left untouched. For the sake of Huaxia, you'll just have to sacrifice. Xiao Ran counted his harvest, and his alien energy had skyrocketed to 1.2 billion. The radius of the spatial domain had swelled to 240 kilometers. What kind of concept is this? With Xiao Ran sitting at home in Sioux City, the spatial domain could cover as far south as Haidu and as far north as Ning City. The entire territory. Within such a huge area, whoever he wanted to live could live, and whoever he wanted to die would definitely not live. As expected, the Purple Moon is the biggest harvesting node. There was still half a day left. though the efficiency of attracting harvesting powers will be further reduced in this half day. Go to the old mold, keep people just at this time to kill. Xiao Ran once again went on a killing spree. However, the old mold was only 10 million people left, although the per capita 100 copies of alien energy, but the absorption efficiency sharply reduced, an average of only twofold, so, the second half of the day Xiao Ran will only be able to absorb to 200 million copies. Enough! Xiao Ran stopped and went back with the horrible side effects. Starting from the first cruise ship. It was only after 10 whole days and 10 nights that Xiao Ran stopped. The side effects this time made him almost explode himself. Fortunately, in the future, he could no longer obtain supernatural abilities by killing people, and there would be no more side effects. Last time. Xiao Ran counted the time, there were still 80 days until the alien invaders appeared. Less than 3 months. Chapter 499 Mothership. There were still 80 days left. How far could Xiao Ran grow? He himself did not know. The 24 hours after the purple month was Xiao Ran's busiest time. He had almost killed the Sango family and the Old Mold family, and with the fact that the island country had in fact been destroyed by him, he had destroyed 3 whole countries by himself. But Xiao Ran didn't care. The island nation, which was a worldly enemy, had to be destroyed. Third brother? With an ambition that doesn't match its strength, always eyeing my southwestern country, and now in one fell swoop, almost killing the third brother to the point of extinction, that San can still threaten Huaxia in the future? No. Finally, there is the old mold. This is the most powerful country besides Huaxia, and even the military strength is still deservedly the first, and now it is destroyed, then Huaxia is the first. Unshakable. So what if I become a butcher? Huaxia can ensure prosperity for millions of years. Isn't this enough? The next time, Xiao Ran is to accompany Su Qingmei girls, and occasionally will go to the 1-5 cruise ship to go to the wave. Cool then. What type of beauty you want is what type of beauty you have. Ancient emperors are just like that. Time flew by, and Su Qingmei's women's bellies were getting bigger day by day. However, even by the time the alien invaders appeared, they were only 4 or 5 months pregnant, and it was not obvious at all. Unfortunately, although Xiao Ran's alien energy level had skyrocketed, the sapling's growth rate was the same as before, growing about 1 centimeter a day, so the amount of exotic substances it hooked up to every day was only a few thousand, quite a lot, but compared to Xiao Ran's total amount of alien energy, which was now as high as 1.4 billion, it was like a drop in the bucket. Of course, if Xiao Ran was able to live long enough, the sapling would eventually be able to become a big tree, and the amount of strange substance it hooked up would also increase, eventually accumulating into an astronomical figure. In a flash, 79 days passed. Tomorrow, the alien invaders would appear and make their entrance with a sweeping force, destroying all the earthly creatures. Xiao Ran's mind moved, and he had already arrived outside the atmosphere. A thought was 560 kilometers, and he was a god within the realm. Did he need to worry about the effects of the vacuum on him? Taking a step back, how terrifying was his body now that it had been quenched by the foreign energy? Even if he didn't use his domain and just stayed in the cold, dead vacuum, he didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort. He was so strong that he had far exceeded the realm of humans. Strong? The stronger the better. Xiao Ran appeared on the moon, monitoring any alien fleet that might invade Earth in any direction. A day passed. Early in the morning, after 5 o'clock. Space trembled, and an immense, green ship appeared suddenly. It was as if it was supposed to be there in the first place. Teleportation. No, on a starship it would be called a space jump. There was a distinct shroud of light on the ship that flickered and suddenly disappeared. This should be an energy shield, protecting the starship. Xiao Ran nodded. It turned out that the alien invaders were brought over by the mothership, and it was only after arriving at the place that a small ship would be released, flying over the various cities of the Earth, and launching a destructive attack together to kill all the creatures of the Earth. Truly, there is not an inch of grass left to grow. Last time I only had 260,000 copies of alien energy and couldn't carry a single death ray from a small airship. Now? I'm 1.4 billion copies. Come on, compare again. Xiao Ran slightly bent his knees, and then, boom, he violently erupted with a terrifying force. The Earth within at least 100 kilometers of the moon's surface trembled violently, and the entire moon's operation also appeared to stagnate for about 1 second, before it recircled the Earth. A foot actually suspended the huge moon for 1 second. Even if it was just a second, what kind of kinetic energy was this? Xiao Ran erupted into a terrifying speed and shot towards the alien mothership. It was not just Mach 10 or Mach 20, but close to Mach 500. However, even though his speed was so fast and his target was even smaller, the mothership still realized his approach at the first time, and one of its gun barrels aimed and locked onto him before a dozen or so dead rays of light struck towards him. Xiao Ran used the spatial domain to capture the deadlights and analyze them. Then, he did not dodge and let the deadlights bombard him. The light bloomed chaotically, as if it was a gaudy firework in space. However, when the light and splendor dissipated, Xiao Ran was as if nothing had happened. At once, the alien invaders were in a state of panic, but it was the brain that reacted faster, only to see the main cannon turn around and start aiming and locking onto Xiao Ran. Boom! An even more terrifying beam of dead light struck over. Xiao Ran only used his spatial domain to sense it and immediately launched an instantaneous movement to dodge the strike. The power of this main cannon could not be underestimated. It was enough to annihilate the star. Xiao Ran did not give the mothership the chance to fire a second shot and used instantaneous transfer. It was important to know that his current limit for an instant was 560 kilometers, and the instant interval had been reduced to 50 milliseconds, which meant that his second speed reached 11,200 kilometers. What a concept! In less than half a second, Xiao Ran had already arrived under the main cannon of the alien mothership. However, the mothership had also reopened its energy shield. Xiao Ran faintly smiled as space shatter was unleashed. In an instant, the energy shield was twisted to pieces. He swung his fist out, and boom, the main cannon was shattered. Good, the biggest threat had been resolved. Xiao Ran made another instantaneous movement, and he had already entered the alien mothership. Immediately, an alarm sounded throughout the mothership. After entering the mothership, Xiao Ran was surprised to find that the inside was not a steel castle made of various alloys. He was actually in the middle of a primitive forest, only. The trees here were obviously not carbon-based, and every tree exuded the luster of stone. With a sweep of spatial perception, he was surprised to find that this was actually a silicon-based creature. There is vitality of life. Interesting. However, this could not affect Xiao Ran's killing intent in the slightest. We have a Chinese song lyric that says that when friends come, there is good wine, but when enemies come, there are shotguns. Oh, with these alien creatures, not to mention the difference in species, but the fundamental difference between carbon-based and silicon-based. These alien creatures did not hold a stick and raised it at Xiao Ran. Swoosh, 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 deadlight hit. Give it back, Xiao Ran said, and the gate of space opened, first confiscating all the attacks and then reflecting them all back. After so many days of polishing, the gate of space had turned into an orb shape. There was not a single dead center. Moreover, the radius of the gate of space had also swelled to 280 kilometers, which was comparable to the limit range of the domain. However, this was still unable to fit the entire alien mothership into it, which showed how big the mothership was. Boom! 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 Being shot by the light of death, none of these alien creatures died or were injured. Just one round, and they're all dead or wounded. Do you still dare to go? An alien creature that appeared to be the leader rode out and spoke to Xiao Ran through a special instrument. Kirikou. Then the voice changed and gibbered again. A few hundred times later, a voice Xiao Ran understood rang out, "Let's talk, Earthling." Chapter 500, The Secret of Heretical Abilities. Xiao Ran was a bit surprised. You guys actually know Chinese? When has my Greater China become so awesome that it has become the language of the universe? The alien creature leader said, "We don't know Chinese, it's just that our brain has just captured your Earth language and translated my language in real time." Bullish, 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 this simultaneous translation was strong to a certain realm. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. He did not directly destroy the mothership, but actually wanted to acquire the knowledge of the aliens. It was not so much the technology, but the strange substances. These extraterrestrials were obviously after exotics, so they must have extremely deep research. He had only wanted to give it a try, not expecting too much, but he hadn't expected this brain to be so powerful. Then won't I be able to access it as much as I want as long as I gain control of the brain? Then I won't talk nonsense with you guys. Xiao Ran reached out and the alien creature leader appeared in front of him. I want the control of the thinking brain. The alien creature leader was startled and quickly nodded his head. Impossible. Huh, are your nods a refusal? Xiao Ran laughed loudly. Then you have to think about it. He waved his hand and boom, all the alien creatures here burst into pieces. The silicon-based creatures actually had blood as well, but it was green and sticky, and if you asked Xiao Ran, it was more like oil. No! The alien creature leader yelled, looking furious. Xiao Ran led him to launch an instantaneous transfer and went on a killing spree when he arrived at a place. The alien mothership was indeed incredibly large, but with Xiao Ran's domain open, the radius reached 280 kilometers, and it would not really take long to slaughter the entire mothership. But after slaughtering just a third of the area, this chief could not take it anymore and said, "Stop, I promise you. However, I am not the captain of the ship, I need the captain to let the brain accept your control." So, Xiao Ran took him to the captain again. The captain tried to escape and had ducked into a room made of energy shields, only to be broken open by Xiao Ran with a single space compression. Small wonder. After a few alien creatures gabbled, that captain finally agreed and handed over control of the intelligence brain to Xiao Ran. However, Xiao Ran could guess that he should have only gotten a portion of the power, not the supreme control at all. It did not matter, his purpose was information. "What is the strange matter?" he asked. Unable to understand what you are referring to as strange matter, unable to answer. The thinking brain immediately replied. However, Xiao Ran was prepared and took out a golden snowflake from the foreign space. Analyze the object. A ray of light swept through, and the think brain immediately said, "This is super yuan energy as well as ordinary water, with super yuan energy content of 45 microparticles, 44 microparticles, and 43 microparticles." "What is super yuan energy?" Xiao Ran asked. "The most powerful energy source in this universe, as far as probing knows, is speculated to be in the 18th dimension." The light brain explained, "The entire universe has a total of 18 dimensions. Currently our technology can only reach the 5th dimension, for the remaining 13 dimensions there is only theoretical knowledge." "How many dimensions has Earth's technology reached?" Xiao Ran asked. The light brain immediately said, "Born in the great cosmic space, any living creature belongs to the 4th dimension. Even if you can only use natural stones, it belongs to the lowest and lowest level of 4th dimension technology. Earth's technology, probably in the early 4th dimension, if it is divided into 100 steps from the 4th dimension technology to the 5th dimension, Earth's technology is almost on the 11th step." "Holy shit, that's not even close. Shouldn't we be in a 3-dimensional world, though?" "Oh, and count the time dimension, which makes it 4 dimensions. In 3 dimensions, time stands still, it's a dead space. To give birth to life, it would have to be in at least 4 dimensions. You guys came here just for the super yuan energy?" Xiao Ran asked. "Yes. Super yuan energy can either be an energy source for weapons and spaceships, or it can be used to strengthen the body and gain evolution." The light brain said, "We have been chasing the super yuan energy in the universe. Whenever dimensions collide, the super yuan energy may appear in the 4-dimensional space, but the location and time are uncertain. We have placed hypergenic energy detectors in every node of the known universe, and will send signals back to the mothership whenever hypergenic energy is detected. It's just that we were too far away before. It took us 0.2 starlight years to receive the signal, and another 0.3 starlight years to get here. As a result, it was busted by Xiao Ran. No, the first time I should say that the alien invaders won, when Xiao Ran was still too weak, but this time it was different. He started all over again and gained great strength in the early stages, and then exploded in a big way directly under the purple moon." "What is the purple moon?" he asked, then described the specifics. "It's been called the tide of hyperdimensional energy." The thinking brain said, "In a dimensional collision, there may be a situation where a large amount of super yuan matter overflows, which we call a super yuan energy tide." "I see." Xiao Ran nodded. What he should have asked was almost done. Only one last question remained. "Where is your home planet?" The thinking brain said, "Our home planet has been destroyed over the long years, and now the ship is our mothership, carrying all of our people." "That's good." Xiao Ran revealed a smile. "Last time you exterminated the entire Earth's creatures, this time I will exterminate all of you, isn't it fair?" Before he could do anything, he saw a large pile of alien creatures busy outside, carrying countless boxes, and in each box was clearly the strange substance. Super meta energy. The thinking brain said that super yuan energy could be used for both evolution and as an energy source for weapons. So these aliens are pretending to hand over control of the brain, but are actually buying time to build a powerful weapon and keep themselves in place. As a living target? Well, you guys want to get me killed, and I intend to get you killed. Fair. Xiao Ran grew up, and suddenly, a destructive beam of light struck, which was capable of piercing through even banished space. A five-dimensional weapon? How fast the light traveled, instantly punching hole after hole in the walls of the ship. The Earthling was dead? The alien creatures rushed over, wanting to confirm if Xiao Ran was dead. If Xiao Ran was really bombarded by such a deathlight, it would be impossible to leave a single trace, any part of him would be directly vaporized, so how to confirm if he was dead? Looking for me? Xiao Ran smiled, an instantaneous transfer over, and collected the energy cannon into the alien space. It was still quite powerful and worth collecting. Just now, he had located the warehouse where the alien creatures stored the super yuan energy, and came up with a potpourri. Now well, he can go on a killing spree. It's been a long journey, you guys have worked hard all the way, so I'll send you down to hell to rest forever. No need to thank me. Chapter 501, God of Time. Xiao Ran went on a killing spree. The alien creatures were not strong on an individual basis, averaging around 5,000 copies, and the strongest was only 100,000 copies, which was still unbeatable in front of Xiao Ran. 1.4 billion copies of the Big Brother Ah! Where Xiao Ran passed by, the alien creatures exploded into pieces. There was absolutely no enemy. They did not even have the qualifications to block a bit. The strongest thing about the alien creatures was actually the technology, and the main guns of the mothership were even quite a threat to Xiao Ran. However, everything was a thing of the past. Xiao Ran had already taken away all the super yuan energy and dismantled the brain as well. The energy used for this was super yuan energy, which was a bit extravagant, but Xiao Ran had gotten a whole lot of it anyway, and could completely afford to consume this brain. Taking a step back, he could even extract his own supernatural energy for the brain to use. What the thinking brain said, a day's consumption was almost 10 copies of alien energy. How much super metamaterial could Xiao Ran hook up every day? Right now it was almost 6,000 copies a day, so it was a piece of cake. Then, Xiao Ran detonated the mothership, setting off a huge, sparkling firework in the starry sky. Unfortunately, there was no sound in the vacuum, so you could only see it with your eyes. Alien creatures, extinguished. And it was extermination to the end. They were dragging their families, the entire star body was on this mothership, so exterminating this group of aliens meant exterminating them from the root, without a single remnant. Clean. Xiao Ran smiled and returned to Earth. Qingfeng Garden. Ha, hubby, you're back. The ladies were eating breakfast and casually said something. They only thought that Xiao Ran had gone off to make waves somewhere again, but they did not realize that he had done a big job and wiped out a huge alien fleet. Well, went for a walk in space and wiped out the alien fleet in the process. Xiao Ran laughed. The women all laughed, only thinking that Xiao Ran was joking. But on second thought, Xiao Ran kept saying that an alien would invade, and the time hissed as if it was these 2 days. Could it be? Really? Xiao Ran smiled and took out a metal box, which was filled with super yuan energy. Here, this is the loot. You guys eat it first, and I'll help you evolve afterward. These ultra yuan energy added up to almost 20 million portions, a lot, but for Xiao Ran it was barely enough to even stuff his teeth. He would just hook up the strange substances, also known as super yuan energy, every day. The ladies quickly finished eating, and Xiao Ran then distributed the ultra yuan energy to them. 1,000 copies per person. It wasn't that Xiao Ran was stingy, but he couldn't give too much at once, their bodies wouldn't be able to handle it. It had to be strengthened gradually. 1,000 copies per person per day, and then slowly increase the amount. Just 20 million copies, but also have to leave some for the children who were not born. It really cannot be used for a long time. Time passed day by day, and the human race was recovering tenaciously. A few months later, Xiao Ran's children were born one after another. This birth comes with about 10 copies of alien energy, even if it is not in a villa like Qingfeng Garden, but in the wild, their vitality is also tenacious enough to survive. Xiao Ran naturally used super yuan energy to strengthen them, but stopped at 100 copies. There was no hurry first. They were too small, they simply did not know how to control their own power. Suddenly giving them 10,000 or 100,000 copies of alien energy was not good in turn. 2 years later, the United Earth government was established. Now, China was the dominant power. Whether it was the quantity, quality, or scientific level of psychics, it was deservedly the first, so naturally, the United Government was also headed by China. 100 things are waiting to happen. Now the people of the earth are all psychics, fearless of the cold. In the middle of this icy land, a high-rise was rebuilt, but also one after another electricity, and after absorbing the supernatural energy, the plants have also evolved. The same fear of the cold, not only grow fast, but also large. For example, radish, originally only an arm's length, now 3 meters, thicker than a man's waist. Rice and so on. There are also evolved beasts with tasty, delicious meat. The social order is rebuilt, golden snowflakes will still fall from time to time, and the path of human evolution has not stopped, but is still continuing. By Xiao Ran's side, a dozen or so little carrot heads were chasing and playing cheekily, giggling and laughing. Don't look at them as small people, but not only do they run fast, but they also have enormous strength, and when they are looking for someone in a hide-and-seek situation, they directly lift a sofa up with one hand. Xiao Ran closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. In more than 2 years, he had only obtained 100 million copies of alien energy, a small amount. He had already developed the abilities to the extreme. However, he had never been able to figure out how to use the time alien ability. He couldn't even determine if this ability existed or not. It was only through the 2 time retrogressions and the speed of spatial perception in processing details that he could back out that he possessed the time abnormal ability, but to ask him to actively use the time abnormal ability? Completely unable to do so. Damn it, does this ability still belong to me? If it belongs to me, why can't I use it? Day after day, year after year, without realizing it, 300 years passed. After the evolution of human beings, their life expectancy has increased dramatically, and they can live up to 200 or 300 years without moving, which has a high fertility rate and a low mortality rate, so the population naturally began to soar, but 300 years will not be able to return to the heyday of the original. It would be at least another 300 years. But the oldest group of people had already begun to die. For 1,000 copies or less, the limit of lifespan would be 300 years, 10,000 copies could reach 500 years, and further up, for every year of lifespan that was to be raised, the level of alien ability needed could be several times more. Su Qingmei women have Xiao Ran's help. Everyone's alien ability level is above 1 million copies, spare a thought. Their life expectancy is only about 10,000 years. When the big day comes, one of them is full of silver hair, but look at Xiao Ran, still full of black hair, still in the youth. They can't let go. Not afraid to die, but after they die, Xiao Ran will be left alone, too pitiful. However, birth, old age, sickness and death, the law of nature, even if their evolutionary level was already very, very high, they could not get rid of it. In another 100 years, Xiao Ran would be all alone. Su Qingmei and the girls had passed away, and his children had long passed through the world, and all of them had already had hundreds of generations of descendants, occupying important positions in all walks of life. With Xiao Ran's secret help, it would be hard for them not to succeed. However, after a few hundred generations, none of them knew that there was such an old ancestor, or even that this old ancestor was still alive. Not to mention them, even Xiao Ran could hardly feel affection towards them anymore, and would only take care of them habitually. The current him had no desire. One day, he stopped hooking into the super yuan energy. He didn't want to be strong anymore, but rather wait for the natural end of his life. However, he was too strong and powerful. 1,000,000 years had passed, and humans had long since embarked on an interstellar journey, traveling from galaxy to galaxy. And finally, Xiao Ran's life came to an end. The course of 1,000,000 years of life crossed in front of his eyes like a walking lantern, and Xiao Ran slowly closed his eyes. Boom! A brand new power swept through his entire body, and Xiao Ran's bodily functions were actually reversing. From extreme aging to youthfulness, it was almost just a matter of an instant. Time alien ability. Holy shit! Xiao Ran almost cursed, I'm waiting to die and you come out at this time? What the hell? With his current physical state, he could live for another 1,000,000 years. Wouldn't he become an old monster who can't die? Every time he dies, he triggers the time ability and then he becomes young, again? Nope. Why was it back in time before, but this time it was just his body? Time ability. Xiao Ran flicked his fingers as he recalled the operation of the time ability just now. He glanced at the intelligence brain, which showed that the time was 3 days ago. He could go back in time. He had finally mastered this ability. Moreover, his body was still in a strong state and had not gone back 3 days ago. Am I transcending time? Am I still a 4-dimensional creature? Xiao Ran clenched his teeth and utilized his time abnormal ability to the extreme. Get me back to 1,000,000 years ago. He immediately disappeared in place, not this space, but this timeline. Xiao Ran opened his eyes, only to see that he was in the middle of a street, surrounded by many people, but none of them were wearing ancient clothing, and the houses around him were also in an ancient style, not to mention cars, even bicycles could not be seen. His sudden appearance naturally drew the people around him to look at him, all of them were shocked. "Huh, is this a Hangdian shooting? I overexerted myself and came directly before the calamity?" It was at this moment that he heard a roar like a boil coming from the front. The Tsang heaven is dead. The yellow sky is standing. End of part 1. For those of you who see this, you can basically close the book. The second part is Xiao Ran traveled in various times, and the ancients to meet, and ton some ancient beauty of the story, after all, is ton god as well. Do not like this kind of story, friends, see here just good. The next basic day Amor, thank you for nearly 6 months of company. Chapter 502, Three Kingdoms Storm Clouds 1. What the hell? Xiao Ran opened his spatial perception and instantly enveloped this small Hengdian. However, he was shocked. Because this is by no means an act, but a real killing show. A team of yellow turban soldiers were charging, while the officials were fleeing in defeat. This slogan, this clothing. Could it be? The yellow turban demons are killing their way into the city. Run! Shouts rose in all directions, and all the people around dispersed in a flurry. But Xiao Ran could see clearly, under a knife and a gun, blood gushed like a spring, and heads rolled all over the ground. This is a real killing. Yellow Turban Uprising? This is the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty? 3 kingdoms? Xiao Ran's history is not good, but probably still understand, the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, with the emergence of the Yellow Turbans Uprising, the original into the twilight of the Han Dynasty more shaky. Yellow Turbans Uprising led to all the vassals to embrace their own troops, and then he Jin to lead Dong Zhuo into the capital to exterminate the eunuchs, and the results of attracting wolves into the house. Dong Zhuo rely on the capital does not go, and then there is a 18-way. Vassals' crusade against Dong Zhuo opened up the prelude to the magnificent 3 kingdoms. As a person who has played the 3 kingdoms game, Xiao Ran still has a slight impression of this part of history. How many years AD is it now? If the yellow turbans haven't been exterminated yet, it means that Dong Zhuo hasn't entered the capital yet, and the curtain hasn't really been drawn on the great drama of the 3 kingdoms. Forget it, I'm back to find Su Qingmei and the others. Go! Xiao Ran just wanted to activate his time ability to leave this timeline, but he was surprised to find out if he had jumped too much in time, causing the time ability to go into cooldown and not be able to use it anymore. It was indeed recovering, but it was slow as hell. Luckily, his spatial abilities were completely unaffected. Even if the spatial ability couldn't be used either, in fact, his physical body alone was invincible. It was invincible when put into the technological era, and even 5th dimension level weapons couldn't hurt him at all. Looking at this recovery speed, without 3 to 5 years he would never be able to use his time ability again. In other words, he would be stuck here for at least 3 years. At least. Not to mention 3 years, 300 years would be a piece of cake for me. Xiao Ran thought to himself, he had spent an entire million years, so what was even 300 years? Closing his eyes and opening them again, it was almost over. If I'm here, I'm invincible anyway, so what's there to be afraid of? Xiao Ran muttered, fear is fear, if I kill Cao Cao here, will it seriously change the future? Xiao Ran felt that it was impossible. It was because this time he was not dialing back time, otherwise he would not exist at all in this era. Parallel world? No one can change the past, because no matter which point in time in the future such a power appears, it means that history ceases to exist. When time runs, does it have countless bifurcations and I'm just on one of them? Forget it, that theory is too advanced for me. I just need to know that what I'm doing here won't change the established reality. While he was fuming, the people around him had run for their lives, and the officials and soldiers had retreated, none of them caring about the oddly dressed man, but rather panicking and running for their lives. The yellow turbans, on the other hand, were in pursuit, fighting as they chased. Upon seeing Xiao Ran, one man suddenly called out, "Demon!" Immediately, several yellow turban soldiers looked over, and Mo's eyes glared, "Demons! Shit, you are the demons!" Then, they copied their swords and slashed over. Xiao Ran did not start a battle with them, but ran away with an instantaneous movement. When Xiao Ran appeared in the next city, he had already changed into ancient clothes. Stole from a wealthy family. He was now rather like a Rich man with a successful career. Xiaoran sat in the restaurant, listening to the diners discussing the battle between the Yellow Turbans and the imperial court, and finally brought up a sentence about the current year. Jumping 5 years. Damn, jumping 5 years is how many years AD? Xiaoran secretly flipped through the books. There were all kinds of books in the foreign space, and in the late stage there was also his collection of millions of years, and the content was so many and so strange that it was unimaginable to anyone. Jumping 5 years is 188 AD, he read on. After another year, the current son of heaven will die. At the same time, Dongzhuan into the capital, the scourge of the imperial capital, the entire palace as his private harem, before the 18 vassals to start a crusade, and finally Wang Yun sent the supreme beauty of Diao Cicada, the use of the beauty plan, only to let the old thief Dong died. If not for this, the situation of the three kingdoms would not necessarily appear. Diao-chan? Not where his big brother's Diao-chan, but the real great beauty Diao-chan. Xiaoran's long-calmed mind suddenly stirred. My damn, Lao Zi is really a colorful batch. The person who was originally bent on waiting for death is now actually starting to swing again. Good, the only beautiful people under the sky are the ones who can't live up to it. I'm going to kill Dongzhuo now and take his place. After Dongzhuo was summoned to the capital, he was desolate for 3 whole years. Hey, 3 years is almost enough time for me to activate my time ability. Then I'll play for 3 years, and then pretend to be killed by Lu Bu and run away with Diao-chan, so won't that not affect the timeline? Even if you're playing a game, you still have to respect historical facts. That said, will I be able to take someone across the timeline? It's possible to give it a try. If it's possible, then I can collect all the beautiful women in history. Tuning the goddesses of one era is nothing, I want to tune all the beauties in the entire history. Xiaoran came energized and immediately started looking for Dongzhuo. Well, just wait for the rabbit in Luoyang City, and when Dongzhuo entered the capital, he would take him out and replace him. With the strength of his power, wouldn't it be a trivial matter? Xiaoran went to Luoyang City. The foot of the Son of Heaven. Although the great Han dynasty had reached its final years and was faltering, the capital was still quite prosperous, and Xiaoran stayed in the greenhouses, enjoying himself. Now Ado hasn't been born yet, this idiom is used too early. After half a year of absurdity, Dongzhuo finally came. He Jin paid the price in blood for his luring the wolf into the house. Dongzhuo is not a kind man. After entering the capital, although he killed the 10 constant servants, but he Jin himself was also killed. The new emperor was abolished. Emperor Xin of Han dynasty came to the throne. Dongzhuo took control of the emperor. In fact, he was the first one to hold the emperor hostage. Action. Xiaoran went out and entered the Dong mansion. He did not cover his tracks in the slightest and just barged into the mansion with a big grin, so naturally, he was immediately attacked by the guards. Xiaoran smiled and the spatial domain opened up. The heads of these dozen of soldiers immediately turned 180 degrees, but bizarrely none of them died. They had not yet realized it and continued to charge towards Xiaoran, but their eyes saw that Xiaoran was in front, but their feet were running towards the back, bizarrely incomparable. A military general rushed out and killed towards Xiaoran. Xiaoran crossed swords with the other party and picked off the other party's heavy weapon with a single sword. Amidst a sea of chickens and dogs, Xiaoran arrived at Dongzhuo's residence. Who are you that you dare to break into my residence? Dongzhuo shouted. However, considering that you are too brave in martial arts, I can accept you as your righteous son. Grasping the grass, Lao Zi is not a slave of the Three Kingdoms. Chapter 503, Three Kingdoms Storm Clouds 2. Xiaoran was very upset, and with a wave of his hand, Dongzhuo was torn apart. However, old thief Dong did not die, but watched in horror. This was an ability far beyond his understanding. Demon Path. You're the demonic path of the Five Dipper sect. Dongzhuo exclaimed in shock. Xiaoran lost his smile. The Five Poor Rice sect is a trick to deceive people. Can it be compared to me? At this time, more and more soldiers and generals poured in, but seeing this scene in front of them were all trembling in fear. The gods had descended to earth. Demonic Taoist, quickly put away your demonic techniques and restore my righteous father to his original state. A magnificent man over 2 meters tall appeared, holding a square heavily painted halberd in his hand and angrily pointing at Xiaoran. Yo, Lu Bu is here. Xiaoran smiled slightly. Bu, I still lack a righteous son. Bullshit, am I the Honorable Lu Fengxian, a slave of the 3 surnames? Lu Bu said angrily. Grasping the grass, you are already a second surname slave now. When you kill Dongzhuan in the future, you will worship Wang Yun as your righteous father. and still say that you are not a third surname slave? Xiaoran laughed loudly. Come on, then let's compete. If you want to be more fierce than me, I will release your godfather. When Lu Bu heard this, he immediately stepped quickly and slashed with his halberd. He was the #1 martial general of the three kingdoms. His martial arts were naturally superior. With a height of more than 2 meters, coupled with his well-developed muscles, the force of this chop might have reached 1,000 pounds. Xiaoran put out his sword, a rack. Buzz! The sword and halberd were both trembling greatly, but Xiaoran acted as if nothing had happened, but Lu Bu's hands were bursting from the tiger's mouths and blood was flowing. When the crowd saw this, they were horrified. That is Lu Fengxian have 10,000 people invincible courage, but in front of this man actually obviously fell in the wind. To know the sword, this kind of thing is not suitable for killing field fighting. 1 is short, 2 is not heavy enough, fight up 2 lose. But now? Sword and halberd hit each other. As a result, Xiaoran did not have anything, but Lu Bu's tiger's mouth cracked. Hiss! Xiaoran's mind moved, his feet took to the air and directly floated in midair. Divine Immortal! This is definitely an immortal. Xiaoran clenched his fist again, and boom, Dongzhuo's body immediately shattered violently into a rain of blood. Those who surrender to me live, those who don't, die. He faintly said. Son, Bongxi, pay respects to Lord Righteous Father. Lu Bu was the first to fall on his knees and bow respectfully. It's not worthy of you. Seeing that Lu Bu was the first to submit, all the generals looked at me and I looked at you, and they all knelt down. Greetings, Lord. Xiaoran nodded. From now on, I am Dongzhuo, dance as usual, girls as usual, everything as usual. The crowd could not understand, but it did not stop them from being in awe. Dongzhuo had a group of strategists and Xiaoran did not kill any of them, but obeyed them. He did not want to disrupt the course of history. Therefore, how desolate Dongzhuo would be, he naturally had to do the same. It can't be helped, I am not wanting to disrupt the timeline. The next day, Xiaoran entered the palace under the protection of Lu Bu and other generals. After entering the palace, he also met the young Emperor Xian of Han Dynasty, as well as the Empress Dowager. However, although it is the Empress Dowager, but this Empress Dowager is very young, at most 30 years old, flowery face, body plump very. Xiaoran thumped his heart. Lao Zi is now Dongzhuo. What would Dongzhuo do when he sees a beautiful woman? Xiaoran threw the power to Lu Bu and those few strategists, and directly lived in the palace, and started the desolation on behalf of Dongzhuo. Dongzhuo entered the capital, killed the young emperor and set up another Emperor Xian, causing the Han lords to be furious. As a result, the 18 armies of the king gathered, elected Yuan Shao as the alliance leader, and came towards Luoyang. The face of the raging allied forces, Xiaoran natural calm then, if he is willing, a thought can be destroyed allied forces, but he took this as a game to play, used their own power that belongs to cheating, is open hung. How can that work? Besides, he had the advantage in this wave, so why should he hang up? Xiaoran turned over the history books, according to the history books. Thus, a tug of war unfolded, sometimes Dongzhuo's army won, sometimes the allied army won. Xiaoran didn't care at all, it was just a reckless revelry in the palace. He began to look forward to Diaochan. One of the 4 great beauties. Chapter 504, The Three Kingdoms 3. Xiaoran did not interfere with history, and history moved forward under inertia in a set direction. The allied forces' attack was blocked, failed to accomplish the set goal, and the internal disunity, is composed of 18 vassals, soon appeared a big problem, centrifugal separation. Coupled with the decadence of the Great Han has become, as long as it is smarter people can see a glance to understand. So, why not follow the example of the spring and autumn and warring states period, embracing the army and enclosing the land as the king? So, civil unrest together, the allied forces are scattered. Everyone went back to their own homes, closed the door, and went to be the emperor of the land. Xiaoran got the good news, but just threw it aside. The new Dongzhuo is a despot, but he has invincible generals such as Lu Bu in the military and Li Ru and Jia Yan in the literature, plus he holds the world under his command, so he is dominating the world, and who can compete with him? The 18 vassals have all returned without success. Then if you can't win head-on, you can only use dirty tricks. Assassination. So, it wasn't long before Xiaoran received a report from his subordinates, "My lord, Xiao Chao seeks an audience." "Ah, Chao is here?" Xiaoran couldn't help but be energized, according to the romance of the 3 kingdoms. Xiao Chao ran over to assassinate Dongzhuo. Of course, it's me now. Idle. Inside the three kingdoms, who is the person Xiao Ran most aspires to be? It's not Lu Bu, who has one of the four beauties, but Lord Mengde, a human wife professional. Even if 1,000 years down, this spirit is not only not lost, on the contrary, the light carries vast, countless scum seducing other people's wives, finished but also to shoot a video posted on the internet. This is too much, look at their own on the line, but also send online to make money on the very shameful. Xiao Ran has been a lot of times when the Chow thief, and now the Grandmaster came, he cannot stand in awe? If not want to destroy the game process, he would have run over to see the idol. Please. Not long after, the wife professional arrived. The current Chow Chow was only in his 30s, but he had an intimidating presence, so it was no wonder that he had 3 worlds. Chow, meet the Prime Minister. Chow Chow arched his hand and saluted. No need to be polite. Xiao Ran beckoned, come, even I've admired you for a long time. Ha! Of course Chow Chow knew that Dong Zhuo had been killed and replaced by a mysterious man, and although he also called himself Dong Zhuo, the two could be completely different people. But the new Dong Zhuo was just as despicable. He had the courage to come to assassinate Dong Zhuo, not for the sake of the people of the world, but to make political capital. He never expected that this new Dong Zhuo would be so kind to him. Among the rumors, wasn't he quick to kill? Let's walk and talk. Xiao Ran took Chow Chow's hand. Chow Chow followed, his head full of fog. He was completely confused. Brother Chow, let's exchange ideas. Xiao Ran said. Ha? Chow Chow was confused, what insights? Human wives. Xiao Ran laughed, what prompted you to take this path? All the way over, Chow Chow was confused, however, he did exchange insights with Xiao Ran. After all, it was not a good habit to always stare at other people's wives in this era, and with whom could Brother Chow Chow confide such a cool feeling? Only Xiao Ran. The only one who can confide in Xiao Ran is Xiao Ran. But Chow Chow is after all a generation of treacherous heroes, will not be because of the encounter with the same people and sympathize with Xiao Ran. See Xiao Ran defenseless, he took the short sword out of the cuffs. Xiao Ran smiled faintly and just happened to turn around. Chow Chow was startled, his courage vanished, and he hurriedly handed the knife over. This is Chow's family heirloom sword, and I've come to offer it to the sage. Xiao Ran took the knife and smiled. Chow Chow was scared out of his wits and quickly found a reason to leave. Xiao Ran could not help but laugh. It should be Diaochan who would appear next. Anticipation, too much anticipation. One should know that in order to maintain the sense of anticipation, Xiao Ran did not even open his spatial perception all the way, but only enveloped the entire Shanghua mansion. Being able to be called the 4 great beauties of the past and present, how exactly must Diaochan be beautiful? A few days later, Xiao Ran received an invitation from Wang Yun to visit his residence. Xiao Ran readily agreed. Diaochan was finally going to make his debut. He brought Lu Bu, a fierce general, to accompany him, with countless guards. Although Xiao Ran did not need Lu Bu's protection at all, in order to preserve Lu Bu's reputation as the #1 fierce general of the 3 kingdoms, Xiao Ran naturally still had to let this righteous son continue to be his bodyguard. After entering Wang Yun's mansion and some drinking, Wang Yun said, Xianghua, I have a righteous daughter, who is 2.8 years old and is good at singing and dancing, why don't we let her give a performance for Xianghua? Xiao Ran slapped the table, his face full of frost. Wang Yun could not help but be startled, thinking that his plan had been seen through by Xiao Ran, and he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Ha ha! Xiao Ran resumed laughing, with such a wonderful person, why didn't you offer him to this Prime Minister's kingdom earlier? Ha, I haven't said I'm going to offer it to you. Wang Yun is confused, but the plan seems to be going smoothly, just how does it feel strange? He clapped his hands, and the sound of silk and bamboo rose, only to see a figure with a delicate figure walk in, without having to look at the face, just the figure makes people want to get into it. However, it was not possible to see her face because it was covered by 2 layers of silk veil, which made it hazy, and it was completely impossible to see her appearance. Xiao Ran did not use spatial perception, but instead let the sense of anticipation continue to grow. This is Diaochan? Hiss, this figure is really great. Diaochan's breasts were not the biggest, her waist was not the thinnest, her butt was not the most arched, and her legs were not the longest, but after combining these together, it was flawless and full of seductive charm. With just one glance, Xiao Ran already has a swirling heart and can hardly hold himself. Grasping the grass, the old pimp Wang Yun won't steal food, right? If Sable Cicada was not perfect, Xiao Ran would have a nausea like eating a fly. Diao Chan dances with the sound of music, but what she dances, the ghost will care, light in the appreciation of her soulful body. Xiao Ran was like this, not to mention the others. Lu Bu was looking at her with straight eyes, and veins were popping out in his neck. Only Wang Yun, with clear eyes, had a face that was not lustful, but instead had an indescribable annoyance. After Xiao Ran froze, he understood with a sweep of his spatial perception. He couldn't. No wonder Wang Yun is willing to take out Diaochan to make the beauty plan plus the stratagem of separation. A normal man would rather give up everything to keep this stunning beauty, right? Now obviously have such a great beauty, but he cannot really possess. Wang Yun's bitter who understand Xiao Ran is relieved, so it seems, Diaochan should still be perfect. The song ended, Diaochan Ying bowed down, greetings to Lord Shanghua. Chapter 505, Three Kingdoms Storm Clouds 4. Sable Cicada bowed down. She was wearing a light gauze skirt, and with this obeisance, the fabric was slightly taut, allowing the peach-like buttocks to be completely outlined, making people infinitely yearn for it. Xiao Ran was all but indisputably gulping. Is this the charm of the four great beauties? No, it was the fact that he had added fantasy into it that made him feel that her charm had multiplied, making his heart thump so much even without showing his face. Take off the veil and let this Prime Minister take a look. Xiao Ran had the look of a lustful man. However, Sable-chan did not listen and did not get up, saying, "Slave is ugly, I don't dare to take off the veil for fear of scaring the Prime Minister. There is no harm, this Prime Minister has fought in the south and the north, and has seen all the evil ghosts, and is still afraid that you will look ugly?" Xiao Ran laughed loudly, then his face sank. Take it off. He vividly interpreted what is called temperamental. Diao Chan didn't dare to whet his appetite anymore, her delicate hand placed on the veil, then gently took it off. At this instant, the room was silent. The beauty is like a heavenly fairy. Rao Xiao Ran has seen a lot of beautiful women, but at this time, his heart and soul trembled, and his brain went blank. There is such a beautiful person under the sky. Like Xiao Chichukyu, Mayano Yang Ming, etc., where Xiao Ran hit almost full marks, face value, body are all good, cannot pick a fault. But when compared to Diaochan, she was clearly inferior by 3 points. Not 1 point. If not for this, with Xiao Ran's tricky appetite, might his mind appear blank for a moment? Xiao Ran was completely unable to use any words to describe this beauty in front of him. Why is it that there are only 4 great beauties in the history of the world, instead of 3 great beauties, 5 great beauties and 6 great beauties? This beauty in front of him was a vivid and incomparable example. Xiao Ran glanced at Lu Bu at the side, and his hand holding the square heavenly painted halberd jerked faster. With a slight smile, he walked over and copied Diaochan in one hand. Father Diaochan exclaimed, that nervous look was not feigned. Xiao Ran laughed. Wang Yun, do you mind if I borrow a room from you? Wang Yun's face muscles twitched, unable to believe his eyes. He had heard that this new Dongzhuo was barbaric, but hearing 100 times was not as good as seeing, and today he realized to what extent this man was even reckless. In front of his master, he directly carried someone's daughter and left, and he even said loudly that he wanted to borrow a room. What for? Can you do something good? However, he glanced at Lu Bu. The number 1 fierce general already had a twisted expression and his fingers holding his weapon were white. Although it was a bit different from what he had planned, the direction was actually weirdly right. He was just trying to disassociate Xiao Ran and Lu Bu, the righteous father-son pair, and even make Lu Bu turn against him. Otherwise, with such a fierce general protecting Xiao Ran, who could assassinate this old little thief? Feng Xian. Wang Yun, with a face of pity, even more full of regret, said, I invited Shanghua over today and introduced my daughter. In fact, I admire the general's valor, want to betroth my daughter to you, who expected, alas. He let out a long sigh, seemingly lamenting beyond measure. Lu Bu half opened his mouth and drew up his steps to chase him out, but he stopped before running 2 steps. Xiao Ran is a phase master. The following offense. He will die. He is a fierce general, yes, but, in the absence of a red rabbit, how many people can he kill? Hundreds? Thousands? A few hundred at most, and he'll die of exhaustion. Of course he loves beauty, but he cherishes life even more. Taking a step back, Xiao Ran was a demonic Taoist of the Five Dipper sect, and that kind of unimaginable means was too terrifying. Unless he can take advantage of Xiao Ran's unpreparedness to sneak attack and get it, otherwise. How miserable the last righteous father died, that is still in front of his eyes. Cannot be impulsive. I can't be impulsive. Of course, Wang Yun will not allow Dong Zhuo to die in his residence, or else the soldiers under Dong Zhuo's command will kill over. What can he block? He wants to take the risk of killing Xiao Ran, not for the sake of the people of the world, but to take his place. Very well, anyway, the seed of hatred between Dong Zhuo and Lu Bu has already been planted. All he needs to do is to provoke it again. With Diao Chan, a supreme beauty, fanning the flames, this pair of fake fathers and sons can't even think of not flipping out. Feng Xian, as things stand now, you can just pretend that today's matter has not happened at all. Wang Yin continued, seemingly persuading, but actually arching fire. Pity my daughter, heavenly fragrance, is a beauty that is hard to see in 100 years, should have been promised to a hero like General, actually, alas. He let out a long sigh, filled with sadness and resentment. Lu Bu gripped his square sky painting halberd hard, his eyes filled with killing intent, but he was forced to press it down. Even if he wanted to make a move, he couldn't be so reckless. Think about it in the long run. He wanted to capture the beauty as well as keep his current position and even move up a level. Seeing Lu Bu's murderous look, Wang Yun could not help but smile. Early the next morning, Diao Chan woke up with a start, just opened her eyes and saw an unfamiliar face close at hand. She was first shocked and then reacted. This was the man who had taken away her innocence only last night. The great villain who had plagued the Han. Wang Yun wanted to kill Dong Zhuo because he himself wanted to rise to power, but Diao Chan was willing to cooperate because she was deeply righteous and was willing to sacrifice herself for the people, but once again, she was a little shaken by the spring breeze. Then, she immediately firm will. This big traitor must die. Ha! She only felt as if some kind of marvelous change had occurred within her body, and naturally, with a wave of her hand, swoosh, 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 she struck out with an ice pick. Ah! She exclaimed. Demonic arts. This was a demonic technique. But how did she suddenly possess demonic arts? Congratulations, you have become a shifter. Xiao Ran opened his eyes with a smile on his face. In order to make Sable Cicada battle resistant, he had purposely helped it evolve. With Xiao Ran's current terrifying strength, he could completely skip the process of fever and directly become an alter ego in one step. It was like the effect of Purple Moon. Did you give me this demonic art? Sable asked in a trembling voice. It's fine if you have to say it's a demonic art. Xiao Ran laughed. Come, let me help you familiarize yourself with it. He said that he was helping to familiarize himself with the supernatural ability, but in fact, he had given Sable-chan another 100 copies of the supernatural ability. Yesterday, he had only given 10 copies to initially transform this absolute beauty, and now that her body had a certain degree of adaptability, she could naturally continue to strengthen it. The physical quality is strong, which is only resistant to battle. Chapter 506, Three Kingdoms Stormclouds 5. Thousands of favorites all rolled into one. Diao Chan was truly worthy of being one of the four great beauties of all time. Just over half a year had passed and she was already at the 100,000 copies level. What kind of concept is that? One person can slaughter a city. Sable Cicada couldn't even believe it, but Xiao Ran took her to the sea to try it out, and with a wave of her hand, all of the over 100 square kilometers were frozen, and it wasn't just frozen to the surface of the sea, but it went deep into the bottom of the sea. She looked at Xiao Ran dumbfounded, her expression complex beyond words. If she was willing, she could completely take over this faltering Han dynasty and become the first female emperor in history. Who could rival her? However, the fact that she was so powerful was created by Xiao Ran. Then how strong would Xiao Ran have to be? How could such a person even try to assassinate Lu Bu? That number one fierce general? It was simply a joke. You, what exactly are you? She asked in a trembling voice. A god? The one who came down to earth to play with life? Xiao Ran smiled faintly. I am your man. Sable couldn't help but blush, but such a powerful man could obviously end the chaos of the Han and re-establish the dynasty. Why not? Why don't you become emperor? She asked again. Not interested. Xiao Ran hemmed and hawed, holding Sable-chan in his arms. Can't you save the people and the people's lives? Sable Cicada asked in a trembling voice, her pretty face as red as fire. You will understand later, it's not that I don't save, but the development of history is unstoppable. Xiaoran said indifferently, and with a thought, he took Diaochan back to Shanghua Mansion and started to hudify again. According to the course of history, Lubu, under the dual instigation of Wang Yun and Diaochan, would soon make a move against Dongzhuo, only Wang Yun was unilaterally fanning the flames. Lubu did not have the chance to see Diaochan at all. Even if he did see her, Diaochan would not act according to the plan. Because instead of counting on Lubu, it would be better for her to take action herself. But would Diaochan do it? She clearly knew how powerful Xiaoran was. It was so powerful that it made people despair. However, Lubu finally decided to make his move. He had already dispatched all of Xiaoran's troops for an excuse and then entered the Shanghua Mansion single-handedly. He believed that as long as he did not allow Xiaoran to use his demonic techniques, he would be able to kill this demon with a single blow. Righteous father! He called out outside Xiaoran's bedroom. Eh? Xiaoran replied in a nasal voice. He had waited for Lubu for many good days. It was reasonable that this person should have done it long ago. Wouldn't your being a day late have a huge impact on the course of history? Bu has something important to ask for an audience. Lubu said. Come in. Lubu came in and walked quickly toward Xiaoran while saying, Yuan Shao and the others have once again gathered their forces for a second crusade against Righteous Father. Xiaoran was duly startled and looked flustered. It was at this time that Lubu did not bring his square heavenly painting halberd, but pulled out his short sword from his waist and slashed at Xiaoran's neck. Pfft, blood sprayed flying. Xiaoran's head was cut off by him alive. Ha ha ha. Lubu laughed. Success. He carried Xiaoran's head out to deter the generals of Shanghua House. On the other hand, Wang Yun would also take the opportunity to enter the palace and start a mutiny to take care of all of Xiaoran's forces. At that time, Wang Yun would take Xiaoran's place, while he recognized Wang Yun as his rightful father and married Diaochan. The chaos in the Shanghua mansion was quickly pacified by Lubu, but when he went to look for Diaochan again, he couldn't find her. No, Lubu yelled up to the sky. In the middle of the spatial realm, Diaochan curiously watched all of this, and then asked Xiaoran in confusion, Why do you want everyone in the world to think you're dead? Because this is history. Xiaoran laughed. Dongzhuo died before the lords could fight for supremacy, before the three kingdoms came together, and before the three kingdoms returned to Jin. Diaochan could not understand and only felt that Xiaoran was too strange a person. He clearly could have easily become the emperor. How could someone be so disdainful of power? Previously, Xiaoran was in the capacity of a phase state, holding the emperor hostage, but he said he didn't want such a great power and then he didn't want it. What are you going to do next? Diaochan asked. Xiaoran smiled, Go switch identities with my idol. The next character he chose was Cao Cao. What Big Xiao and Little Xiao, Jinmi and Sun Shangxiang, all of them, snatch them for me. Summed up in one sentence, I want them all. This time, he wasn't going to kill Cao Cao, but instead, he would lock up his idol for a while and he would impersonate him. The spatial realm was open, and he wanted to be whoever the others thought he was. The two had already disappeared from the Sagittarius mansion amidst Sablechan's faint exclamation of surprise. Diaochan! Lubu froze. He seemed to have heard the voice of his beloved woman, but when he listened again, he could not see where the beautiful woman was. General, what are you doing carrying a pig's head? One of his men asked. Ha! He. Lubu hurriedly threw away the pig's head in his hand. Ancient and strange, he clearly killed that demon. His heart was in a state of confusion, but after not seeing Xiaoran appear again, he finally slowly felt relieved, but the pig's head incident became a confusion that he would not be able to solve until his death. Xiaoran is dead or not? Xiaoran left with Sable Cicada, and with a breath of 10,000 miles, he soon found Cao Cao. Idol, I'll lend you my identity and make sure you don't lose the Battle of Red Cliff. Xiaoran smiled and threw Cao Cao directly tens of thousands of miles away. You come back slowly. Xiaoran took Cao Cao's place and slowly developed his strength. As of now, Cao Cao's power is not even close to being number one. Yuan Shao is the most powerful warlord. Xiaoran flipped through the history books. Although Dongzhuo fell a little bit late, but it's not too far off. The next step is to follow the history book. A few years passed by, Xiaoran's power was getting bigger and bigger, and finally a big battle broke out with Zhang Xiu. Naturally, Xiaoran won. According to history, Xiao Chao, a lover of human wives, laughed off Zhang Xiu's aunt once she entered the city, and as a result, Zhang Xiu harbored a grudge and stabbed him in the back, causing Cao Cao to flee in disarray, and handing over his fierce general, Dian Wei, to do so. As playing the Three Kingdoms game used to collect a large number of generals, Xiao Ran said, Dianwei, such fierce generals naturally do not want to die. It's fine, how can one or two less deaths change history? Chapter 507, The Three Kingdoms 6. Xiao Ran accepts Zhang Xiu's surrender, and after entering the city, he immediately asks where the fun is. Who under his command doesn't know the Lord's little hobby? Zhang Xiu's uncle, Zhang Ji, whose widow is just over 20, is said to be a rare beauty. Ha! Xiao Ran nodded happily. Go! Go! With his men leading the way and the fierce general Dianwei escorting him, Xiao Ran quickly arrived at Zhang Ji's residence. Someone had already notified, so as soon as Xiao Ran went in, he saw a woman in mourning clothes welcome him, and Ying bowed down. Zhang Ji's wife, Zhou, pays her respects to the Prime Minister. Xiao Ran heatedly smiled. You recognize me? The Prime Minister's reputation is far-reaching, so my concubine naturally recognizes me. The woman did not have permission and did not dare to get up. Stand up and let this Prime Minister take a look, Xiao Ran said. Only then did the woman get up and looked at Xiao Ran with shyness and timidity. Grass, old brother Xiao really has a good eye. This Zhou is not as good as Sable Cicada's stunning face, but it is also a rare beauty, especially the body. It is really ripe. Every inch exudes the flavor and charm of a mature woman. There is a kind of soul-sucking taste from the bones. Moreover, female to be pretty, a filial piety, this rough linen clothes instead of reducing her half of the colorful light. On the contrary, there is also an additional stream of swinging flavor. Xiao Ran's heart is also a swing. Wonderful! He laughed out loud and picked up Zhou, heading straight to the inner room. A night of flirtation. History records that Prime Minister Chao took pleasure with Zhou every day, and was not happy to return home. Until Zhang Xiu knew the news and sent his army to kill over, vowing to kill the Chao traitors. My lord, we must go, that Zhang Xiu bastard has gone back on his word and rebelled against Lord Prime Minister. Dianwei exclaimed. Zhou was so scared that she lost her color and hurriedly said, Lord Prime Minister, you must take my concubine with you. If she fell into Zhang Xiu's hands, then she would be dipped in a pigsty for fornicating with someone else during her mourning period. Dianwei hurriedly said, My lord, I can only protect you alone, I can't take this burden with me. No harm done. Xiao Ran laughed, you only need to take care of yourself, this Prime Minister is not afraid. Dianwei had no choice but to drive on. They soon encountered Zhang Xiu's army and were immediately surrounded and killed. Dianwei, brave incomparable, even if the crotch without horses also have 1,000,000 people cannot match the courage. However, manpower is sometimes poor. He's soon panting, follow up lack of strength, but Xiao Ran is still easy, one hand around Zhou's waist, one hand dancing with the 7-star sword, invincible. Battle again for a while, Dianwei can only completely rest, all need Xiao Ran to take care of, which is barely followed by Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, a person, a sword, frozen the army, killed a bloody road, came to the city gate. However, the city gate had already been closed. Now, they had become a turtle in a jar. Lord! Dianwei gritted his teeth, I'll open the city gates. But even though he had the courage of 10,000 men, the bolts of the city gate were made of metal, exceeding 1,000 pounds, and required the combined efforts of many people to lift, and Dianwei wanted to open the door alone? No way! Finished. My lord, Dianwei is incompetent and has failed, my lord. Dianwei said miserably. Zhou, on the other hand, was it finally hard to escape death? Get out of the way. Xiao Ran laughed and walked over to the gate and kicked it. Boom! The 2 city gates immediately flew out while falling apart in pieces, while the bolts of the gates also appeared to be visibly twisted. Grasping the grass. Seeing this scene, not to mention that Dianwei and Zhou were dumbfounded, even the pursuers behind them forgot to attack. Is this really what a human being can do? A foot down, 2 city gates plus bolts will take off together? Siege vehicles are not so powerful, right? No wonder that just these 3 people have been killed from the Zhang house all the way here. Think about the horror of this foot. The soldiers in front can't help but move back. Never find death. Ha, see you next time. Xiao Ran put away his sword and grabbed Dianwei instead, and with a longitudinal swoosh, he crossed the 4-feet-wide moat and sailed away. They didn't have horses and weren't fast, but who dared to chase after them? Some soldiers were insensitive and even asked, General, aren't we going to chase? The general in charge of the pursuit kicked him over, chase, chase, chase. You're going to die if you go after them. Let's go, hurry, and report back to the Lord. Xiao Ran took Zhou and Dianwei back to the military camp. learned that the Lord was attacked, Zhang Shou child actually dared to go back on his word and betrayed the Lord. Under the tent of the generals are not angry. Have asked for orders to take as a vanguard, lifting Zhang Shou's head to see the Lord. Xiao Ran naturally will not refuse. However, when listening to Dian Wei talk about the martial courage of the Lord, it was actually him who in turn led Dian Wei to kill the siege and kicked the city gate. A group of fierce generals were in disbelief. Is the Lord so fierce? If you really want to be so fierce, the assassination of Dong Zhuo in the beginning will still fail? A kick to open the city gate is unimaginable, kick fly? What a joke! When did you Dian Wei become so good at kissing ass? At Xiao Ran's command, the army attacked the city, and Zhang Shou's army then became history. As history progressed, Cao Cao's army became the most powerful warlord at the end of the Eastern Han dynasty and took control of Emperor Xian of Han, becoming the second most powerful warlord to hold the emperor hostage. Xiao Ran counted the time. Well, it was time to collect Xinmi. In 204 AD, Xiao Ran personally led his army to attack Yecheng. A few days later, the city was broken. According to the history books, Xinmi would be seen by Qiao Pai, snatched over as his wife, and finally after Qiao Pai claimed the title of emperor, he even made Xinmi the empress, so it can be seen that the favor. However, Xinmi is the wife of Yuan Xiao's son Yuanxi. Qiao Pai is really worthy of being Qiao Qiao's son, even the habit of loving people's wives is the same. Of course Xiao Ran wouldn't give in. It's not his son. He jumped ahead and had Xinmi sent to his temporary residence. In the middle of the bedroom, Xiao Ran met this famous beauty of the three kingdoms. Xinmi was also a legendary woman. After she became Qiao Pai's wife, she actually had an incestuous relationship with her younger uncle, Qiao Ji. Qiao Ji wrote the Luo Shenfu, the prototype of which was Xinmi. However, now this legendary beauty did not know her fate and was sobbing in her room. Being on the losing side of the army, and also Yuan Xiao's daughter-in-law, she was bound to have a hard time escaping death, and didn't even know how much humiliation she would have to endure before she died. She heard footsteps and couldn't help but raise her head in horror. To her eyes, it was a young man in his 20s. Chapter 508, Three Kingdoms Stormcloud 7. Xiao Ran could not help but have his eyes light up after seeing Xinmi. No wonder Qiao Pai would marry her and even make her empress, not caring that she was actually someone else's wife. Beauty. In addition to beauty, she also had an indescribable chutzpah that made people pity her, but instead of making them pity her, they wanted to bully her even more so that they could gain double the pleasure. Hiss, this woman is somewhat demonic. Yuan Xiao's son actually did not die young after marrying her? Xiao Ran smiled slightly. How could other men manage this kind of natural demon? He still had to come. Do you know who I am? He asked. No, I don't know. Xinmi trembled before kneeling down. Please don't hurt me. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. Don't worry, I will only have compassion for you and not harm. A room is in spring, wonderful. Qiao family members have good eyes off. Xiao Ran was once again happy to be back, and kept playing for more than 10 days before returning to the court. Back to the capital, naturally, there are Diaochan, Zhou's two big beauty, three beauty for company. Xiao Ran cannot help but look forward to more big Xiao Xiao and Sun Shangxiang. Especially Sun Shangxiang, rather than cheap big ear thief, why not me? Another few years passed, came to the note of the Red Cliff War. Xiao Ran led 1,000,000 troops to attack Jiangdong. In the real history, in fact, the Jiangdong regime to defeat Xiao's army, but Mr. Luo obviously more favor Lu Huangshi, Nanga Zhuge Liang grass boat borrowed arrows, borrowing the east wind of these drama bridge, the Battle of Red Cliffs and the credit of the big ear of the thief's body. And then to the Huarong Road righteous interpretation of Cao Cao is crooked to the extreme. Well, when it comes to masturbation, Mr. Luo is the originator. Battle, fight at will. Xiao Ran sat in the center of the tent and had his men send a letter to the Jiangdong regime. If you want this minister to retreat, you will obediently offer up the two Qiaos of Sais and Sun Shangxiang, or you will raise Jiangdong. Unsurprisingly, Sun Quan refused, not only refused, but in order to express his counterattack to the humiliation of the Qiao thieves, he also cut off both ears of the person who sent the letter. When two countries are at war, they don't cut off envoys, but to humiliate the messenger in this way is naturally expressing the determination to break the jade at any cost. Then fight. When it comes to military strength, naturally Qiao Wei party has the upper hand, and fierce generals like clouds, but a Yangtze River moat has become the Jiangdong regime's best leverage, not to mention the fact that Qiao Wei's army is basically northerners, mainly infantry, and even if it also maintains a navy, but it is simply no match for the elite of Sun Quan's army. Besides, you come across the river, people bombarded with rockets, the boat in the river is simply a living target, only to be burned. Therefore, Cao Cao's defeat in the Battle of Red Cliff was not unfair. But with the addition of Xiao Ran, it's a different story. Whichever side he wants to win, he can win. The spatial domain opened, and he directly changed the direction of the wind and also strengthened the wind, so that even though the Jiangdong side attacked with rockets, the range plummeted to a mere 10 meters under the gusty wind. This distance. Even if the boat caught fire, so what, completely can complete the landing. So, 1,000,000 troops successfully crossed the Yangtze River. Without a heavenly danger to block, Sun Quan's army was naturally defeated and had to beg for peace. Xiao Ran's condition was very simple: as long as Sun Quan handed over Big Qiao, Little Qiao and Sun Shangxiang, he would immediately retreat. What could Sun Quan do? He had to hand over Big and Little Qiao and his sister with both hands. A few days later, the three beauties were sent into the military camp. Greetings to the Prime Minister. The three women were all wrapped in thick turbans, only revealing their two eyes. Although Sun Quan sent out the three women, he was able to let the military and civilians see and know about it. This was a strange shame, and once the news got out, the Dongwu regime would be completely finished. Take off your turban and let this Prime Minister take a look. Xiao Ran was filled with the anticipation of the prize. The three women then unraveled their headscarves one after another, revealing three stunningly beautiful faces. Two of the faces looked similar but still had their own characteristics. One was mature and charming, one was slightly youthful but with a bit more of a delicate look, and the other was even younger with a hint of a heroic spirit. Obviously, the similar-looking one is the big and small Qiao, and the heroic beauty is Sun Shangxiang. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Ran was very satisfied, especially getting Sun Shangxiang here, not cheaper big-eared thief. Prime Minister, you are a world-famous hero, you will not force us three weak women, right? De Qiao said, coming up to put a high hat on Xiao Ran and squeezing him with words. As long as Xiao Ran took the compliment, then would he still have the nerve to force the three women? Chapter 509, Three Kingdoms Storm Clouds 8. Xiao Ran lost his smile. Three weak women also want to fight with Qiao old thief? Although I'm not a Qiao thief, but a Qiao thief is not even worthy of lifting my shoes off. Hey, I guarantee that Qiao Qiao won't touch a single hair on your head. He said. De Qiao's three girls were all surprised, not expecting that just one sentence would generalize Xiao Ran. But before they had time to be happy, they heard Xiao Ran say quietly, "But I'm Xiao Ran, what does Qiao Qiao touching you or not have to do with me?" He revealed his true colors in front of the three women. What? The three women were all shocked. This was Qiao Qiao. By no means was it possible. Not to mention the fact that they hadn't seen Qiao Qiao before and didn't know what he looked like, but just saying the age just didn't add up. How young is this man? 25 or 26 at most. Oh my god, Qiao Qiao has actually been replaced by someone a long time ago? But none of the fierce generals and strategists under him could actually tell? The demon of the Five Dipper sect. Xiao Qiao exclaimed, thinking she knew the truth. Although the Yellow Turban Rebellion had been pacified, not many years had passed. This was the prelude to the Three Kingdoms' struggle for supremacy, which was naturally deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. Xiao Ran smiled slightly. Wrong. I'm not a demonic person, I'm just an alien. Forget it, let's not talk about this now, the spring night is short, let's hurry up and start. The three women were terrified and hurriedly fled. Xiao Ran hemmed and hawed. Within his domain, where can you guys escape to? You guys want to play? Then I will play the game with you for a while. The three women panicked and quickly got separated. Of course it was also Xiao Ran's intention. Xiao Ran quietly appeared beside Xiao Qiao, and his head directly poked out from the wall. Xiao Qiao, I'm here. Xiao Qiao took a look and directly fainted in shock. It's fine, just let De Qiao and Sun Shangxiang hide for a while longer. With a thought, he brought little Qiao back to the bedroom. Wake up. He patted little Qiao. But Xiao Qiao was so frightened that she actually couldn't wake up. There was no other way, Xiao Ran had to use the legendary cardiac resuscitation. 1 press, 2 presses, 3 presses. Big Qiao escaped all the way and actually let her escape from the military camp. The weird thing was that the entire barracks seemed to have turned into a ghost town, and not a single person could be seen at all. Of course she's scared, but if she can escape the barracks, Dongwu has a chance to turn the tide. Spread the news that Qiao Qiao had been replaced by a demon from the Five Dipper sect, and I don't believe that the Chao Wei regime can't fall. Therefore, she must flee back. But as she ran and ran, she suddenly stopped, revealing a horrified look. Because she was clearly running towards the outside of the camp, but as she ran, another camp actually appeared in front of her. This was clearly the one she had just escaped from. After running for half a day, she was actually spinning in place? This is demonic magic. She realized that Xiao Ran wasn't afraid of her escaping at all because she had trapped herself with a demonic technique. Then what to do? The only way to do this was to kill the demon. She couldn't help but put her hand into her bosom, which hid a dagger. She had made up her mind when she came here that as soon as she saw Cao Cao she would find a chance to kill herself to preserve her innocence. Now, she had changed her mind. She would use this dagger to stab the demon to death, so that even if she died here, Chao Wei would naturally be in turmoil, and the crisis in Eastern Wu would be resolved. She quietly felt her way in, trying to remember the location of the tent where Xiao Ran was earlier. This should be it. She went in. But once inside, she was dumbfounded. Was this a tent? It was fake. What did she see? It was actually a hot spring, still bubbling with hot air, and because of the heavy vapor, she could only see what vaguely seemed to be two people inside. Xiao Ran had a beautiful day of fun. Then, he gave an order that only a dim king would give. Withdraw the army. This caused his men to clamor and almost mutiny. So many people have died, and we are about to destroy Dongwu, and you tell me to withdraw the army? We fucking fought for our lives plus shedding blood, just to really snatch 3 women for you? But Xiao Ran just slightly showed his strength and no one dared to say anything. He moved a mountain. Thus, Chao Wei's army withdrew. Dongwu was greatly injured in this battle. Although Chao Wei was the victorious party, he withdrew back again, not taking up a piece of land or a population. Oh no, it was taking up 3 populations, and naturally, it was a great loss, which in turn gave Liu Bei an opportunity. Thus, the situation of the 3 kingdoms has become. Xiao Ran can't help but praise himself, tossed to this point actually still able to round back to himself. He calculated, although there are still some beauties in the 3 kingdoms period, but the really big names have already been in his hands. Forget it, let Cao Cao come back. He had been in this era for more than 10 years, and his time abnormal ability could have been used a long time ago. Chapter 510, The 3 Kingdoms 9. Xiao Ran's mind moved and Cao Cao appeared in front of him. Some miscalculation. He originally only intended to replace Cao Cao for 3 to 5 years, but he accidentally overplayed his hand. The current Prime Minister Cao was covered in scruff. Where was a trace of his original lordly demeanor? It's you. Cao Cao recognized Xiao Ran at a glance. Wasn't the new Dong Zhuo that he had gone to assassinate the young man in front of him? He swept his eyes again. What was the situation? There were 6 beautiful women in the room, all of them of heavenly colors, and all of them were round, plump, and charming, just the kind of thing he likes best. Are they Xiao Ran's wives? If you can snatch them, hey, beautiful. Seeing that Cao Cao was actually a bit distracted at this time, Xiao Ran couldn't help but be very speechless. It was really easy to change rivers and mountains, and nature could not be changed. He coughed and said, Brother Cao. Alas? Alas. Cao Cao looked at Xiao Ran, his heart filled with puzzlement. Replacing you as prime minister for many years and letting you wander for many years, it's been hard. Xiao Ran laughed. Although history is still moving in the established direction, you are too far removed from the center of power and can no longer see the current situation. Never mind. I'm a person who has always done things with a beginning and an end. Here, take these pages, they're all about the direction of history. From now on you'll be equivalent to an open book exam. Although you didn't call yourself an emperor, but your son became one, it's also a fulfillment of your wish. Can't show you more history though, lest you slaughter someone and affect the course of history. Well, fix your facade, you look like a beggar now. Xiao Ran's mind moved, and Cao Cao was immediately refreshed. He looked around and couldn't help but stroke his palm. This looks much better. It was that this Cao Cao was now more than 10 years older than expected. It couldn't be helped. Had Cao Cao ever had a good day in all these years? Alright, Brother Cao, I'll see you again sometime. Xiao Ran laughed and ran off with the 6 Diaochan girls. Cao Cao was still in the clouds. He was inexplicably exiled, and this inexplicably regained power? It was too strange. My lord? A crowd of generals and strategists rushed in, and they heard cries of alarm. Cao Cao swept his gaze across. There were veteran generals, but there were also newcomers, and although he had been wandering, he had paid attention to the current situation and knew that Cao Weifeng's great work had been accomplished. He just didn't think that he would actually have a day to return. He was very excited. At this moment, he had no anger, only celebration and joy. However, after he adapted for a while, he immediately issued a wanted notice to capture Xiaoran and the 7 Diaochan people. Brother Chao was a master who would rather lose the world than let one person lose him. After suffering such a big loss, he was able to swallow this breath? Besides, what if one day Xiaoran became interested again and wanted to swap identities with him? He did not want to go wandering once more. He had almost died many times in these 10 years or so. Therefore, he must take down and behead this demonic person of the Wu Domi sect. Beheading wasn't enough, he had to have his bones thrashed, or else he would have trouble sleeping and eating. Xiaoran opened his spatial domain and nodded slightly as he watched Cao Cao arranging the next direction of the empire. The big difference was not bad. It seems that Cao Cao still has a big picture perspective and doesn't have a willful mind. This was good. He didn't want to make a trip of his own and cause the development of this timeline to deviate severely from its established course. As for wanting himself? Oh, he did not put it on his mind at all. Xiaoran reached out and time began to flow at a rapid pace. The stars turned and things changed. Xiaoran and the 6 sable cicada women seemed to have transcended time, sitting and watching everything on Earth. The 3 kingdoms continued to fight for supremacy, but Cao Cao, Liu Bei, Sun Quan, and the other 3 giants died of old age one by one, and the new generation rose to the top, and eventually the 3 kingdoms returned to Jin, and China ushered in a great unification again. The 6 sable cicadas were all incredibly saddened and shocked. They knew that Xiaoran possessed terrifying power, but manipulating time? It was still greatly out of their expectation. At this time, big and small Qiao and Jinmi also resigned themselves to their fate. Their husbands had already died of old age and time, but what about them? Still young. What do we count as now? Did Xiao asked Xiaoran in a trembling voice. There was awe, there was excitement, and there was even a fear that came from the bones. Mortal one life, even if one is more martial and brave, so what? After 100 years, it will eventually turn into a blank of yellow earth. But Xiaoran can swim in the river of time. Xiaoran shrugged. Actually, I am not sure. He was actually a novice when it came to the control of time abilities. Perhaps, we are gods, he said after thinking about it. The 6 sable cicada women had all become alter energies, and even the 3 women, big and small Chao, who had joined at the very back, had currently reached the 100,000 copies level, and belonged to the Superman of Supermen, and were fully qualified to be called gods. Chapter 511, Strolling East and West. What kind of beauties were there in the East-West Jin? It seems like there are, but nothing famous. Forget it, scratch away, scratch away. Xiaoran's tastes are now tricky, goddesses are not accepted unless they are superb. Ha! He moved in his mind and instead of fiddling with time, he opened his spatial perception and swoosh, he appeared 10,000 miles away. Egypt. He wanted to testify about a matter. The 6 sable cicada women only felt that their eyes flashed, and they appeared in another place. Where is this place? They are all confused. First of all, it is very hot here. Secondly, the people here are so strange. How come their skin is so dark? Are they really human? And when these people spoke, they were even more confused. They couldn't understand at all. Xiaoran led the 6 girls around, enjoying the customs of Egypt in this era. However, he never saw 2 things: the Sphinx and the Great Pyramid. The pyramid did exist, but it was very small, not at all like what he had seen in history, the kind that weighed 10 or even tens of tons for a single piece of stone. He suddenly burst out laughing. Husband, what are you laughing at? Sablechan asked curiously. However, she seemed to be more interested in this unfamiliar place, her gaze always sweeping around. Although she was in an unfamiliar place, she was not the least bit fearful. 100,000 copies of Big Brother level A, not to mention that this was the cold weapon era. Even if she went to the high technology era, even missiles would be hard to injure her. Xiaoran put away his smile and said, I'm laughing, how could those bandits in the West not think that I can actually travel through time and expose their lies? Westerners had always touted how advanced their civilization was, and then again, they had advanced systems in BC, and super geniuses such as Aristotle, who had passed down advanced knowledge and got a big break during the Renaissance. In short, the entire civilizing process of the world was dominated by the West. At first, we were convinced. But as the people's level of cognition grew higher and higher, many doubts sprang up one by one. For example, Aristotle wrote millions of words on parchment, but the problem was that even if he had killed all the sheep in that part of Greece, it wouldn't have been enough for him. In addition, the West linked Europe and Egypt again, binding the history and culture of both sides, such as the mysterious and majestic pyramids. You see, before, we always wondered how the Great Pyramid was built. How do you move and build up such heavy stones in ancient times? And for that reason, we came up with ways for them, like aqueduct transportation and such. But what actually happened? It's only been 100 years, and the pyramids and sphinxes are weathered beyond recognition. It's funny how they've survived for thousands of years, but they've weathered so rapidly in the last 100 years. So some people have come up with the concept of Western pseudo-history. The whole history of the West is a fake. There is no such thing as Aristotle. All Western science was brought back and stolen by Western missionaries such as Matteo Ricci during the Ming Dynasty, including but not limited to knowledge of mathematics, astronomy, geography, etc. Let's take astronomy for example. Let's say astronomy. To study astronomy, there must be an observatory, and there must be a wide range of observations. In our country, there are quite a number of such sites, but what about the West? Not a single one. Well, the Renaissance was able to record the changes in the stars without relying on observations from an observatory, which even took decades and centuries to accumulate, and suddenly the West has all the information in one revival? From God? Bah! In this era, Shaoran did not see the Great Pyramid, did not see the Sphinx, and if the time to dial to the early 20th century, you should be able to see the modernization of the construction scene, man-made casting, built these masterpieces it. A group of Western robbers, liars. Robbed, stole your stuff is not enough, but also with a proud look to tell you, you are backward, stupid, have to follow us, always do our followers, do not think to surpass. Therefore, whenever they want to catch up with them in the field of high technology, the West will raise the stick of sanctions. Hundreds of years ago, or a group of barbarians, in recent times as a bandit, but also wrapped in the coat of civilization, but can remove the bones of the vile, dirty? Shaoran laughed coldly. However, in their own timeline, China has re-emerged as the first big country. The Western powers are all from, even if a million years later, active in the high-level circle or yellow skin, black eyes, white skin robbers? It is impossible to give them another chance to turn over. Shaoran once again crossed the space, came to Greece, looking for the so-called Pompeii ancient city. The West has made a big fuss about this ancient city that was destroyed by a volcanic eruption, saying that it is the crystallization of ancient Greek civilization, to illustrate how democratic and developed ancient Greece was, but the level of fakery of the artifacts unearthed is too low. Shao ran in the spirit of seeking truth from facts, but still carefully looked. There was a city buried in volcanic ash. When he looked at the rest of Europe, Shao Ran shook his head in disbelief. This era of Europe almost no concept of cities, there is just a stone castle, and the low standard of living is outrageous. Shao Ran remembers, shovels this thing Huaxia at least 1,000 years earlier than the Europeans appeared. You have to know that this era is based on agriculture, like shovels so important tools for cultivating land. Europe actually appeared so late, indicating that the productivity of Europe at that time is how low. It was difficult for farmers to feed themselves, and how much food could they turn over to their slave masters? No wonder the ancient Europeans fought hundreds and thousands of battles, which could have gone down in history as the Great War of the Ages if they had broken into tens of thousands. Oh, they didn't even have paper-making technology. Shao Ran's spatial domain was enough to cover the entire Earth, and he shook his head while looking at it. Beauty? This era of Europe really cannot come out of the beauty, which one is unkempt and unimaginable, pimply face with a beggar-like, he really cannot pick out. Moreover, Europeans are not born tall, Shao Ran swept. Most of the European men are only more than 160, women are more than 155. Modern Europeans can have a tall body, entirely because of the living conditions up, meat, eggs, milk and this kind of food to keep up. Just like now in China, how much has the average height of the younger generation increased? It doesn't lose to the Europeans. Shao Ran turned around and re-entered Huaxia. From ancient times, Huaxia had always been the center of the world, whether it was science, technology, or civilization, and it was only in recent times that there was a backwardness of more than 100 years. It doesn't matter, we are on our feet again. Xiao Ran gently fiddled with time, and all of a sudden, time began to go backwards. He went to the spring and autumn period. Before being offered to the king of Wu, Xiao Ran came and robbed Hu. As for Shishir being gone, and who the king of Yu was looking for to confuse Wu Chai, it was none of his business. The four beauties, half of them. Chapter 512, Crossing the Han and Tang dynasties. Shishir is gorgeous. What does it mean to have a sunken fish and falling geese? What does it mean to have a closed moon and shy flowers? Xiao Ran had a deep understanding of these two idioms. Moreover, Shishir and Diaochan were also beautiful in their own ways, and in addition to the common trait of being absolutely beautiful, both women clearly had a heart to serve the country that was not inferior to a man's in their soft bodies. They both committed themselves to a man they didn't like for the sake of their own country. Worthy of admiration. Well, Xiao Ran's method of admiration was to turn them into his own women that he could love forever. He now had the ability to grant his women endless supernatural powers, so that their lifespans also tended to be eternal. Xiao Ran cannot move strong, but with Shishir canoeing on top of the West Lake, and went to the Taihu Lake, and then went to climb Mount Huangshan, climbed the 5 mountains, flowery words plus flowers before the moon, Shishir where to resist this from several thousand years after the means of picking up girls? Besides, Xiao Ran also showed a strong strength. Heroes love beautiful people, beautiful women admire strong people. So after a month of traveling down the mountain, the two naturally became good friends. The previous month was the two of them swimming in the mountains together, while the next month was Xiao Ran swimming in the mountains on Shishir. The mountains were high and there was a lot of water. TSK. When Xiao Ran brought Shishir back, even Diaochan was stunned. This is Shishir big sister? More than a big sister, this is an old-timer. How many years had separated the women? 1,000 years. Xiao Ran laughed out loud and rattled time again. This time, he accepted 2 women in a row. Wang Zhaojun and Zhao Fian. Wang Zhaojun, one of the 4 great beauties, this does not need to be thought of, surely collected. As for the matter of reconciliation? There are so many courtesans in the royal family, can't we pick a second beauty? Wang Zhaojun is also a strange woman, as a peace object married Xiong Nu, and after the death of her first husband, requesting to return to Han failed, had to comply with the Hu customs, and married again to the stepson, more than 40 years old, died of depression. Wang Zhaojun is very well abducted. Because although she was incredibly beautiful, but because she refused to bribe the painter, it was painted extremely ugly, not into the eyes of the emperor, so this bright pearl was left behind, but by the Huns to pick up a big bargain. So, Xiao Ran took her away and showed a little bit of horrible strength, and Wang Zhaojun followed him to death. On the contrary, Zhao Fian was a bit difficult to deal with. This woman was extremely ambitious. As a matter of fact, she did become the empress. Of course, she didn't end up in a good place, and was eventually relegated to the status of a commoner and forced to kill herself. To Zhao Fian, Xiao Ran will not have to be polite, a few meals and a starvation, the power and grace, she was honest, and also introduced her sister Zhao Huda to Xiao Ran. It's really easy to change, nature cannot be changed. After Zhao Fian became a concubine, in order to please the emperor, she also did pull her sister into the palace, and the sisters went on together, won the holy favor, and eventually became the empress. TSK. Although Zhao Fian is not one of the 4 great beauties, but also with Yang Yuan and called ring fat, swallow thin, see she is also 1,000 years of beauty. Xiao Ran counted, the Han dynasty is really rich in beauty, the 4 great beauties of the past and present accounted for 2 seats, Zhao Fian and Yang Yuan can be ranked side by side, and the Han dynasty is one of the rare martial arts dynasty in the history of China, the force of the strong than one. Not to mention the Han dynasty, even if the country has been so divided in the 3 kingdoms period, but no matter whether Wei, Shu or Wu, beating up foreigners is still not easy? By the time of the Jin dynasty, the aesthetics were all deformed, and the dragon and yang were so popular that the masculine men were all bent out of shape, so what kind of war could they have fought? Therefore, after the Jin dynasty is the rise of the nomads, through the storm of the North and South dynasties, until the Sui dynasty only to re-strength up, with the hegemony of the Tang dynasty. Xiao Ran lamented a bit and thought of his own era, the same as also some aesthetic deformity, one by one, a pussy into a national idol, which is obviously foreign capital and control, intends to emasculate us at the spiritual level. Imagine, if the good men of China are also effeminate, then the army can still fight? Xiao Ran continued to dial the timeline. Passing through the Jin dynasty, crossing over the North and South dynasties, and skimming over the short-lived Sui dynasty, Xiao Ran came to the Shang Tang dynasty. This was a radiant era. Civilization and martial arts all reached their peak in this era. Xiao Ran wandered in Chang'an City. The reign of Jingguan was almost over, and the Great Tang had created a golden age of China. There were foreigners with different skin colors everywhere, and Xiao Ran even saw black people. This was known as Kunlun slaves, sold to the rich people who hunted for slaves. All castrated. Xiao Ran learns that these Kunlun slaves are all captured by the Turkic people from the Egyptian side and transported to the Great Tang through the Silk Road for sale. These Turkic people have conquered today's Oman and other Middle Eastern countries. They sell black slaves much earlier than the Europeans, but the scale is not large, because the food is limited, cannot feed too much. Unlike the Americas, not only is the land fertile and rich in produce, but the natives were also killed by the white man bang bang almost, in desperate need of a large number of people to work as laborers, and do not have to worry about food shortages, so the black slave trade was out of control. Xiao Ran did not interfere with history, but found a restaurant at random. Great Tang is an open and tolerant country. Li Shimin still has a part of Hu blood, so he cannot follow the rules at all. Chang'an City is a cosmopolitan city that can accommodate all races in the world. Xiao Ran here to see the Huji, blonde hair, blue eyes, snow-white skin, but not Europeans, but Persians, that belly dance called a soulful, so that Xiao Ran cannot help but applaud. I do not know who a few ingots of silver, casually thrown out of the reward. He went to the hook bar to open his eyes again. Let loose, really let loose. Passionate and exuberant, you can find both hot girls like fire, but also gentle as water, bookish women, or cold and arrogant imperial sister. Xiao Ran linger, leaving his traces in different times. When Emperor Taizong of Tang collapsed, the flourishing Tang dynasty did not end, but was slowly declining, but after a generation of female emperors ascended to the throne, the flourishing Tang dynasty continued again. Who says women are inferior to men? Xiao Ran didn't have the idea of accepting a female emperor. Well, the female empress belonged to the entire Great Tang, so he wouldn't try to rob her. However, this was ultimately an era where men were in power, and the emergence of a female emperor did not change the status quo of society, and so, in the later years of her life, the generation of female emperors had to cede the throne as well. A new emperor came to power. Li Longji came and opened the Kaiyuan Shangshi. Any more wise and godly emperors cannot change the law of mediocrity in his later years. Li Longji is no exception. However, Xiao Ran did not give Li Longji a chance to pick the dust. He took Yang Yuhuan early. Fatness was considered beautiful in the Tang dynasty. However, in Xiao Ran's opinion, it was not called fat, but plump. Yan Yuhuan has been the best spokesperson for what has been hung properly. Chest full called fat? But round called fat? People obviously have waist, as if the proportion is amazing, a walk, waist like willow swing, buttocks twisting, do not mention how tempting. Chapter 513, 5,000 years up and down. Now, not only are the four beauties all together, there is no shortage of fat and thin. Xiao Ran did not move the timeline, but was observing. Was Li Longji's late period of lethargy really victimized by Yang Yuhuan? He did not believe it. In a world where men were absolutely dominant, could a woman sway the rise and fall of an imperial dynasty? Facts proved that Xiao Ran had not guessed wrong. It was true that Li Longji did not pick the dust, but without Yang Guifei, there would still be Zhang Guifei and Li Guifei, and the emperor was still afraid of not having a beautiful woman? Of course, compared to Yang Yuhuan, all of these are too inferior. Yang Yuhuan's plumpness and fatness is absolutely unique. The ratio of breasts, waist, and hips is so perfect that it can't be replicated. Li Longji still had his favorite eunuch Gao Lisher, Li Bai was still depressed, and An Lushan still contributed an idiom. Lushan's claw. Xiao Ran couldn't help but be curious as to whether Yang Yuhuan and An Lushan had an affair in history or not. He is now of course impossible to ask Yang Yuhuan, people early with him, even a blood is taken by him, but counting the age of Li Longji, well, that time should really not work, even by drugs can barely get up, should also be completely unable to satisfy as in the year of the tiger and wolf Yang Guifei. And An Lushan can enter the harem, is almost the only Yang Yuhuan can contact the opposite sex, and considering An Lushan's physical state, Yang Guifei seems to have no other choice. Perhaps, An Lushan was bold enough to force Yang Yuhuan on her, then Yang Yuhuan naturally did not dare to make a noise, or Li Longji in order to cover up the scandal. It is estimated that even she should be executed together, so it was just confused, and a mistake was made again and again. After the Yangshi rebellion, the Tang dynasty took a sharp turn for the worse, and there was no more power of the Heavenly Kingdom. So, Tang slowly disintegrated. The 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. This should be the most miserable time for the Han people, the population plummeted, reduced to two-legged sheep. Women are even worse, accompanying the army. When there is food will be the soldiers to take turns to be insulted, and when there is no food will be slaughtered as food. Xiao Ran sighed, quickly dialed the timeline, came to the Song dynasty. Zhao Kuangyin's yellow robe made him the great ancestor of Song, but he gave the throne to his younger brother, so the Zhao family royals were all descendants of Zhao Kuangyi. However, Zhao Kuangyi was also a fierce man who fought wars. In fact, he was the one who ended the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, and China was reunited. Xiao Ran casually took in the absolute famous prostitute Li Shishir. Li Shishir is actually a courtesan, not directly sell meat. The grade is much higher. People but the qin, chess, calligraphy and painting, in modern times is the standard talent. Xiao Ran to do is very simple. Take out a large amount of silver to smash, directly get Li Shishir's deed of sale, became her new master. The master wants to pamper the maiden, can the maiden not agree? The Great Song dynasty is heavy on literature and light on military, which leads to the consequences of fighting a war cannot be, so the Great Song dynasty was bullied by various nomads, especially the Jin invasion, directly captured 2 emperors, plus a large number of consorts, courtesans, in the escort back to the road. I do not know how many consorts and courtesans have been abused. The hall of the empress are not able to avoid the fate of becoming a plaything. Xiao Ran shook his head and could not help but think of Ai Gong's words again. Dignity is only above the blade of the sword, and truth is only within the range of cannons. The Great Song was indeed rich, and it was said that its economic volume occupied 60% of the entire world at that time. However, money alone was useless. Without a strong force to protect its property, it would only be reduced to a fat sheep to be looted by others. National defense is the key to a country's ability to stand up straight. The Northern Song dynasty is gone. Move the capital of the Southern Song dynasty, a generation of pride in the grasslands, quickly on the stage of the struggle for supremacy, and the Song-Mongolia alliance, the common elimination of the Jin dynasty, Mongolia. Directly came back to pull out the end of the Southern Song dynasty was also extinguished. Thus, the super empire that swept across Asia and Europe came out. Yuan. Xiao Ran watched the Mongolian iron hooves swept across Siberia. The momentum of the attack into Eastern Europe has been playing to the Rhine. If not a few Khans successively passed away, leading to the dispute over the throne of the Khan, it is estimated that the whole of Europe is finished. And the brutal Yuan dynasty did not rule in the Central Plains for many years, because the suppression of the Han Chinese was too hard, killing too much, forcing people simply cannot live, so all kinds of insurrectionary armies rose up in all directions. Shen Yuliang, Zhu Yuanzhang. A lord rose, the unbeatable Mongols out of the Central Plains, but does not affect that the invincible Iron Hoof continue for hundreds of years of glory, but can no longer dye the Central Plains. In the end, old Zhu had the last laugh. Zhu Yuanzhang is the only one in the history of the civilian identity to sit on the position of the emperor. Before him, after him, all the founding emperors or gatekeeper, are aristocrats. The old Zhu created a history. Unfortunately, Lao Zhu favored his eldest son too much. Zhu Biao died early. Lao Zhu actually established his grandson as the crown prince. This is also something not found in history, and sowed the roots of trouble. The key is, the old Zhu in order to Zhu family's 10,000 generations of rivers and mountains, all those who fought the able to slaughter, he died, the fourth son of Zhu Di rebellion, Zhang One emperor simply no one available, was Zhu Di all the way to the flat push. But it doesn't matter, the throne is the old Zhu family anyway. Xiao Ran of course will not just watch the show, he received Qin Yuan, but Wu Sangui will lead the Manchu Qing dynasty into the customs, the so-called anger, red face is nonsense. He also received Dong Xiaowan. This time bold Biaojian can only find another confidant. And Li Shangjuan, Lu Rui, Xinhuai 8 women, a color cannot be less. The wheel of history rolls forward. Xiao Ran came to the last imperial dynasty. There is nothing to see here. Xiao Ran skimmed straight through. He went to the island country. The Western fleet quickly knocked on the door of the island country, but the island country is too small, and because of the mutual constraints of the powers, the island country was given the opportunity to develop, so a Meiji revival, the island country will quickly rise. This small backward agrarian country became a capitalist empire, and when an empire develops to a certain extent, it instinctively expands outward to divert internal conflicts. Thus, the brats embarked on the path of aggression. Xiao Ran other can endure, even if the 5 generations in 10 countries, the Han people reduced to two-legged sheep, he did not take action, but came to the island, looking at this group of brats holding up the flag of militarism, he cannot help. Cannot help it then kill. Xiao Ran just a thought, the whole island land sank, disappeared cleanly, not a single person survived. But when Xiao Ran dialed the timeline and went forward another 10 years, he was surprised to find that the island nation actually appeared again. What kind of situation is this? History could not be altered? But hadn't he taken Sable and the others out of history? This time, he tried to kill only a portion of the brats, but after flicking the time around, he realized that these people had indeed disappeared, and a few of them were still important figures in the island's war of invasion of China. But while they were dead, new figures appeared and continued to push for the war of invasion of China. Therefore, individual characters could be erased, but the general trend of history could not be changed. Chapter 514, Touring the Island 1. Xiao Ran already had the ability to be able to send people into higher dimensions, or even the 18th dimension. Therefore, when he fished out Lu Mei and Han Yun's women one by one from the long river of time, he sent all of them into the 18th dimension to go, so that they could draw on their supernormal abilities there and evolve endlessly, reaching the same level as him, where they could get rid of old age, sickness, and death. It would be a long process. What was the key? He would not affect Lu Mei's girls even if he jumped directly to 1,000,000 years later, because time was only 4 dimensions. How could 4 dimensions affect 18 dimensions? It could be said that Xiao Ran's time ability was completely ineffective in the 18th dimension. Even the spatial ability is not effective. The only thing that could last forever was the evolution of the physical body. What could Xiao Ran do? Had to find something to do. He came to the island country before the calamity. No matter how many years had passed, what he hated the most was still the brats. The established direction of history could not be changed, so when Xiao Ran committed the act of destroying the island in the past, this timeline would be reshaped, erasing his interference and allowing history to continue in the established direction. It didn't matter, after the beginning of the end times, the island country was erased by Xiao Ran. This was correct history, it had become a fact and could not be changed. There were still 2 months before the beginning of the end times. Xiao Ran planned to have some fun here. He found a rather upscale residential area and got himself an identity, a rich second-generation, junior high school teacher. Then, he went to work. Within the domain, he was God. Xiao Ran was just lying down and sleeping, but what the students underneath saw was a good teacher who was writing furiously on the blackboard. However, did he really come to be a good teacher? How could it be? The one he taught was a problematic class. Within a few days, one of the students had his parents called for stealing. It was a beautiful woman. Around 30 years old, ripe, through the clothes Xiao Ran could feel the oppressive feeling of those 2 lofty mountains, but although it was a strange shame, the waist was incredibly slim, and the arched buttocks were round and mouth-watering, so it was probably the favorite model of the tram dorks. "Hello, Mr. Tanaka." The beautiful woman bowed 90 degrees to Xiao Ran as soon as she entered the classroom. Xiao Ran was this Mr. Tanaka. And right now he and the beautiful woman were the only 2 people in the classroom. The other students had already gone home from school. Actually, without waiting for the school bell to ring, at least half of the students had already run away. Problematic students, how could they possibly abide by the school's discipline? Xiao Ran sized up this mature and plump woman. Because of the bowing, he vaguely saw waves and an unfathomable valley. Slightly hesitating, "Are you?" "Oh, I'm Kazama Sumi's mother. My name is Kazama Yukiko," the beautiful woman said. Xiao Ran owed, "You're here about Kazama Sumi's theft?" "Yes, yes." Kazama Arasako nodded her head in a hurry. "I also asked Mr. Tanaka to help my child. After all, he's only 15 years old. If he leaves a criminal record, it will affect him from applying for university in the future." With your son's current grades, the chances of him getting into a university are very slim. You don't really need to worry about such a thing at all. Please don't call the police, Mr. Tanaka. I'm willing to double the compensation." The beautiful woman bowed again, still 90 degrees and straight. Did every islander specialize in bowing? Xiao Ran once again saw the unfathomable valley, and the mountains on both sides seemed to be covered in snow-capped peaks, shockingly white. This perspective is so good. He said quietly, "Ma'am, it's not that I'm intentionally making things difficult for you, but this matter has already been reported to the school guidance office, and it's extremely difficult for me to stop it. I also ask for Mr. Tanaka's help." Kazama Yuko kept her 90-degree bow motionless. TSK, Xiao Ran looked very energized. In fact, Kazama Yukiko's face value was about 82 points. Of course, it could already be called a great beauty, but it was just a bit short of the very best. However, this feeling now made Xiao Ran very tickled. A good woman. Did he feel guilty? How could it be? The only thing in his life that would not give rise to sympathy or pity would be Xiaoran. He pretended to be pensive, as if he was in an unenviable position. Kazama Yuko never straightened her back, but her chest was so heavy that she soon felt the pressure, and sweat broke out on her forehead. It was then that Xiaoran nodded. I'll give it a try. Ah, thank you so much, Mr. Tanaka. Kazama Yuko was overjoyed and bowed unceasingly. I'll go, you're being a bit fierce here. The heavy chest kept rising and falling, the waves were a bit big, Xiaoran had a feeling of fainting milk. Xiaoran smiled, I can only do my best. Mr. Tanaka has taken the trouble. Kazama Yuko just said thanks. Xiaoran pondered for a moment, however, with Kazama-kun's current grades, it's a bit hard to get into a university. Kazama Arasaka was just very happy when she heard this, and her pretty face instantly collapsed. Since I've already helped, then I'll help to the end. Xiaoran laughed, I'll make a trip to your house and have a good chat with Kazama-kun to see if I can motivate him to study, and I can also consider helping him with his lessons. Kazama Yukiko was overjoyed and started bowing again. Thank you, Mr. Tanaka, thank you so much, Mr. Tanaka. Xiaoran got up, did you drive here, ma'am? I came by tram. Kazama Yuko said, with a strange expression on her face. Was she being taken advantage of and brought back bad memories? Xiaoran nodded, I didn't drive to school either, so let's take the tram together. We can actually call a cab. Kazama Yuko said weakly. Although taking a cab in the island was surprisingly expensive, she didn't want to go through the same encounter she had before, and besides, wasn't there still Mr. Tanaka along? She didn't want to save that money. Not only did he promise to help stop the school's report, but he also promised to persuade his son and give him extra lessons. What's a little cab fare? Don't waste this money, let's go. Xiaoran was the first to go. Kazama Yuko froze for a moment and hurriedly followed. The subway station was very close, the two of them walked to it in no time. Only after buying a ticket to the subway, they realized that it was the off-work peak area. There were extremely many passengers and it was so crowded that the two of them were actually squeezed into the carriage by the people behind them. Xiaoran's hands were spread out, propped up on the carriage, and within his arms was Kazama Yuko, avoiding the possibility of her being touched by other people and salty hands. However, when the subway started, because of inertia, the people behind them suddenly pressed towards Xiaoran. With Xiaoran's current strength, he would have no problem throwing the earth as a bowling ball, and the person behind him wanted to push him? But why would Xiaoran do that? As soon as the people squeezed, he went along with the momentum and pressed towards Kazama Yuko. While the beautiful woman immediately made a strange sound. Chapter 515, Touring the Island 2. Xiaoran admired the beautiful woman's lovemaking. He did not do it deliberately at all, he just acted like an ordinary person. In the midst of the swaying of the tram, bumping and touching every now and then, it was really normal. He found a middle-aged man squeezing over on the side, looking in a suit and wearing a pair of gold glasses, but he was actually a salty guy, his hand quietly reaching towards Kazama Yuko's chest. Because Xiaoran's hands were propped up on both sides, just enough to form a protection for Kazama Yuko's chest area, the glasses man had to go around under Xiaoran's arms and then drill up from below to sneak up on the beautiful woman's proud place. But his hand had only just reached out when Xiaoran probed his hand lightning fast and clasped the demented man's wrist as he asked loudly, "What do you want?" Kazama Yukiko woke up as if in a dream, and when she looked down, she could not help but lose her face. The glasses man's hand was only a centimeter away from her chest. A tiny bit more and she was about to be taken advantage of. Fortunately, there was Mr. Tanaka's hand. She looked at Xiaoran gratefully, her heart fluttering. The status of women in the island was low, and Xiaoran's defense like this showed a strong manhood, making her heart that had been withered for many years seem to come alive again. Let go of me. The man with glasses, on the other hand, shouted in panic, "Why are you grabbing me? Apologize to this lady." Xiaoran coldly said. On what grounds? The man with glasses seemed to be enraged. The breasts grew so big and she still had to come and squeeze the tram. Isn't it just to let people touch her on purpose? I satisfied her, she should thank me for that. What kind of crooked reasoning is this? Xiaoran did not think so in his heart. Brats, how perverted is not strange. However, his face still intentionally showed his anger. Snapped, is a slap slapped over. Apologize, don't let me say it for the third time. I'm not wrong, who am I to apologize? The glasses man was quite angry. Xiaoran lost his smile and picked the man up with one hand. The glasses man's head touched the roof of the carriage. What an amazing strength this was! Kazama Yukiko only felt her legs trembling. She was initially attracted to her late husband because of his super high force value, originally a delinquent youth, only reformed after falling in love with her, but compared to this Mr. Tanaka, late husband can be far from it. Her favorite is the steel fierce man. Completely unable to resist if at this time Mr. Tanaka wants to kiss her, she will definitely be so excited that her brain lacks oxygen and fainted. At this time, the train just arrived at the station. Because of the conflict, Xiaoran and the glasses man were both invited off the train, and were investigated in the platform guardroom. The man with glasses naturally argued, but there was a victim although he did not receive any substantial touching, plus Xiaoran, who was the one who acted with courage and witness, the man with glasses was still criticized and educated a bit. Yes, just criticized and educated. Soon, all three of them walked out. The man with glasses said hatefully, "We're now feuding, I'm going to touch this woman's breasts, I'll wait for her on this tram every day." Good perseverance, but you are afraid that you are not a stupid fork. Xiaoran smiled faintly and used space cutting to give the spectacled man a small operation. He would never feel the pleasure of a man again. He waved his fist. "Do you still want me to beat you up?" The glasses man immediately fled. "Mr. Tanaka, thank you so much for today." The beautiful woman gave Xiaoran another 90-degree bow. "And?" Xiaoran smiled, "Let's call a cab." Good. Kazama Yukiko hurriedly agreed. After today's encounter, she never wanted to take a tram again. The two of them called a cab. Xiaoran sat on the left side, while Kazama Yukiko sat on the right side, with a large empty seat between the two of them. When the driver saw this, he couldn't help but laugh. "What's the matter? Did Mr. and Mrs. fall out?" Yes, Kazama Yuko was just about to explain, but she saw Xiaoran move her butt and sit beside her, and the moment her body collided, she had a feeling that went straight to the clouds, and suddenly her mind went blank, and she had no more thoughts. Chapter 516, Traveling to the Island 3. Xiaoran laughed, "No more fooling around." Then, he came to Kazama Yukiko's ear and said, "There's no need to explain anything to irrelevant people." Yeah. Kazama Arasako nodded her head sparsely, oblivious to the fact that Xiaoran's argument was simply untenable. They weren't a couple in the first place, nor were they a couple, just a teacher and a student's parent, so why did they have to sit together? It needed to be explained. But her brain was already a little unconscious now, only realizing that whatever Xiaoran said was what she said. The driver looked at the two of them from the rearview mirror and couldn't help but boast, "Mr. and Mrs. are really a good match, one is handsome and the other is beautiful, I really envy you guys." "Yeah, I've also been glad to be able to marry such a beautiful wife." Xiaoran laughed, and one of his hands even wrapped around Kazama Yuko's shoulder in a smooth manner. He's hugging me. The beautiful woman almost exploded all of a sudden again, although she vaguely felt that there was something wrong, but now it was as if she was drunk. She was completely out of her mind to speak of, and she didn't want to resist at all. On the contrary, she was also a little bit delighted. "Mr. Tanaka is complimenting me on my beauty. But aren't I a bit older?" She was actually a little terrified. Along the way, Xiaoran's hand was very disciplined, just wrapped around Kazama Yukiko's shoulder, no intention of slipping at all, which made the beautiful woman relieved. Mr. Tanaka should really just be too lazy to explain it. Lazy to explain, and why talk and laugh with the driver? She hadn't considered that at all. More than 20 minutes later, they arrived at Kazama Arasako's house. Xiaoran grabbed the money and paid it. Kazama Yukiko immediately started bowing again. "How can this be a good thing? You are a guest." Xiaoran laughed out loud. "Then ma'am, just treat me with something nice." He admired the plumpness of the beautiful woman. Kazama Yukiko, however, did not hear the meaning in the words and hurriedly invited Xiaoran into her home. Kazama's home was a small villa. Live in this kind of small villa is not because the Win family is rich, on the contrary, the poor only live in this kind of detached private house, the rich are living in the downtown area of the high-grade apartments, which is also a very normal thing. The man in charge of the family died early, all the expenses of the family all rely on a woman. The Win family can have what money? After Kazama Yukiko brewed a cup of tea for Xiaoran, she blushed and said, "Mr. Tanaka, I'll excuse myself for a moment." She was holding it all the way, she had to hurry up and use the restroom. "Aha." Xiaoran nodded and took out his cell phone to read the news. After a while, the beautiful woman finally came out. "I'm really sorry for keeping you waiting." Coming into the living room, Kazama Yuko once again made a 90-degree bow. The wondrous scene was beautiful. Xiaoran smiled. I didn't wait long either. He faintly said, "Ma'am, I can help Kazama-kun with his tutoring, but how will you repay me?" Kazama Yukiko hurriedly said, "Please don't worry, Mr. Tanaka, I will definitely pay you the highest tutoring fee in the market." Xiaoran suddenly struck out and pushed the beautiful woman onto the sofa, not giving the other party a chance to get up at all as he revealed an evil smile. "I'm a rich second generation, I don't lack money." Then what does Mr. Tanaka want? Kazama Yuko's face was red. Why was Mr. Tanaka suddenly so aggressive? This position is also too indecent, quickly stop it. However, the beautiful woman only felt that her body was so soft that she couldn't exert any energy at all. On the contrary, she still had a strong desire to be possessed by this handsome Mr. Tanaka. Chapter 517, Traveling to the Island 4. Xiao Ran was somewhat tasteless while relaxing. He had experienced too many beautiful women, and there were many more beautiful and well-built ones than Kazama Yukiko, so the reason why he had to go around in such a circle before getting his hands on her was precisely to create such a sense of freshness and anticipation. However, this sense of anticipation, freshness reached its peak in the moment of hand, but also followed by the disappearance of clean. After all, Yukiko Kazama only had 82 points, not Sable, and she's sure, Zhao Jun or Yu Huan. Card. The sound of unlocking came, followed by opening and closing the door, and bang, a heavy thud. This caused the sleeping Kazama Yukiko to wake up. Kazama Sumi is back. She had invited Xiao Ran to her home in order to persuade her son to stay away from those undesirable and to study hard and try to get into a good university, but she had actually gotten into bed with her son's teacher. This would make her son find out then. She would not have the face to see others. "Mr. Tanaka, what to do? My son is back." The beautiful woman's face was filled with a look of trepidation. Xiaoran smiled faintly. "It's okay, I'll deal with him." It was troublesome for a woman to want to be fully dressed, but a man was quicker. A few pieces of clothing in one set was fine. As Xiaoran pushed the door open, he heard a boy's voice calling, "Mom, give me $20,000. Kazama live." Xiaoran opened his mouth while prancing down the stairs. At the entrance of the stairs was a boy, 14 or 15 years old, but very tall, considered an anomaly among the islanders. When he saw Xiaoran, he immediately revealed an unkind look. "Mr. Tanaka, why are you here?" "Came to tutor you in your studies," Xiaoran said casually. "Where's my mom?" Kazama Sumi asked again, his face full of alertness. He knew that his mother was very beautiful, and he admired his late father immensely. How he wouldn't accept his mother remarrying, so he was incredibly wary of any man who approached his mother. "Your mom is sleeping." Xiaoran laughed. Kazama Sumi first froze, then burst into a rage and drew his fist towards Xiaoran. His mother was sleeping and Xiaoran had come down from upstairs, so what did that mean? This guy had slept with his own mother. Bastard! Xiaoran laughed, and directly picked up Kazama Sumi and just toppled Kazama Sumi against the wall with one hand. "What did you say?" Kazama Sumi was directly stunned. One hand could pick himself up? You have to know that although he was only 15 years old, he developed early, had a height of 175, and even weighed 72 kilograms, and you actually picked him up with one hand. At the same time, he was afraid. He also worshipped Xiaoran. Young people originally worshipped the strong, not to mention problematic students like him. Bang! Right at this moment, the sound of kicking the door came, only to see 4 yellow hairs walk in turn. "Kazama Sumi, haven't you gotten the money yet?" a yellow hair asked. At this time, Xiaoran also put Kazama Sumi down, and the teenager hurriedly ran over and bowed. "My mother is sleeping, please wait a little." "Wait? Wait your ass." That yellow hair was the one who slapped over, making a crisp ringing sound. Kazama Sumi ate the pain and involuntarily let out a yelp. "Kazama Sumi!" Kazama Yukiko appeared at the stairway. She only had her underwear on and a pajama over it before she hurriedly ran out. This son was being bullied, how could she possibly sit still? The 4 yellow hairs looked up at the same time, and couldn't help but all reveal colorful expressions. "Kazama Sumi, your mom is quite good looking." "What big boobs?" "At least F, maybe even G." Still the first yellow hair, he turned towards Kazama Yuko. "Mrs. Kazama, your son owes us 4 million, pay it back for him." 4 million? Kazama Yukiko was shocked. Her monthly salary was only 250,000 yen. After removing the cost of living, there was only a handful of money she could save. 4 million yen was no less than an astronomical figure to her. She looked at her son incredulously. "How could you owe someone so much money?" Kazama Sumi showed his anger. I only borrowed 10,000 yen from them, but their interest rate was so high that it rolled over to 4 million in a few months. Well, it turned out to be loan sharks. You guys are breaking the law. I'm going to call the police to arrest you. Kazama Yuko was an adult after all, and the first thing that came to mind was calling the police. The first yellow hairs but sneered, Mrs. So not on the road, we had to come to the thick, to Mrs. photographed a few sets of photo albums, Mrs. should not dare to call the police it. Kazama Yuko was shocked, these 4 yellow hairs looked at her with eyes full of greed, so could it be just a few sets of photo albums and be done with it? They would definitely use force on themselves and then take even worse videos to use to control them. What to do? She could not help but look at Xiaoran. Could this man save herself? Xiaoran dug his ears and laughed. Your guts are also too big, you even dare to hit my slaves' idea? What, your slaves? The 4 yellow hairs glanced at Xiaoran and all laughed coldly. The district was just a person. One took out a spring-loaded knife and waved it around. Be sensible and hurry up and kneel down. Xiaoran strolled over. Then what if I am not sensible? You're fucking looking for death. This yellow hair was still quite fierce, actually waved his knife and stabbed it towards Xiaoran, but he didn't dare to kill anyone after all. This knife stabbed Xiaoran's leg. Xiaoran casually grabbed it and the knife fell into his hand, then he stabbed it again. Ah! That yellow hair then let out a miserable scream. The blade of the knife all dug into the flesh, perfectly avoiding the bones. This scene saw the other 3 yellow hairs' eyelids jump, and they couldn't help but take a step back and lick their lips. Ruthless man, ah! Xiaoran clapped his hands and said indifferently, get lost. He picked up this yellow hair and threw him out with a single toss, directly smashing the other 3 yellow hairs all to the ground. Such a terrifying power. How could those 3 yellow hairs dare to say anything? They hurriedly picked up their companions and ran. When Xiaoran turned back, he saw Kazama Sumi looking at himself with an adoring gaze. Master, take me as your disciple. Kazama Sumi said. At this moment, he did not care that Xiaoran had slept with his mother. Being this strong certainly deserved his mother. Xiaoran glanced at Kazama Yukiko before he said to Kazama Sumi, I can teach you, however, you have to study hard and get into college. Anyway, it was just a casual remark. As expected, Kazama Yukiko immediately revealed a look of gratitude, while Kazama Sumi also said after a moment of hesitation, okay, a deal is a deal. The corner of Xiaoran's mouth curled up into an evil smile. Before dinner, you will do 500 push-ups, you can rest when you are tired, but the number must be reached. Please don't worry, master, I will definitely finish it. Kazama Sumi said as he patted his chest. Xiaoran, on the other hand, walked over to Kazama Yukiko's side and wrapped his arm around her waist as he headed upstairs. Then I'm going to do push-ups as well. These words made the beautiful woman almost die of shame, but Kazama Sumi didn't care and instead bowed. Master has worked hard. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoran laughed out loud. Islanders were indeed perverted, not by a star. Xiaoran treated the island as his playground, switching identities to shuttle from one beauty to another. When the end of the world descended, he had fun with cold eyes watching the darkness of the human heart and admiring the vulnerability of the beautiful women in front of food. After having enough fun in the island country, Xiaoran went back to the ugly country. He was now the god of time and could fiddle with time at will. Going back to the original colonial era, he saw Western bandits ascending to this brand new continent, but when they had just arrived, these Western bandits were thirsty and hungry. It was the Indians who took them in and gave them food and water. The Indians took them in and gave them food and water. This day was called Thanksgiving Day by the Western bandits. They thanked the natives for taking them in and taking care of them. However, the robbers never returned the favor, and when they saw that the land was fertile, they just grabbed it. At first, because the Western robbers were few, even with muskets and other weapons, they could not suppress the large number of natives, so they came up with an incredibly underhanded and poisonous plan. One of them died of smallpox, so the Western bandits threw the bodies of their accomplices into the tribes of the natives, who of course went to check them out, and so the smallpox virus spread among the natives. With little effort, the natives died in droves, killing 90% of the population in just a few years. With the loss of their numerical superiority, coupled with a steady stream of troops from Europe, the balance of the war was tilted in favor of the Western bandits. So the natives were almost wiped out, and eventually only a handful of them were left, only allowed to live on reservations and never to leave without permission. Kill your people, take over your land, and hold you in a tiny place. That's the way of the Western robber barons. Thanksgiving? What kind of favor is it? Xiao Ran watched all of this and only found it ironic. Doing what robbers do, but boasting about democracy and civilization, it's really funny. But people have a hand in brainwashing. In the age of paper media, people can make up stories as they like, because they are the only voices, so history is still made up by them as they like. What media in the world is not controlled by the West? Until one day, a domestic software called TT exploded in the Western world, which made those ordinary people who boasted about what freedom of speech and freedom of the press saw a corner of truth. Why did the West ban TT? Just because TT allows ordinary people to access the real world. In space, Xiao Ran strolled between the East and West. In time, he went up and down for 5,000 years, and after going back and forth a few times, Lu Mei and the girls finally completed a complete transformation of their bodies and possessed an endless life. Thus, Xiao Ran brought them out of the 18-dimensional space. They returned to the normal timeline and boarded the starship, and next, they would travel throughout the universe. The full text is finished.